Right, Sneha, you know the Congress office is flooding with Congress workers, and we are at this vantage point from where, we'll get you the entry point of Rahul Gandhi, and there you can see that Congress leaders, Shakti Singh Gohil, Anil Chaudhary, all of them making a beeline to receive Rahul Gandhi. This will be a point when they will have a victory smile on their faces. It's been a long legal battle for the Congress party and of course for Rahul Gandhi, and even as the battle still goes on, the stay on conviction has come as a booster for the Congress that has been saying that, Rahul Gandhi has been a target of vendetta politics. Behind me you can see people waving flags and, exuberant about the fact that Rahul Gandhi will return to Parliament. There you are, lots of media personals, people climbing on the side ranks of, side rails of the AICC headquarters, and lots of banners and posters. Let's ask them what it really means. Rahul Gandhi वापस आएंगे?
वापसी आएंगे, सोमवार को आएंगे। शेर संसद में दोबारा बोलेगा, मोदी जी को जवाब देना पड़ेगा।
मोदी जी को जवाब देना पड़ेगा। और हिंदुस्तान का एक एक कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता राहुल गांधी जी के साथ है। खून पसीना एक कर देंगे राहुल जी के लिए हम।
सत्यमेव जयते, सत्यमेव जयते। राहुल ही सत्य है, सत्य ही राहुल है।
सच्चे का बोलबाला, झूठे का मुंह काला। आज जो सच्चाई की जीत हुई है वो घमंड में भरी हुई सत्ता पक्ष पर एक थप्पड़ है। उन्होंने जो देश के अंदर झूठ की चादर बिछा रखी है, आज उस चादर को सच्चाई से राहुल गांधी आगे ले जाते हुए इस देश का संचालन करते हुए देश में सच्चाई की आवाज़ बुलंद करेंगे और देश की जनता को न्याय दिलाने के लिए जोर शोर से अग्रसर रहेंगे।
कहाँ से आ रही है?
सुल्तानपुर से। सुल्तानपुर से
चली आ रही है, अमेठी के बगल से। तो अमेठी में भी वापसी होगी कि नहीं राहुल गांधी?
जी मैम, कल हम लोग यहाँ के मुझे पता चला था तो हम लोग यहीं पे आए थे।
अमेठी में वापसी होगी कि नहीं? 24 में अब तो चुनाव लड़ सकते हैं। वापस होगी?
होगा मैम,
वापस होंगे।
नफरत के बाजार में जो है मोहब्बत की जीत हुई है, राहुल गांधी जी की जीत हुई है और सत्य की जीत हुई है।
140 करोड़ लोगों की जीत हुई आज।
So there you know, Bharat Jodo slogans right here. This is a high point for the Congress party. It comes right ahead of the no confidence motion coming in the Lok Sabha. So if that, notice comes from the Lok Sabha Secretariat of Rahul Gandhi's membership being revoked, at that time, Sneha, Rahul Gandhi will be seen in the Parliament on Monday, and that naturally will be a big shot in the arm for the India party. But the Congress, on the other hand, has seen in the past few months, ever since Rahul Gandhi lost his membership, he's been participating in screening committee meetings, he's been participating in state committee meetings, has been on the streets meeting the Aam Aadmi, the common man, has been electioneering. So a lot of action-packed schedule for Rahul Gandhi, and he did visit Wayanad as well. And the fact is that the moral victory for the Congress is on this ground that Rahul Gandhi hasn't apologized. He stood by his statement every time, every court that the Congress, that Rahul Gandhi has appealed to, and on that count, not taking back his statement, which Mahesh Jethmalani did make did make an argument about. Even then, the Supreme Court put that stay on conviction, is why the Congress party really thinks that there could be nothing better than this kind of a verdict coming in favor of Rahul Gandhi. So we are getting you all that's happening on the ground. At the entry point, you can see those are the MPs and the senior leaders right there. Then you have the Congress Karyakartas and workers spotting the entire lawns of the AICC. Where the AICC headquarters has seen history being made and broken right here. And on this podium, we've seen Rahul Gandhi when he lost his membership. Mallikarjun Kharge, he addressed a gathering. So a lot could happen, after the repercussions could be on the Congress's politics, the organization at large, Sneha, because the CWC hasn't been announced yet, and perhaps they were saying that if Rahul Gandhi gets a stay on conviction, then it has to be a team Rahul in the CWC, because he will assume a bigger picture and status in the India parties and then there could be a push to in fact put him in the front lead as far as heading that entire alliance is concerned. But yes, the dynamics of the entire coalition could actually change.
Absolutely, the dynamics of the coalition could certainly change. This is the India bloc that we are talking about, Mosmi, and the optics of this, not just great for the Congress, but great for the India alliance as well. Because remember, the entire opposition, including the Trinamool Congress, had come together and condemned the very fact that Rahul Gandhi was disqualified. Trinamool Congress has got a history with the Congress party, where we know that Mamata Banerjee has a great equation with Sonia Gandhi, but not with Rahul Gandhi. But the TMC did it, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee there, Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party there, Nitish Kumar, the JDU, all these leaders, the regional satraps whose workers and party members have been pitching them. And I'll request Ashwini to keep showing us the visuals that are unfolding at the AICC. So I was saying that these were leaders whose workers and party members were pitching them as PM candidates, PM material, Akhilesh Yadav. There were jitters or perhaps a bit of restlessness, it was said, in the India party members' camp when, at that point of time when Rahul Gandhi, when the Congress party won Karnataka with a thumping majority. And on the other hand, now with Rahul Gandhi back in action, there you are, the first pictures of Rahul Gandhi right here at the AICC headquarters. Behind him is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and we'll try and get a sense of what that really means for the Congress party. Priyanka and Rahul right there. Priyanka has stood by Rahul every time there was a testing moment, and there Priyanka and Rahul marching. Ashwini, please come from that side. And Rahul and Priyanka, they're marching together, big smile on their faces. And I would request Ashwini Helen to come this side and show us the visuals that are unfolding. Ashwini! So here you are, I'm sorry, he's just catching up, and there you are. We'll try and, will he stop and speak? Will he show a victory sign? That's the question that's preying on everybody's mind. And clearly, dhol nagaras, drum beats, Rahul Gandhi coming with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra right there. The reverberations of Rahul Gandhi reverberating, and this is a time when the Congress party really feels that it's a comeback of sorts for Rahul Gandhi in the parliament. And that's one reason the optics are playing out to the fullest right here as Rahul Gandhi enters the AICC headquarters for that meeting on Tamil Nadu. The state of affairs, people shaking hands, people really happy, and Mubarak ho, those kind of slogans.
राहुल गांधी जिंदाबाद। आज हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा दिन है। आज मोदी जी की बहुत बड़ी हार हुई है।
राहुल जी के केस ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दिखा दिया सत्य में जयते। हमारे सच्चाई की जीत हुई है, राहुल जी की ईमानदारी की जीत हुई है, और इसको आगे भी फेस करेंगे। राहुल गांधी जिंदाबाद।
Okay, let's go and try and get a sense whether Rahul Gandhi is gone inside. Priyanka Gandhi is also gone inside for that meeting. Perhaps there could be a statement given later by the Congress leadership. But everybody is smiling here, and Rahul Gandhi chants clearly, reverberating here at the Congress office, echoing the aspirations of the Congress workers who really feel that now there is no stopping for the Congress party. Let's try and get a sense whether we can. JB. So we're trying. There's a lot of. अजय कुमार को बुलाइए, अजय कुमार को। in the entire celebrations, and you can understand that this is like a rainbow of hope for the Congress workers who really feel that all will be well from here on.
There's enthusiasm and there is a sense of jubilation, optimism, given that the India bloc has shapen up in a way that the opposition would want to consider ideal, really. But what lies ahead for Rahul Gandhi? I'm wondering, Mosmi, if things move fast enough in Parliament right now for Rahul Gandhi to be in a situation to be along with the other MPs in the opposition and demand the Prime Minister come to the House and make a statement, even if it is under Rule 167, isn't it?
So Sneha, this will be a comeback for Rahul Gandhi. So there will be another celebration of perhaps, underlining of the fact that Rahul Gandhi was wronged and now, he's got justice from the highest court of the country. So let me tell you, there is not going to be any browbeating about that. They will be straight and blunt, and that will also be felt, as you said, in the floor of the House, because be it the no confidence motion, perhaps Rahul Gandhi could take the floor if that notice of his membership membership being revoked comes. So very important, here, right when the Supreme Court has pronounced the judgment verdict, which is being marked as historic by the Congress, there is still a meeting of the Tamil Nadu unit that's happening. So thereby, sending a straight message across that Congress means business. Yes, we've got this victory, but we will, work out our plan for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections to the T. आप लोग पीछे क्यों आ रहे हैं? क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
हमारा एक प्राउड मोमेंट है हमारा लिए। सारी कांग्रेस परिवार भारतवर्ष के आज आनंद मुखर थे एवं आज जो न्याय हमको मिला है वो न्याय भारतवर्ष को न्याय मिला है। वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट अच्छा न्याय दीजिए। हमारा देश दिवाली मना रहा है।
130 करोड़ राहुल गांधी साथ है। 130 करोड़ लोग राहुल गांधी का साथ है। राहुल गांधी आगे चलो, हम तुम्हारा साथ है।
राहुल गांधी हमका नेता है। राहुल गांधी आगे चलो, हम तुम दोनों साथ है।
सत्य कभी पराजित नहीं होता। उच्चतम न्यायालय के इस फैसले से ये साबित हो गया। 135 करोड़ लोगों का जो विश्वास सुप्रीम कोर्ट में है वो कायम रहेगा और राहुल गांधी हमेशा इसी प्रकार मोहब्बत की दुकान खोल के चलते रहेंगे। जय हिंद।
So workers erupting in a dance here with the dhol and nagaras. Let's try and show you the dance that the workers have erupted in. You can see the dhol nagaras, Ashwini. Workers here dancing and singing praises of Rahul Gandhi there. Long live Rahul Gandhi. Women, workers, elderly, and also a mix of youth. That's not been a very trademark image of the Congress protests or celebrations. Often the youth are found missing. But nowadays I see that there is a mix of crowd at the AICC headquarters. Laddus, there's a lot of laddu eating that's happening. Workers feasting on laddus, treating each other and trying to savor the sweet victory that they feel is truly a long-waited one. It's been a long wait for them. And women can get a sense from कितनी खुश है,
बहुत ज्यादा खुश है। आज हम हमारे नेता बाहर निकल के आए, इसके लिए हमें बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश से आई हूँ, जिला शिवपुरी महिला कांग्रेस की जिला अध्यक्ष।
जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद। आज जो सत्य का विजय हुआ है, राहुल गांधी जी को जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता
Bringing these pictures from AICC headquarters in Delhi, celebration, and everybody is very happy. The workers of the Congress party, they're dancing, dhol, nagara, mithai and the works. Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi on your screens as well. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
men, Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi, who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare, live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
Six years in the making, and you made points in terms of the concerns. In these 6 years, there must have been God knows how many number of data leaks. And I want to ask you, what does this mean for the average user, given the reality that some of the biggest data sets that exist in India are with the government? Aadhaar, driving licenses, the voter card base, services that we use from the government, apart from telecom, for example, railway ticketing. I could go on, and these data sets exist within the public sector domain. Explain to our viewers, does the exemption for government entities play out on such examples, and how will it work? Because, you know, the point also is that while there is a lot of social media usage, it is optional. You could switch off your social media accounts and live happily, but you can't get away from possessing all the various government IDs. That is with you from birth to death, Pratik.
Yeah, so I think, again, that's where the exemption bit comes in the sense that they still have to notify the instrumentalities which will be exempt. So at this point, it isn't clear which of these, will be exempt from, the conditions that are imposed on data fiduciaries. But that's where the concern remains in the sense.
But Pratik, may I interrupt you? If all of this is to be exempt, and I take your point that the final word on that has not been said in terms of specific exemptions, but if all of this is exempt, then what is even sought to be protected?
Yeah, no, that's the point. So in the scenario where all of this is exempt, then you essentially have a bill that maybe only applies to the private entities, right? Which also with limitations, because again there's the ability to provide exemptions to them as well in certain scenarios, also not to be determined at this stage, right? So as you pointed out, in the Indian context, a lot of our data is already with the state, right? A lot of this information is already a part of a breach somewhere. Already, folks already have access to it, which is why you're seeing cybercrime campaigns are becoming more and more sophisticated. Their operations are becoming more and more sophisticated. They are potentially able to build richer profiles of people for social engineering kind of attacks as well, right? So that question remains, and the bill also broadly then says that look.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Our top focus is Rahul Gandhi getting relief from the Supreme Court of India. It's big relief for the Congress leader. The court has stayed Rahul Gandhi's conviction in a 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. The top court has said Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should have used caution while making such public speeches. But the Supreme Court also said that Surat court didn't specify on the reasons really for awarding the maximum punishment in the defamation case, saying the ramifications of its verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting his rights as well as the rights of his electorate. It does appear the decks clearly are cleared right now for a big war really between the Congress and the BJP in the run-up to elections, because this definitely comes as a boost for the Congress party in the run-up to elections. on whether Rahul Gandhi is going to be able to attend the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament or not is something that remains to be seen. On how soon is the decision of the Lok Sabha Secretariat to disqualify him reversed, looking at the order from the Supreme Court of India. The Congress would certainly leave no stone unturned to ensure that it's done at the soonest, given that the session has not been the session has not been effective in terms of legislative work. There's a ruckus day in and out each day, in fact, inside Parliament, in both houses of Parliament, with demands of the opposition coming together and asking the Prime Minister to make a statement, both in Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, when it comes to the Manipur issue. We have news coming in of Rahul Gandhi now again tweeting, "Come what may, the duty remains the same, protect the idea of India." Clearly upbeat as far as his relief from the court is concerned. Rahul Gandhi has tweeted about it, saying that the duty remains the same. The Congress has in fact been saying this for a while now, that being a member of Parliament or not being a member of Parliament will not change what Gandhi wants to do for the people of the country, is what they have continuously maintained. The idea is to protect, in fact, the idea of India, is what Rahul Gandhi has said in a tweet. "Come what may, my duty remains the same." Essentially underscoring the fact that yes, this is relief, but I still will continue to do the work that I was doing in terms of reaching out to the people, connecting with them and protecting the idea of India. This is
पार्टी का जो आप लोग का अलायंस है उस पर भी प्रभाव पड़ेगा, एक मोरल
राजनीति पर प्रभाव पड़ेगा, देश की राजनीति पर बहुत बड़ा इसका प्रभाव पड़ेगा।
लगातार ये बात हो रही थी कि पीएम चेहरा कौन होगा, पीएम कैंडिडेट का चेहरा कौन होगा। अभी उनका कमबैक हुआ है, 24 लड़ सकते हैं राहुल गांधी।
मुद्दे महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि सत्य की विजय हुई। जिन मुद्दों को राहुल गांधी उठा रहे थे संसद में, संसद के बाहर, उन मुद्दों से मोदी जी घबराए हुए थे और पूरा भरसक प्रयास किया राहुल गांधी की आवाज़ बंद करने को। उस प्रयास में नरेंद्र मोदी, पूरी भाजपा, पूरी आरएसएस नाकामयाब रही।
क्या आप लोग को उम्मीद थी कि ये फैसला आने वाला, कि ये आखिरी पड़ाव था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट
में पूरा भरोसा था, भरोसा है, भरोसा रहेगा।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल, नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लोकसभा में आने वाला है, क्या आपको लगता है कि उससे पहले ही सेक्रेटेरिएट से आ जाएगा नोट, क्योंकि अधीर रंजन मिल के आए हैं पर अभी तक नोट आया?
ये तो अब वहीं से मालूम पड़ेगा कानूनी रूप पे, नियमानुसार क्या संभव है, ये मुझे नहीं मालूम जानकारी इसकी, लेकिन देश इंतजार कर रहा है राहुल गांधी की आवाज़ संसद में फिर से गूंजे, ये देश चाहता है।
हमसे बात करने के लिए सो देयर यू आर, पवन खेरा, you know, Sneha, elaborating that how they were hopeful, had belief and faith in the legal system of the country, and the Supreme Court has not disappointed them.
Undoubtedly, the Supreme Court has not disappointed them, but Mosme, you know, in just so many months that we've seen, as far as this long-drawn legal battle is concerned, there were many Congress men and women who were actually not very hopeful. In fact, they feared that there perhaps is going to be a situation where Gandhi may not get an opportunity to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, isn't it? Privately, some of them even spoke about the fact that maybe he should apologize.
Absolutely, Sneha, there was a lot of talk about whether the legal battle was fought properly or not, whether the legal stance was in line with what Rahul Gandhi was saying outside. Remember when he went to Wayanad, he said, "I don't care whether I am an MP or not, I'll continue to serve the people of Wayanad and continue to serve the people of this country." So, and that statement of Rahul Gandhi was elaborated and argued, made a point of argument as far as, the Purnesh Modi's lawyers in High Court are concerned. So continuously, there has been an attempt to highlight that Rahul Gandhi is unapologetic, Rahul Gandhi is arrogant, and that's what the lawyers were arguing to maintain, to not give that stay on conviction. But here again, after the Supreme Court said that the MP is leaders should be cautious about the remark. The Supreme Court goes on to say that why that 2-year maximum punishment, that's the big question. And that's why the Congress is so upbeat, because their stand has got vindicated in the highest court of the country. And this is the result of that verdict, where you see Congress workers thronging the AICC headquarters. Let's try and see whether we can catch any leader. Here the meeting is underway, and as I said, laddus and sweets and smiles and telephone calls, bouquets, that's what's happening. Ex-servicemen department, the head of the ex-servicemen department right here, having a lot of laddus. We'll take his quick congratulations.
Yeah. Today is a day of achieving something.
And eating a lot of laddus.
Yeah. It is achieving something which is truthful. Modi ji, but it...
You can understand that how the Congress workers, they won't stop at anything. Even I don't have a sweet tooth here. I'm being fed laddus here. And do you think that this fight on the streets for Rahul Gandhi will assume more momentum and purpose because of this?
Today is a day of victory, truthful victory for Congress party, for Rahul Gandhi ji. We have been very, very peaceful all through this. But yes, it is when you say in a Fauji parlance, it is said, small battle is won, but the war is still remaining. So we will win the war of Mission 2024. And our fight will continue. So as I used to say, कि अगर आप राहुल गांधी जी को सड़कों पार्लियामेंट में रोकोगे तो वो सड़कों पे दिखाई देंगे, और अगर सड़कों पे उनको रोड ब्लॉक लगाया तो खेतों में दिखाई देंगे, और अगर उनको खेतों में भी रोकने की कोशिश की तो हमारे जैसे फौजियों के साथ सरहदों पे दिखाई देंगे। और इसके साथ साथ हमारी न्यायपालिका ने जो आज काम किया है उसका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। धन्यवाद।
There you are, Sneha. Congress workers, leaders here going on and on about how Rahul Gandhi is their leader and in fact the hope of India. But beyond the rhetoric and the entire optics of it, there will be a litmus test of Rahul Gandhi's strength and stamina very soon, because as he assumes more importance in the India Party alliance and this fight against the BJP that the Congress is waging, again it will be about winnability and deliverables. Can Rahul Gandhi deliver for the third time, having failed in the past 2 elections? That's the big question. Is it a different Rahul Gandhi or a new avatar of Rahul Gandhi that has more credibility and can actually match the brilliance of the BJP's trump card as far as winnability in elections is concerned, will always be the big question that the Congress will have to answer.
Well, absolutely. Given that 2019 wasn't a good year from the point of view of losing the Congress bastion of Amethi, and that's what I was coming to, Mosmi, because this is great in terms of him returning to Parliament, wanting to raise questions along with the other opposition MPs. But the fact of the matter is that Lok Sabha elections not too far away. Congress leaders or Congress workers see him as a challenger to Mr. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. But many are in fact raising questions on whether he can even manage to in fact once again get back to his bastion, the Gandhi bastion of Amethi. That's in fact looks like a tall order, doesn't it?
Absolutely, those questions will be asked and those expectations from Rahul Gandhi will rise, even as, there's a lot of sloganeering here. Beyond the sloganeering, what does Rahul Gandhi get on the table as far as, getting those votes for Congress and the mega India party alliance is concerned will be actually the final test. So you can see that the Congress workers are very happy here. They are ecstatic and they think that Rahul Gandhi will make a comeback. But this is about survival. This comeback, Congress also knows, has to work. Let's try and get a sense from Anil Chaudhary and all the other Delhi. Sir,
राहुल जी संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। सत्य में विजय दे, सत्य में विजय दे, सत्य में विजय दे, सत्य में विजय दे। राहुल गांधी संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
I know the slogans are not ending, but Anil ji, what does it really mean for you all? Because Rahul Gandhi is returning to the parliament, but at the end of the day, I was telling Sneha also, it's winning elections. Will there be a victory in the elections is what is the big question that everybody will ask.
देखिए, जो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का न्याय है, ये जीत है उस विपक्ष की जो इस सरकार से सवाल पूछते हैं। राहुल जी उनका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो निर्भीक लोग हों, लीडर लोग हों, जो इस सरकार से प्रताड़ित जो वर्ग है, उनकी आवाज बन के राहुल जी जो सड़कों पर उतर रहे थे, उस आवाज को दबाने कुचलने की जो कोशिश की जा रही थी, मैं समझता हूं उन लोगों की आज ये जीत है। राहुल जी के रूप में ये जीत है निडरता की। राहुल जी ने सिद्ध कर दिया कि इस सरकार से कितना ही बड़ा तानाशाही शासक हो, आप डरिए मत, निडर रहिए, सत्य जीत करके आएगा। क्या क्या आपके साथ हुआ, राहुल जी ने जो चीज झेली उसे निडरता के साथ राहुल जी झुकने की बजाय डटे रहे, एक पहाड़ की तरह, चट्टान की तरह। तो ये जीत है उन लोगों की 2024 के लिए। मैं समझता हूं कि ये कदम भरे जो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय के माध्यम से पूरे देश में संदेश किया।
So there you are, Anil Chaudhary, who is actually the president of the Delhi Congress unit. They're saying that this is truth has prevailed, and the crackers are continuing unabated and endless. Here you can see that at the entrance point, the crackers are non-stop. It's like a victory in the assembly elections or perhaps some election victory for the Congress party. That here, a lot of smoldering of crackers and posters and banners here, where the Congress workers seem to be very happy. And Sneha, the question really is that what next for Rahul Gandhi? The immediate test comes on Monday when the no confidence motion will be put in the Lok Sabha and it will be discussed. So will Rahul Gandhi take that lead? In fact, after coming back to Parliament, will he make that speech? And when he makes that speech, there has been a sharp attack by Amit Shah on the India party members, and this is going to be on Manipur that the no confidence motion has been mooted. Rahul Gandhi has also visited Manipur and has been attacking the Prime Minister's silence, questioning the PM's silence. So Rahul Gandhi will have to make a mark very soon after his coming back within 2 days in the Parliament.
To sacrifice anything to fight for a cause that has made him a hero among the Indian people. Not only Congress people, Indian people. Now, one positive fallout is, again there is a hope that in the 2024 elections, democracy, secularism and diversity, plurality can be established in the 2024 election. That hope again rekindled. And I am sure after this election, Rahul Gandhi at present is the member of Lok Sabha from Wayanad. Wayanad is a sacred land of symbol of diversity, pluralism. I am sure he will not first say Wayanad, he will opt again Wayanad in 2024 elections. He will be able to start this fight to regain democracy and secularism and diversity and plurality in India from Wayanad. This is my hope. Today is a day of festival. So everybody must celebrate it. This is my view.
Are you saying that Rahul Gandhi will contest again from Wayanad?
How can I say? I'm not there. But this is my wish. Wish of people of Kerala. Congress people of Kerala. UDF people of Kerala. And also are the secular-minded people of Kerala. This is my wish.
So you want the future Prime Minister to be a Kerala MP?
Me?
You want the future Prime Minister to be a Kerala MP?
You have to become an MP from anywhere. Rahul Gandhi contest from Wayanad is natural because he is representing there. He knows Wayanad. And Wayanad, in the present context, India is the crisis, facing the crisis of secularism and diversity. And Wayanad is the real bad place of diversity.
Leave for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, with the Supreme Court staying Rahul's conviction in a 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. The top court said Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should use caution while making public speeches. But the Supreme Court said Surat court didn't specify the reason for awarding the maximum punishment in the defamation case, saying the ramifications of its verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting the rights, his rights rather, as well as the rights of the people who chose him.
तो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पीपल एक्ट का जो धारा 8 का जो सबसेक्शन 3 है उसमें 2 साल का प्रोविजन है। यदि 2 साल से 1 दिन की भी सजा कम हो जाती है तो ये जो सेक्शन 8(3) सब सेक्शन अप्लाई नहीं होता है। और जब नहीं अप्लाई होता है, ट्रायल कोर्ट ने जो 2 साल की सजा दी है उसको उन्होंने डील नहीं किया आखिर मैक्सिमम सजा 2 साल की क्यों दी है, क्योंकि जो 499 है उसमें जो सजा का प्रोविजन है वो 2 साल, फाइन या बोथ है। और इसमें जो 2 साल की सजा दी है, 2 साल की सजा में ट्रायल कोर्ट ने उसको जस्टिफाई नहीं किया है बेसिकली कि 2 साल की सजा आखिर क्यों दी गई है। तो यदि ये सजा 1 दिन भी कम होती तो उनकी मेंबरशिप जो सदस्यता है लोकसभा की वो नहीं जाती। दूसरी बात है, कोर्ट ने ये कहा है जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि ये जो बात है ये खाली पेटिशनर्स के राइट का सवाल है। जिस इलेक्टोरल ने उनको जिता के लोकसभा में भेजा उनके राइट्स का भी सवाल है, इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण है उनकी कन्विक्शन को स्टे किया जाता है। देखिए, मेरा मानना यह है कि ये जो ऑर्डर आज का है पब्लिक डोमेन में आ जाएगा और पब्लिक डोमेन में आने के बाद ही जैसे स्पीकर महोदय ने उनकी सदस्यता समाप्त की थी, स्पीकर महोदय इसको कॉग्निजेंस लेके सुमोटो भी उनकी सदस्यता बहाल करने में कोई आपत्ति इसमें नहीं है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
तो ट्रायल कोर्ट एंड हाई कोर्ट ने फुल सेंटेंस किया है, उसमें बोध भी है, फाइन प्लस सेंटेंस। तो उन्होंने वो क्यों किया है और उन्हें सारे आर्गूमेंट सुनने के बाद हमारे अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी का आर्गूमेंट और महेश जेठमलानी ने कहा था कि राहुल गांधी का कोई हार्म करने का इंटेंशन नहीं था किसी मोदी फैमिली को, और पुनोज मोदी ने जो मैटर डाला है वो खुद मोदी नहीं है बल्कि एक गुटका परिवार से आते हैं, जो कि ट्रायल कोर्ट में ये बात उन्होंने एडमिट करी है। उन्होंने सारा पढ़ के सुनाया कि पैरा नंबर ये वॉल्यूम इस पे यहाँ पर इन्होंने अपने आप को ये एडमिट किया है। एक तो ये मोदी परिवार से नहीं आते, ये बनता नहीं है केस। सेकंड, ये मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस हुआ है ट्रायल कोर्ट से हाई कोर्ट से, यहाँ पर स्टे हो गया है। अपील में दोबारा से जो आगे चल के जो आर्गुमेंट होगा चलेगा केस, फिलहाल अभी स्टे कर दिया गया है और राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता बहाल कर दी गई है। अब वो पार्लियामेंट में देखे जाएंगे।
देश के सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण फैसला दिया है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर जो आस्था 140 करोड़ लोगों की आस्था है वो इसीलिए है कि जब कसौटी पे कोई बात आती है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट उस पर खरा उतरता है। राहुल गांधी जी के मामले में आज माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निचली अदालतों का, गुजरात हाई कोर्ट का, लोअर कोर्ट के फैसले पर स्टे लगा दिया है। सच का रास्ता लंबा हो सकता है लेकिन सच्चाई होती है।
Joining us right now is Adhiranjan Chaudhary. Sir, how do you see the Supreme Court order which stayed the conviction in the defamation case?
So it's a victory of the truth, the victory of morality. It is a victory of truth. Rahul Gandhi has been espousing across the country the essence of truth, the essence of humanity, the essence of unity, and the essence of love, which has been enshrined in our civilization. In spite of all sinister designs being employed against him in order to implicate Rahul Gandhi ji on false charges by sheer concoction and wild allegation. They have been failed to implicate Rahul ji because still country like India, where we can boast of that truth is alive. That is why Rahul Gandhi ji has secured the victory. Today itself, I have approached to the Speaker of Lok Sabha so as to revoke the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi ji in the wake of this landmark judgment by the Supreme Court. And already I have mentioned this issue inside the Parliament, and a few minutes later I will also write a letter to the Speaker. Our single point objective is to revoke the disqualification leveled against our leader Rahul Gandhi ji so as to facilitate his participation in the no confidence motion.
First reaction on the court's judgment?
First reaction is this is one of the biggest relief for the democratic value of this country.
You were hoping for this judgment for the longest time, sir.
Certainly, I don't know whether it is longest or shortest. That is not an issue. Now, what is the question? Here is the question: a member of parliament who is raising the truth in the parliament has been disqualified because of this judgment, imprisonment. This is not a issue of an individual.
Right.
Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of Modi Adani. That day onwards, this case has been escalated. Then judgment came. For you know that for as per the People Representative Act, minimum punishment for disqualification is 2 years. As per Defamation Act, maximum punishment is 2 years. Therefore, we can see the clear-cut conspiracy to disqualify Rahul Gandhi was there. Therefore, now through this stay, he can become the member of parliament again. That disqualification process is now over. We will fight legally. Other cases, we will fight legally.
The Supreme Court has also pointed out that particular part where the lower court gave maximum punishment without giving a reason for that.
That's what I'm telling. The reason, we know that reason, to disqualify him. This was the hidden reason. All Gujarat court has given that hidden reason. Because of that hidden reason, all Gujarat court acted. Now, Supreme Court clearly stated that also.
One final question, sir. Will you approach the Lok Sabha Speaker for immediate reinstatement?
I think already our leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha already went to Speaker to request. We will put out the order also, Supreme Court. Without delay, he should be reinstated as a member of the Parliament. This is our demand.
All right, we'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kanwal only on India Today.
Power star Pawan Kalyan's latest film Bro hasn't had the best run at the box office. But it's created a huge buzz in political circles. The Tollywood superstar, who has been juggling his films and political career, is now in a soup as his political rivals have used his latest film to fire a political taunt. The The YSRCP has levelled a sensational black money allegation against the power star, claiming Pawan Kalyan's film has been funded with black money collected by none other than Kalyan's good friend Chandrababu Naidu.
విశ్వప్రసాద్ టీజే గారు ఈ రకంగా బ్లాక్ మనీని వైట్ మనీగా చేసి సినిమాల ద్వారా తీసుకొచ్చి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్కి ప్యాకేజీల రూపంలో ఇచ్చేటటువంటి ఒక కుట్రపూరితమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితులు కూడా కనిపిస్తా ఉన్నాయి. దీని మీద కూడా
The YSRCP minister Ambati Rambabu's comments has set off a political storm in Andhra Pradesh with his twin attack on the Janasena chief and the TDP. Seeing red over Chandrababu Naidu's name being dragged into the row, TDP has demanded answers from the YSRCP on the basis of these allegations.
Stop making these baseless allegations and stop making such funny comments on movies. Answer our questions, answer about the corruption that is happening in your department in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
YSRCP has been levelling corruption allegations repeatedly against Naidu and Kalyan, both of whom have been extremely vocal about their friendship, with images repeatedly showing their closeness. This latest attack is sure to heat up the political tussle between Chief Minister Jagan and Pawan Kalyan, who have been resorted to personal, below-the-belt comments to target one another. While power star Pawan Kalyan has been mum on the allegations levelled by YSRCP, this latest charge is sure to heat up the Andhra poll battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं.
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ. ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी.
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई ग्वालन हम तो प्राण लो
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए हैं.
हाँ
क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे हैं?
हाँ
अच्छा और भी लोग हैं ऊपर.
हाँ.
We deploy a drone. India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers.
जाते गाड़ी आ रही है अपने साइड में हो जाते हैं।
Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Oja in Nu, Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
Pictures, in fact, from the AICC headquarters where there are celebrations right now. Rahul Gandhi meeting with the party workers, with his sister and General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The Congress is all gearing up, in fact, to hold a press conference. It's already been delayed, but it is going to start any time now. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is also going to be there at this particular press conference, pictures of which, in fact, you see on your screens now. Anytime. There will be, in fact, a briefing.
कांग्रेस
and
और पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष दोनों आएंगे. कृपया बैठ जाइए और थोड़ा शांत हो जाइए.
So that's the media in charge of the Congress party. Mr. Jairam Ramesh there, and Rahul Gandhi will be taking questions along with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in this big relief for the Gandhi sign today. This is the Supreme Court of India, remember, saying that Gandhi now can contest elections because his disqualification as a member of parliament from Lok Sabha has been stayed. And this has come as a huge relief in the run-up to elections, not too far away, in just a few months from now. These are Lok Sabha elections next year.
You met him? You met him? Speaker.
Yes.
What is the
copy? See, not only met him, I raised the issue in the parliament also.
साथियों, आज का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस डॉक्टर अभिषेक सिंघवी और अधीर रंजन चौधरी लेंगे. यहाँ हमारे सभा कक्ष में तमिलनाडु की मीटिंग चल रही है, जिसमें कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष और पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष दोनों मौजूद हैं. क्योंकि ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अभी चल रही है, वो 5-10 मिनट के लिए यहाँ आ रहे हैं, पर आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब सिंघवी साहब और अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी देंगे. मैं पहले ही आपको बता रहा हूँ, वो यहाँ आ रहे हैं इसलिए क्योंकि वो दूसरे सभा कक्ष में हैं. सवाल का जवाब अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी देंगे.
समय का प्रॉब्लम है.
बोलने के पहले ही आप सवाल कर रहे हो, कमाल है यार. और ये जैनेंद्र नहीं बोल रहे हैं. और एक ही सवाल, यूजुअली तो 2 सवाल होते हैं. मैं पहले बता दूं आपको, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष आपको संबोधित करेंगे. उसके बाद कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष राहुल जी और वेणुगोपाल जी तमिलनाडु के मीटिंग में वापस जाएंगे और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की शुरुआत अभिषेक सिंघवी जी करेंगे. उसके बाद अधीर रंजन जी बोलेंगे. उसके बाद आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब ये दो नेता देंगे। ये मिनट टू मिनट प्रोग्राम है।
Fact continues to be with us, getting us all of those details. Mosmi is at the Congress headquarters where there is going to be a press conference right now. Rahul Gandhi has essentially set the tone in his first reaction, Mosmi, wherein he said that I'm going to carry on to do, in fact, my duty, which is protecting the idea of India. This is what the Congress has said for a while now, that even if the verdict is not in our favor, he is going to continue to be the face of the party, really, isn't it?
Namaskar. Burden off my mind. Thank you. Rahul ji, namaskar. Rahul ji. Hello, Adit.
साथियों नमस्कार। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष और पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का स्वागत है। जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया है, पहले कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष कुछ बातें कहेंगे, आपके समक्ष रखेंगे। उसके बाद कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष, पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष और हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी संगठन के केसी वेणुगोपाल जी वापस तमिलनाडु की मीटिंग में जाएंगे और ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और अधीर रंजन जी लेंगे। आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब सिंघवी साहब और अधीर रंजन जी देंगे। तो पहले मैं गुजारिश करूंगा कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को कि आपको संबोधित करें। माननीय मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
राहुल जी, वेणुगोपाल जी, सिंघवी जी, जयराम रमेश जी, आदि रंजन चौधरी जी और सारे मीडिया के मेरे दोस्तों, आज बड़ा खुशी का दिन हमको लगा कि डेमोक्रेसी की जीत हो गई, संविधान की जीत हो गई, सत्यमेव जयते जो हमारा नेशनल सिंबल के नीचे लिखा हुआ रहता है वो उसका जीत आज हुआ है। इसलिए हम सारे लोग खुश हैं, शायद आप भी खुश होंगे, क्योंकि हमेशा ऐसा होता है कि हमारी बातें कभी नेगेटिव में ही जाते हैं, थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिव भी रहता है। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला, उसके तहत, और मैं तहे दिल से सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसले का स्वागत करता हूं। अभी संविधान जिंदा है, बाकी है और न्याय मिल सकता है, ये इसका एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। संविधान, लोकतंत्र और भारत के आम लोगों की ये जीत हो गई है। सिर्फ राहुल गांधी जी का जीत नहीं है, सारे भारत के जनता की जीत है और डेमोक्रेसी की जीत है और संविधान के उसूलों की जीत है। इसीलिए एक बहुत बड़ा फायदा देश के लोगों को हुआ है। जो एक व्यक्ति लड़ता है सच्चाई के लिए, देश के हित के लिए और देश को मजबूती लाने के लिए, देश के युवाओं के लिए, देश में जो महंगाई बढ़ रही है, महंगाई के खिलाफ जो व्यक्ति लड़ते और लोगों को जागृत करते करते कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक 4000 किलोमीटर से भी ज्यादा चल के गरीबों से मिले, बच्चों से मिले, डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, सभी लोगों से मिले और आज मैं समझता हूं उन सब की दुआएं हमारे साथ है। इसीलिए ये लोगों का जीत है। मैं ये कह सकता हूँ। और ये तो लोकतंत्र की जीत गूंजेगी और राहुल गांधी जी को हटाने में, डिस्क्वालीफाई करने में सिर्फ 24 घंटे में सब कुछ हुआ। अब देखेंगे अब कितने घंटे में उनको रीइंस्टेट करते हैं, क्योंकि डिस्क्वालीफाई करने के लिए तो उनको टाइम ही नहीं आया। जजमेंट गुजरात, ये तो दिल्ली का जजमेंट है, बहुत आस्था नजदीक है बहुत ही। अब गुजरात से आने आया जो ये था, उसको उन्होंने 24 घंटे लगा के उसमें सब डिस्क्वालीफाई करे, बाकी सारी चीजें करे, बाहर निकाले, सब कुछ हुआ। लेकिन दिल्ली के सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हमारा जो पार्लियामेंट है, हार्डली ये सिर्फ किलोमीटरों पे है, तो वो तो 500-600 किलोमीटर था। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि शायद रात में वो रीइंस्टेट करते हैं, क्या अभी करते हैं, कितना वक्त लेते हैं, हमको अब देखना चाहिए। हम देखेंगे और इंतजार करेंगे। अब इतना बड़ा इंतजार किए तो ये जो बाकी उनके ऑर्डर का भी हम इंतजार करेंगे। और मोदी सरकार को और बीजेपी लोगों को थोड़ा, अरे भाई हम क्या गलती किए, ये करना नहीं था, ऐसा तो थोड़ा लगा होगा। चाहे वो मन में ही बोलते होंगे या बाहर बोलने को थोड़ा कष्ट होता होगा, लेकिन मैं उस पर टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि अभी आगे हमारा लड़ाई जारी रहने वाला है। तो इसलिए मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि ये लोगों की जीत है, वोटरों की जीत है और वायनाड के नागरिकों की और वोटर की ये जीत है। वहाँ के लोग भी बड़े खुश हैं और वायनाड के लोग जीत से अब सब जगह ये अपनी जीत बना रहे हैं। तो मैं ज़्यादा न बोलते हुए बाकी के डिटेल में सिंघवी साहब बोलेंगे और चौधरी साहब भी बोलेंगे और राहुल गांधी जी भी एक दो शब्द कहेंगे। तो इतना कह के मैं आपको यही कहूँगा कि आप भी हमारे साथ कभी कभी खड़े होते हैं, इसीलिए आप सबको भी नमस्कार और दो शब्द कहने के लिए मैं उनसे
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा, क्योंकि वो हमारे बीच में मौजूद हैं, वो कुछ शब्द आपके सामने रखें। राहुल जी के बाद सिंघवी साहब और अधीर रंजन जी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करें।
थैंक यू खड़गे जी, आप सबका यहाँ बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मगर जो भी हो, मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है। जिन लोगों ने हमारी मदद की और जनता ने जो प्यार और सपोर्ट दिया, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी, शुक्रिया खड़गे जी।
थैंक यू। क्या
विक्ट्री साइन, विक्ट्री साइन।
अच्छा मैं करता हूँ अध्यक्ष।
Thank you.
His statement there from Rahul Gandhi saying that I'm going to do what I have to do, but I'm thankful for the fact that this has been our victory, is what he essentially said. It was a brief statement from Rahul Gandhi there.
उसके बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता लोकसभा में हमारे संसदीय दल के नेता अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी भी आपको संबोधित करेंगे। अभिषेक सिंघवी जी। हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश।
दोस्तों शुरू करें, थोड़ा दरवाजा बंद कर लीजिए और शुरू करें। शांत हो जाएं। पीछे वाला दरवाजा। जैसा कि हमेशा करते हैं हिंदी इंग्लिश में करेंगे, थोड़ा सब्र रखें आप, संक्षिप्त ही है।
कृपया शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, थोड़ा शांत हो जाइए।
दोस्तों, आज सत्य साहस की जीत हुई है। ये केवल राहुल गांधी जी की जीत नहीं है, लोकतंत्र की जीत है, संविधान की जीत है और आम जनमानस की जीत है। हम आशा करते हैं अब कि भाजपा अपने एक विशेष विभाग जो है, जो कई खेल खेलता है, चालबाजी के और अन्य खेल, उस विभाग पे ताला लगाएगी। वो जो चीजें करते हैं जिससे विपक्ष के नेताओं को अनर्गल रूप से निशाना बनाया जाता है, उसको अब कुछ हद तक कम से कम थामेगी, अगर पूरी तरह से रोकती नहीं भी है तो। हम अब संसद में उत्सुकता से जनता से जुड़े मुद्दों पर श्री राहुल गांधी को और श्री राहुल गांधी की बुलंद आवाज सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं, उत्सुक हैं और मोदी सरकार को बुनियादी मुद्दों पे जवाबदेही बनाना, ये आप फिर से देखेंगे संसद के अंदर। संसद के बाहर तो ये प्रक्रिया चली रही थी। तो जैसा कि लोग कह रहे हैं, फिर से चलेगी सवालों की आंधी जब संसद में लौटेंगे राहुल गांधी। Friends, I am going to use words of studied moderation when I come to the actual issues. And since I have argued this matter, I am going to really summarize the 6, 7, 8 major issues on the merits for you without really expressing any opinion. But before that, I have to say what I have said partly in Hindi, that this entire country has heard, seen Rahul Gandhi in action, in and outside of Parliament. His actions, his speech, his thought process, his initiatives, his abhiyans are all ultimately animated by his thinking, Daro Mat. Daro Mat. He has demonstrated time and again the courage of his convictions. He has equally reposed faith in the rule of law. It took some time. From 2019, the complainant himself delayed the matter and suddenly accelerated the proceedings to result in the conviction. And since then, Shri Rahul Gandhi has shown exemplary courage, restraint, and a great faith in the judicial process. He went through every forum with unwavering faith. He did not leapfrog from the trial court to the High Court. He did not leapfrog from the First Appellate Court to the Supreme Court. And I think his faith in the system, in the judicial process, is seen for you today. Our fight, Rahul Gandhi ji's fight, has also demonstrated the integrity and the importance of that integrity in our institutions. It is always the task for each of us, opposition and others, and in particular it's a task Rahul Gandhi has taken upon himself, to maintain to the extent possible the purity and integrity of these institutions, to be able to enforce law without fear or favor, to be able to work without political interference. This entire incident has demonstrated the vital importance of an opposition which will not be backing down. That has been Rahul Gandhi's calling card, don't back down. This has also demonstrated how the opposition, and principal voice amongst them in many ways has been Rahul Gandhi's, doesn't yield on vital issues like unemployment, economic stagnation, farmers' issues, etc. Now friends, चूंकि जैसा मैंने कहा, मैंने इसकी दलील की थी उच्च न्यायालय में और उच्चतम न्यायालय में, तो मैं कोई ज़्यादा वैल्यू जजमेंट बिना दिए आपको संक्षिप्त में बताना चाहता हूं कि कितना अजीबोगरीब ये संदर्भ था, जिसमें एक 100 वर्ष से ज़्यादा, 125 वर्ष से ज़्यादा पुरानी राजनीतिक पार्टी के पूर्व अध्यक्ष को दुनिया के सबसे बड़े गणतंत्र से एक प्रकार से इफेक्टिवली, जब तक के वो कन्विक्शन एक्विटल न बने, निष्कासित कर दिया था राजनीतिक जीवन से, जहाँ तक संसद का राजनीतिक जीवन का सवाल है। और मैं उसी रूप में आपके सामने वो 6-7 मुद्दे संक्षिप्त में बिंदु के हिसाब से वर्णित करूंगा, जिसके आधार पर
The Congress is extremely jubilant with developments from the Supreme Court today that has in fact decided to ensure that Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as a member of parliament stays. He can contest, in fact, the next Lok Sabha elections once again next year, and he's going to return to parliament as well. Our coverage on that big story continues in just a minute.
You are watching India Today.
Is also attempting a crackdown on the social media hate posts, the social media that was used negatively to spread violence on the streets. Now, here's what's happening. 3 FIRs have been registered against the posts that fanned the riots, that attracted the crowd, that spread the first videos and said, indulge in more violence around you. What does this 3 FI really mean? There are 3 social media accounts that are currently under the scanner of the cops, and they're investigating further before they start to delete these videos and the evidence can be tampered with. The 3 individuals are by the name of Shahid, Adil and Guru Ghantal. They put out hate posts on July 31st against the Shobha Yatra that was being taken out by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad in New in Mewat, and then further. Now, Adil posted, which was clearly indecent and communally charged songs that were posted on social media that could have incited more hate for people. On the first place, that yatra that was being taken out should have had enough protection with these intelligence inputs that were coming forth. Cops are yet to identify, interestingly, who runs this handle, the third one, Shayar Guru Ghantal account, because it looks anonymous, but it was deliberately putting out information and videos that were communally inciting. These are dated 31st July, which are under the scanner, the day when the yatra was being taken out and the violence had spread the day after. Over 2,300 videos are currently under scanner. July 31st was a very important day. Had some action been taken right then and there, we wouldn't have seen the violence that we had around us.
So Amit Shah will take Pandit Nehru's name, Sardar Patel's name, Ambedkar's name, Baba Sahib's name, whenever it suits them. They will not, their problem is that the RSS training for them makes them to take whenever it suits them. They will not follow their path, but they will use their words for small gains. But we are very clear that the way Delhi bill has been pushed to take over the power of Delhi in the hands of Mr. Amit Shah is completely wrong, and we will continue to agitate against this thing.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
India's Millennium City, with the third highest per capita income in India, is feeling the heat from the communal flames lit in Nuh. Gurugram, one of India's richest cities, is facing an exodus of its working class. Security guards, food delivery boys, cooks, maids in high-rise residential societies, migrant workers are leaving in droves. Litan Ali and his family are returning to West Bengal, from where he came to work as a driver here.
मैं तो एक खुद ड्राइवर हूँ मैम। मैं अपनी मैडम साहब को दिल्ली छोड़ने जाता हूँ, फिर आता हूँ। अब मैं अगर गांव चला गया तो मैडम साहब की बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी। मेरी साहब है हाई कोर्ट का वकील है, उसकी दिक्कत हो जाएगी। जब तक माहौल ठंडा ना हो तब तक कोई नहीं आने वाला है। सब कोई अपना अपना कुछ भी नहीं लेके गया मैम, इधर धमकी दे रहा है कि हम जला देंगे, ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे।
Many of them claim they were assaulted and now they fear for their lives.
ऐसे आ रहा था तो आदमी पकड़ के मारा, तो क्या करेंगे?
The fear is not limited to Muslims. Hindus are also packing their bags.
ये दिक्कत है कि माने सब लोग निकल गए, हम क्या करेंगे? पानी मिलेगा नहीं, लाइट मिलेगी नहीं, हम क्या करेंगे?
अच्छा,
हाँ,
इसलिए आप रूम चेंज कर?
जी जी।
तो यहाँ पे रहना सुरक्षित भी है इस वक्त?
नहीं, यहाँ तो कोई सुरक्षित नहीं है, हम बताए। कोई घटना हो जाए क्या होगी सुरक्षित, हम बताइए आप।
और परिवार आपका?
मेरा परिवार, मैं झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ, मैं प्रॉपर झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ। परिवार मेरा गांव में, हम बताए।
Close to 200 to 300 people who lived in this 1,000-strong colony in Sector 70 have now fled for safety. Most of them going back to West Bengal, where they came from, fearing violence in the entire area. This is the aftermath of the violence in Nuh and Mewat, where communities such as these are facing the brunt of whatever transpired in Mewat.
The family that used to live in this locked home has now moved to Aligarh, according to neighbors. Muslim businessmen in Sheetla colony in Sector 5 have also fled. The police are on alert in Gurugram. The Gurugram administration assures citizens situation is under control and there is no need to fear.
There are no major incident in Gurgaon except the Sector 57 incident. तो उनको बिल्कुल डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। प्रशासन अपना काम सख्ती से कर रहा है, नॉर्मलसी रिस्टोर हो रही है। जो लोग छोड़ के चले गए हैं, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट देम कि वो वापस आएं और वो सिचुएशन जैसी इन दंगों से पहले थी वैसे की वैसी जो है हो भी गई है, जल्दी हो भी जाएगी।
The violence that spread from Nuh has hit the Gurugram's image. There are no winners in the cycle of hate. The Millennium City is learning the lesson the hard way. Or is it?
Ahead of Friday, of course, there is a palpable sense of fear within the Muslim community as well. And such colonies, they are not gated. So they require additional police protection in case something goes wrong. And which is why a lot of people have now decided to leave this particular area for safer zones, because unless that happens, the people are not going to feel safe enough. With Shailendra from Gurugram, Milan Sharma for India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
Supreme Gandhigiri for Rahul. 134 days later, Rahul's return. BJP mocks, Congress hails return of the king. Are the decks cleared for the big 2024 war? Will 2024 be Modi versus Rahul again? Top focus on 5 Live.
Good evening and welcome. This is 5 Live. I'm Shiv Arur. Rahul Gandhi gets some much needed Gandhigiri from the Supreme Court. After 134 days of suspension, the stay has been put on his conviction in that defamation case. And now the decks are cleared for him to return as the Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha from Kerala's Wayanad. But what do the next few steps look like? Rahul Gandhi came, sat for a press conference, said just one line and then got up. It was expected to be a larger interaction, very much on the lines of what Rahul Gandhi usually does when he interacts with the press, but he only had one line to say. Is the Congress keeping Rahul Gandhi under guard because they are afraid that he might say something that allows the BJP to pounce onto it and steal the narrative once again? They've had enough of his comments being twisted and made controversial. Well, the big question now is, with only 8 months to go for elections in 2024, what is Rahul Gandhi's role? We're going to look at that closely and debate that here on 5 Live. First, the headlines. Big win for Rahul Gandhi. Supreme Court puts Rahul's conviction in that 2019 defamation case on hold. Rahul hails the order, says truth always triumphs.
आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
All eyes now on Lok Sabha Speaker. Congress asks Om Birla to restore Rahul as Member of Parliament immediately. Birla awaits Supreme Court order copy. Big win for Hindu side in the Gyanvapi fight. Supreme Court allows Archaeological Survey of India survey to go ahead. Orders no excavation at the mosque complex. Police swing into action against new hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for posts that fanned the riots. Over 2,300 videos from July 31st are currently being scrutinized. India Today has tracked down all 3 of the people you see on your screen. India Today has also tracked down the rioters' den. After causing chaos in Nuh, they're hiding in the hills around their town, in the Aravali Hills. Police movement tracked from the hilltop. Police probe Aravali Hills after the India Today expose. Undeniable proof of where they're hiding. And I just wanted to play out for you Rahul Gandhi's first reaction after the Supreme Court verdict. He's put out a tweet saying the truth always triumphs. He's thankful for the outpouring of love and support. A tweet and a single line comment at a press conference where Rahul Gandhi was actually expected to say a whole lot more and perhaps even take some questions. There are a great deal of questions which we'll be asking. Here's what Rahul Gandhi said.
आप सबका यहाँ बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मगर जो भी हो, मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है। जिन लोगों ने हमारी मदद की और जनता ने जो प्यार और सपोर्ट दिया, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Well, smiles, wave, victory signs, and for the Congress party, it was a day of ecstasy, a day of celebration, justifiably so, for what they believe is a return of their king. But the big questions will now start to be asked over what Rahul Gandhi's real role is going to be in the opposition's war against the Modi government, with only 8 to 9 months to go for the next election in 2024. Remember, 2023 has many elections already, and then there's the big one in 2024. Rahul Gandhi has not been an MP for 134 days. Will he be part? The most immediate question, of course, is will he be part of the no confidence motion debate that takes place next week? 8th, 9th and 10th has been reserved for that no confidence motion against the Modi government. Will Rahul Gandhi be there or not? First, watch this report.
Massive relief for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The Supreme Court on Friday stayed his conviction in the 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. A three-member bench of Justice B.R. Gavai, Justice Sanjay Kumar and Justice P.S. Narasimha noted that the Surat court did not specify the reason for awarding Rahul the maximum punishment in the defamation case. The top court observed that the ramifications of the lower court's verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting not just his rights but rights of his electorate too. The court, however, added that Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should use caution while making public speeches. The Supreme Court's decision now enables Rahul Gandhi to return as an MP. The Congress will petition the Speaker to reverse his disqualification. Rahul is now free to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
आज बड़ा खुशी का दिन हमको लगा कि डेमोक्रेसी की जीत हो गई, संविधान की जीत हो गई, सत्यमेव जयते जो हमारा नेशनल सिंबल के नीचे लिखा हुआ रहता है वो उसका जीत आज हुआ है.
The Supreme Court's stay on Rahul's conviction will be in place till the disposal of the main appeal in the case, which is currently pending before the Surat Sessions Court.
इस कानूनी प्रक्रिया में हम इस सम्मानीय फैसले का स्वागत करते हैं और आने वाले दिन में जब अब सेशंस कोर्ट में ये मुकदमा हम चलने वाला है, वह हमारी ओर से, समाज की ओर से कानूनी जंग जो है वो लड़ी जाएगी.
Rahul Gandhi! Congress leaders and workers across the country erupted in celebrations after the Supreme Court delivered its verdict.
While the Congress is celebrating the return of their Neta into the parliament, the BJP has seized upon the observation made by the Supreme Court that Gandhi, as a public functionary, as a senior leader, should have spoken with caution. Politics on the matter continues, but for now, legally, big relief for Rahul Gandhi as his appeal against his conviction continues in the Surat court. With Srishti Ojha and Kanu Sharda in New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Okay, just to make things very clear, let's try and answer some of those questions for you. Because remember, there's a stay on the conviction for Rahul Gandhi, but it does not automatically restore his status as a member of parliament. There's still some work to be done in that respect. What happens next? Rahul Gandhi will now have to submit a report on the Supreme Court verdict to the Lok Sabha Secretariat. He will have to formally request to be reinstated as an MP. It doesn't happen automatically as many originally believed. The Lok Sabha Secretariat will study the Supreme Court verdict, and the order on Rahul's reinstatement will then be delivered by the Lok Sabha Secretariat by way of a document. There's no time limit on reinstating Rahul as MP, which is leading some to wonder whether there will be some controversy or politics on that front as well. Because remember that the no confidence motion is only a few days from now. Next week, it's on basically Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. I want to get a some kind of clarity now from PDT Achari. He is arguably one of India's best-known constitutional experts. He's former Secretary General of the Lok Sabha as well. Mr. Achari, always good to have you. Thank you very much. Sir, Rahul Gandhi's conviction in the defamation case has been stayed. Can you explain to us, from your experience in the Lok Sabha, how soon will it be, or how soon could it be, before Rahul Gandhi is reinstated as a member of parliament?
See, when Rahul Gandhi was convicted last time, the Lok Sabha Secretariat issued a notification saying that consequent upon his conviction, he stands disqualified. That notification was issued on 24th March. So now, that when the conviction has been stayed by the Supreme Court, so naturally they should issue another notification saying that consequent on the Supreme Court staying the conviction of Sri Rahul Gandhi, his membership stands restored. Something like that. There should be a communication, or there should be a notification coming from the Lok Sabha Secretariat.
PDT Achari, thank you very much for getting us that input. That gives us a little bit of clarity, but it still doesn't fully answer the question in terms of what that timeline is going to look like, and that's actually going to be crucial. Now, the big questions. The path is clear for Rahul's third try for the Prime Minister's chair. Is that what his mission is going to be now? A full attempt to become the Prime Minister in 2024? Question number 2. Will Team India, the India Alliance, name Rahul Gandhi their prime ministerial candidate? You've already seen people like Nitish Kumar, MK Stalin and a couple of others say they've got no problem with Rahul Gandhi as a prime ministerial candidate. Big question number 3. Will Rahul play a leading role in Team India? Will they play a leading role in Team India? What kind of role will that be? Question number 4. Does relief to Rahul help or harm the BJP? Already the BJP is playing it safe, saying this is just standard procedure. There are many other cases against him, but they're also mocking Rahul Gandhi and saying, well, him coming back into parliament doesn't make a difference because he's got a terrible record, and at best it'll give parliament some levity. That's what senior leaders in the BJP have said on record about Rahul Gandhi gaining this relief. But I want to get a top-level political perspective on this, and no better than Rajdeep Sardesai, a consulting editor who's been tracking this story. He's actually in New. He's far away in New, tracking the after effects of the Haryana riots, but he's been kind enough to give me some time to join me for some perspective on this. Rajdeep, do you see Rahul now getting into, prime ministerial aspirant mode? How do the next 10 months look to you, sir?
Well, Shiv, Rahul Gandhi certainly has got a big breather with what the Supreme Court has said. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Rahul Gandhi automatically becomes the prime ministerial candidate of this India alliance. At the moment, my view is that the Congress within this alliance is at best a first among equals. Yes, Rahul Gandhi, to some extent, particularly post the Bharat Jodo Yatra, has acquired a certain persona as a magnet for anti-Modi forces. It was interesting that both in Patna and Bengaluru, the likes of Mamata Banerjee and other leaders from the regional fronts were reaching out to Rahul Gandhi. We are told that Arvind Kejriwal is also likely to meet Rahul Gandhi next week. So yes, Rahul Gandhi certainly is a focal point for the opposition in a sense at the moment. But to suggest that he is the Prime Minister candidate, I think would be an overstretch. I think the opposition is very wary of the fact of making this 2024 elections Modi versus Rahul. We saw what happened in 2014 and 2019. So despite the fact that Rahul Gandhi is likely now to get back his membership of the Lok Sabha, I don't see him being projected as Prime Ministerial candidate. But certainly it will enthuse the Congress even further. And the Congress for sure will put Rahul Gandhi right in the front of their campaign strategy. But from what I gather, the wider India alliance wants to localize this election and doesn't want to make it a personality contest or a leadership contest between Mr. Modi and Rahul Gandhi. So we'll have to wait and see how that delicate balancing act is achieved. Make Rahul Gandhi a focal point, but do not make the contest Modi versus Rahul Gandhi. That's the challenge in a way for the opposition.
Very, very interesting. It's going to have to, we're going to have to actually see over the next few days and weeks what kind of mold Rahul Gandhi actually slips into. It's going to be tantalizing because we've seen what happened in 2014 and 2019 as well. Rajdeep, thank you very much for that. Rajdeep, like I said, is reporting from New in Haryana. His special ground report from that riot-torn area. You will see that at 9 p.m. on his show, News Today. Now let's tell you why the Supreme Court gave Rahul Gandhi relief. Reason number one, just to be very clear. They said, the Supreme Court said, no reason. The trial court and the High Court gave no reason for giving maximum sentence. Reason number two, the ramifications of Rahul's disqualification are great. Reason number three, the disqualification affects Rahul as well as his electorate, because without Rahul Gandhi as MP, and he was disqualified for 134 days before it was stayed today, Wayanad in Kerala basically was without their member of parliament, and therefore the constituency was technically suffering from lack of representation in the Lok Sabha. So those were the broad reasons why the Supreme Court has stayed the conviction and cleared the path for Rahul's reinstatement as a member of parliament. Let's go straight to our political face-off now. Joining me live now is Adil Singh Boparai, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Neeti Jain, spokesperson of the BJP. Good news for the Congress Party, Adil. The mood is high. Everything's looking good. There were all smiles at that press conference. What next now? The big question now is whether Rahul Gandhi will be part of the no confidence motion proceedings next week. Only a couple of days to go. Is that going to be the immediate focus, Adil?
Well, Shiv, first and foremost, it's a vindication of the truth. It's a vindication of our position that Mr. Rahul Gandhi was treated arbitrarily. And responding to your larger question and to your presentation, the Congress Party and Mr. Rahul Gandhi does not hanker for positions and titles. Our struggle and our fight is for the aspirations of India. Our fight is against the divisiveness of the BJP's politics, and we will continue that fight, whether with titles or without titles. And coming to your question, now that the Supreme Court has rendered its decision and stayed the conviction, we hope and expect that the office of the Speaker immediately rescinds the disqualification, since it is the mandate of the Supreme Court. If they don't, obviously they'll be in contempt of the orders of the Supreme Court. It is a mere formality. All what needs to be done now is an intimation to the office of the Speaker. The office of the Speaker cannot sit in an adjudicatory role. It merely has to implement the order of the Supreme Court. So therefore, there is no discretion available with the Speaker. I want to jog your memory when Mr. Gandhi was erroneously convicted by the trial court. The office of the Speaker acted with great haste, or let me use another expression, acted with great expedition in disqualifying him. I sincerely hope and expect that they show the same degree of alacrity, they show the same degree of expedition and restore his membership. Coming to the issue at hand. Complete
your point, Adil,
Coming to the issue at hand, there are two things which are very clear, and we've been seeing this ad nauseum, Shiv. In the past 162 years of the codification of the Indian Penal Code, there has not been a single case where a court of law has rendered the maximum sentence for an offence of defamation stroke slander. So this decision...
Adil, let's take those one at a time. Let's take all these issues one at a time. I'll give you a chance to raise that point again. Let's just go to the specific point that Adil raised, Neeti, about the alacrity with which Rahul Gandhi was automatically disqualified when the conviction happened 134 days ago. By the same measure, he should be back as MP right now. Adil basically says, there shouldn't be any delay. It should, in fact, ideally happen today itself.
Yeah, the Congress would want that to happen, but sadly, there is a procedure set for the Parliament, and not everything runs as per the Congress High Command. As per the rule, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but as per the rule, the disqualification happens automatically, but the reinstatement would happen when there is an application given to the Lok Sabha Speaker, and
which I just read out.
They're going to read out the entire Supreme Court order, and then they're going to take note of that. So there is a procedure to that. There is nothing that the BJP or the Congress can do about. Irrespective of that, the only thing, and Mr. Adil just said, in 160 plus years, there has been no such case. I think in the last 160 plus years, there may not be a leader who has more than 12 defamation cases against him across the country. So this is a man who is a habitual offender. He will go out, say whatever he wants, and then he will have a defamation case against him. The High Court judge has also said that he is a habitual offender, and which is why the people in public life need to be a little more careful about what they are saying, because it has a larger repercussion. So you may say, and this is also a stay, this is not an acquittal. Even the Supreme Court does not agree with the kind of statements that were made. And I honestly don't understand what makes Congress so happy, because this is Rahul Gandhi. He will come back and say something again, and you will again be in the same situation. It will be a 13th defamation case.
Is the BJP looking forward to Rahul Gandhi? Now there is a stay. Both of you are lawyers. The stay has happened, which means technically the path is clear for him to return as a member of parliament. Is the BJP now looking forward to Rahul Gandhi being back in parliament for the no confidence motion next week?
It is not for us to look forward to him being there. We were not looking forward for him to be out of the parliament either. I think it is completely up to Rahul Gandhi to be a little more responsible for his own party and for his own constituents as well. So where Rahul Gandhi stands, like you started your own debate with, why was Rahul Gandhi not in the press conference? Why is it that his party men don't want Rahul Gandhi in the election-bound states? So his entire Bharat Jodo Yatra completely ignored the states that were election-bound on their own. So if their own party is not looking forward for Rahul Gandhi to say anything, what is the BJP to be looking forward for him to say anything at all? Please tell me that.
Adil, the BJP says, we never looked forward to him exiting parliament, so there's no question of us looking forward to him entering parliament again. Rahul Gandhi is responsible for his actions. He's got all these defamation cases against him.
In this matter, we would love for him to lose all of his elections.
Adil, you want to respond to that?
Well, Shiv, there is no cure for BJP's hallucination, and I just wish them well. Since you've just informed me that my friend from the BJP is also a lawyer, so she should know that the order of the Supreme Court is the law of the land in terms of Article 141. The Speaker does not exercise any adjudicatory role. He merely has to see the order
and to follow procedure. That is all I'm saying.
Can I please respond? I didn't interrupt you, ma'am.
I'm just correcting you, so you're misquoting me.
The Speaker does not exercise any adjudicatory role. I mean, perhaps the BJP is scared. Maybe the BJP is scared. Maybe the BJP does not want Mr. Gandhi to participate in the no confidence motion.
She didn't say adjudicate, but there is a process.
No, please understand. Once the judgment comes, the Speaker, in all fairness, must revoke the suspension. Now, if
so there is an application that you need to give in to the Speaker, where you have to request for the reinstatement.
She seems to be knowing everything. She's constantly interrupting me.
Neeti, let him finish. Neeti, let him finish. Otherwise, our viewers won't be able to hear both of you. Yeah, finish, Adil.
Send me the same courtesy. I did not interrupt you.
Yes.
The Speaker is bound. The Speaker is bound by the decision of the Supreme Court. Now, for some extraneous reason, if the BJP does not want to make Mr. Gandhi participate in the no confidence motion, that just demonstrates their bankruptcy and the fact that they are rattled. So I'll leave that for another discussion. Coming to the third issue, let me remind the BJP that Mr. Gandhi stands with 1.4 billion Indians. The Congress party is proud of
But they stand with him.
I just don't understand why is she constantly interrupting me.
Neeti, 1 second. Well, let him finish. Otherwise, the audio breaks.
Why are you so rattled?
Adil,
you should show the same degree of interruption to perhaps ask Mr. Modi to come and address the parliament on the Manipur issue.
Okay, let's not take this into another complete debate which we just finished before this.
Yes, Adil, please, let me complete. Give me 45 seconds.
Please.
There are 2-3 things, Shiv, which you need to understand and your viewers need to understand. The judgment of the Gujarat High Court has been set aside by the Supreme Court. My lawyer friend would, of course, know this now. The Supreme Court has stayed the conviction. By virtue of the stay of conviction, Mr. Gandhi's membership as a member of parliament stands restored. It is the Congress party's considered and thought out position that the entire defamation case was engineered by the Bharatiya Janata Party to stifle Mr. Gandhi, who is a beacon for truth, who is a beacon and somebody who has always struggled and strived for the people of this country.
Okay.
So therefore, today is a vindication in that sense. The larger question, it is not about personalities. India is of 1.4 billion Indians. There are issues which matter. And
But
today
Adil, whether you like it or not, the BJP is going to make it that. The BJP is definitely going to make it that, Adil. I'll come back to you. I know the point you're
give
making.
Me 30, she's interrupting me. Give me 30 seconds.
15 seconds. Adil, I'm almost out of time, so please just keep it short.
15 seconds. The BJP may want to make it about personalities because the BJP is perhaps driven by megalomania. But for the Congress party, it's the issues.
Okay.
It's about
See, one of the... Understood.
Divisiveness. It is
Point made, Adil. I want one of the things that the BJP constantly hits Rahul Gandhi and the Congress with is Rahul Gandhi's parliamentary record. Now, that data is there for all to see. It's in the public. It's
Modi's parliamentary record.
We have all of those. We have all of that stuff on our screen.
Come and address the Lok Sabha. He has time to inaugurate convention centers and go on foreign junkets. What is Mr. Modi's?
So I'm saying that, Neeti, the question to you now is, if Rahul Gandhi, because this is something immediate, it's something big that's going to happen in Parliament in form of the no confidence motion. If Rahul Gandhi, is not cleared to return as MP by that time, it'll be once again a finger pointed at the BJP saying, you guys have not allowed him to come back because you're scared.
Scared of Mr. Gandhi.
That is a natural, that's going to happen, Neeti, if he doesn't come and sit in the no confidence motion.
Shiv, they can have as much of finger pointing as they want, but the point that I was trying to make is that there is a procedure. The Lok Sabha speaker cannot adjudicate on the matter, but there is still a procedure. There needs to be an application that needs to be sent in. There is going to be a study of the order, and then the decision is going to be taken. So the Congress party or the BJP cannot go out and dictate the terms. So now you're doing the same thing. I was quiet when you were speaking now. The second point being, he did not answer my question, that Rahul Gandhi is being avoided by his own party men and the state leaders.
Who says?
Because your party does not want these people. Shiv, you asked me to be quiet. Now please ask him to be quiet.
No, you have
made an environment.
You made an environment.
Your own...
You're proud of Mr. Gandhi, I'm saying so.
No, please, you continue. If you don't want to listen to me, then you can just continue. You speak on your time and you speak on my time.
30 seconds left. Yes, Neeti, quickly.
You're interrupting me. Now you should
know. This is a party which does not want their own lead. Personality-driven election, because you don't have a personality. You have a personality that your own party men are refusing to accept. And you are saying Rahul Gandhi stands with 1.4 billion people, but do they stand with him? That remains the question to be seen, because Rahul Gandhi has been a repeat offender and he is going to go ahead and do something else. So your short-lived happiness, you can be happy about that as much as you want.
The thing about 15 seconds. Completely out of time. Yes, okay. 15 seconds.
As a spokesperson of the Congress party, let me just put this to rest. The Congress party and every worker of the Congress party is proud of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. I think
let your state units say that as well, no? Why is it that your state units don't want Rahul Gandhi to come campaign in any other states?
Again and again, that's up to her. It's a free world. We are proud of Mr. Gandhi.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Thanks, Neeti. Thanks, Adil, for your time here on 5 Live. Rahul Gandhi is all set to become an MP once again, but the time it takes him to be restored as a member of parliament is clearly going to be a source of some politics. So it's going to be a hot weekend before the big no confidence motion next week. We'll be there at every step on this big breaking story. Remember, it was India Today that broke the news of Rahul Gandhi's conviction being stayed. Very quick break. On the other side, India Today's groundbreaking investigation into the social media poison from across the border and within that fueled the Mewat tension gets even darker. We've got another big news break. Not one, but two big news breaks after this.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now.
Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली तक चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Metis and Kuki Zomis are at daggers drawn in Manipur. But these footballers from the two communities share the same room and play together. They left Manipur together to pursue their love for the beautiful game. While they are tense about their family's safety, they are gearing up for the upcoming football season in Kolkata.
Right now they are in safe, but still the danger is on. My father is in frontline duty, so he is protecting the village and my family. In professional life ये सबको कोप अप लेके सबको लेके चलना है, तो हम लोग ट्राई करता है कि जब ग्राउंड में रहेगा पूरा फुल फोकस करने का, फिर ग्राउंड के बाद फिर बात करते हैं. सरकार अगर शुरू से ही स्ट्रिक्ट होता या ऐसे कुछ होता तो अब तक पीस हो जाता. तो अभी यही है कि जो भी जिसने भी कुछ क्राइम किया वो सबको सरकार की तरफ से हाँ देखना चाहिए लीगली, और दोनों कम्युनिटी का बीच में पीस वापस आना चाहिए.
The players are hoping Manipur is back to normal soon.
मैं तो ये न्यूज़ सुन के बहुत थक चुका हूँ. Cookies killing Meiteis and Meiteis killing cookies, but I really can't do nothing. So I just pray कि ये जल्दी खत्म हो जाए और पहले का जैसा नॉर्मल लाइफ में आए. फुटबॉल तो खत्म हो गया है अभी सब खत्म हो गया है, कुछ नहीं हो सकता. अभी थोड़ा सेफ हूँ.
Out of 7 footballers are playing for the Kolkata club, that is Mohammedan Sporting Club, and Mohammedan Sporting Club has given shelters to all the 7 footballers and also promised to give shelters to their families as well. As well, they have also promised the other footballers who are from Manipur to give shelters to them and their families.
We have already offered all the players, those who are from Manipur. They are mentally stressed. They are not.
They cannot focus
on matches and all. They are actually demoralizing most of the time. So most of the time we are coming over. Like today we have come over here to motivate them. We can support them from outside only. We cannot go and play inside the ground. Play your game. Focus on your target.
There is no divide that cannot be bridged. This camaraderie between these footballers is a lesson for Manipur. With Anirban Sinha Roy, Bureau Report, India Today.
Every time I download an app, it seeks a host of permissions, and there is very little option but for me to say yes. That app is necessary. It may be a free or paid service, and it's critical to the digital lifestyle that so many Indians lead. Does this bill do anything, at least the proposals, to make life easier in such a scenario?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to be giving you a bit of a contrary position from my two co-speakers. To my mind, the bill, and in fact, in significant variation from the draft, the bill actually creates a far more granular regime where data principals or individuals are empowered. Let me use your example because I think it's a great example. When I download an application or I say subscribe for a service, maybe that's easier. When I subscribe for a service, now I will get a much clearer, transparent, easily intelligible notice in any one of the 22 languages which are specified in the Constitution, I will then have the ability to, I will need to understand that notice clearly and provide a clear consent. There are going to be rules around how notice will be provided and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, I will have to provide a clear consent for my data to be processed. The second thing that this new version does, which is a little different from the previous one, is even if I have provided consent for a particular purpose, and that purpose is not necessary for the underlying service, there is language in this bill which may restrict the person from using it. So fundamentally, to Dr. Napanai's point, if I provide consent for service A and it's actually something that's unnecessary for that service, there is an inherent limitation on them using it. Number 3, when something is no longer necessary for the purposes of providing that service to me, they are now under a clear obligation to delete that data. Number 4, as a data subject, I now have a dedicated authority, which is the Data Protection Board, to whom I can go and file a complaint saying that fundamentally this doesn't meet my requirements. They have not dealt with my data in a manner that I had consented to. Number 5, there is a strong set of fines which have been proposed, going up to 250 crores for a violation. And lastly, perhaps most importantly, there's a new provision which allows the government, if you have multiple breaches, to actually block your service and say that you will not be allowed to access systems that you need to provide goods and services in India. So to my mind, it does creates a fundamental new culture around how data will be collected, stored and processed. Yes, the concerns which, there are concerns perhaps with the language, perhaps things can improve, and this bill will go through the process in Parliament. But I would actually take a contrary position and say, this bill is far better than the current position on the ground today. And overall, it is going to have the effect of empowering individuals in India.
After India today set the agenda with a big exclusive on a probable Pakistani link to the violence in Haryana's Mewat, we've got part 2 of our big investigation.
We exposed Ehsan Mewati yesterday. Now we nail Mewati's location. Mewati more than just Pakistani YouTuber. Stunning details escalate this story. Top focus on 5 Live.
And viewer, the suspected Pakistani link to the Mewat fire stands completely established and revealed. That we're going to do right now. YouTuber Ehsan Mewati, Pakistani. That was what you thought his name was because that's his social media handle. Today we're going to tell you what his real name is. We've also tracked down this particular individual in Pakistan across 3 locations. This is a big second tranche of our investigation into the social media poison, not just here in India, but also in Pakistan by this individual and perhaps some others into what was unfolding in Mewat. This particular individual was using Pakistani government IP addresses. This YouTuber was spewing venom and live streaming even as the riots were actually playing out. he had suspiciously accurate ground inputs even while the stones were flying and the shots were being fired. Who is this man and how did he have access to such information? Now, India Today was the first to reveal that this hate-monger, YouTuber Ehsan Mewati Pakistani, was actually based in Pakistan. Yesterday's report on 5 Live has gone viral on social media. He was the one whose videos mocking the Haryana police and the administration and inciting violence against cow vigilante Monu Manesar was going viral before and during the riots, at the peak of those clashes as well. His video and videos have acquired 145,000 reactions in just 48 hours. In part 2 of our expose, we reveal that this YouTube handle run by this individual who calls himself Ehsan Mewati Pakistani runs under the registered email zishanmushtaq668@gmail.com. This man's name is Zishan Mushtaq. Ehsan Mewati Pakistani is an alias he uses online. Zishan Mushtaq is a Pakistani national who's got skin in the game in Mewat and has been inciting tensions and calling for violence in that area. We have an intelligence report in our hands exclusively that has tracked down his location from mid-July to the 27th of July to the 31st of July when the violence began in Nu, and it suggests that he travelled from Islamabad to Kot Mumin in the Sargoda area of Pakistani Punjab and finally to Lahore. He's been tracked down to all of these places. A Pakistan government IP address was what he had logged in through during the initial videos on July the 27th, and then a different broadband connection was used by him in Lahore on the 31st of July. He went to a village called Kot Mumin on the 27th of July. He recorded a video from there as well. On the 1st of August, he reached Lahore, where his IP address then changed suddenly from the government to a private internet services provider. While uploading the video on the 1st of August, he was just 1 kilometer away from the Chief Minister of Punjab's secretariat. So he was in a VIP area or not far from a VIP area, and this particular individual with unsettlingly accurate ground inputs of what's happening in Haryana was relaying them to a vast audience on YouTube through a live video. Well, India Today has hunted down the new inciters and a troubling sequence of unchecked aggression propagated through social media. Were there personal grudges that led to the communal violence? Let's find out.
तो गाइस कल नूह में फिर दोबारा प्रोटेस्ट है और सारे मेवात वहां पहुंच रही है। आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
A troubling sequence of unchecked aggression propagated through social media. India Today hunts down the provocators. We reached Monu Manesar, the 30-year-old cow vigilante whose initial announcement about attending the VHP Yatra on Monday in Nu stirred passions.
जो भी गो तस्कर है, जो वहाँ पे क्राइम करते हैं, ये सब उनका करा धरा है। साइबर क्राइम थाना फूंक दिया उन्होंने, सब उनकी बदौलत है।
We tracked down another instigator, Bittu Bajrangi, who had issued inflammatory videos on his way to Nu to attend the yatra.
हम कोई हाव लड़ करते तो हम जिम्मेवार होते कि हमने कोई वहाँ जाके गलत हवाबाजी करी है या कोई तलवार लहराई है या कुछ करा है। हम शांति से गए हैं।
अगर CIA पुलिस किसी गांव में बिना इंफॉर्मेशन के घुसे, आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
We go after the rabble-rousers on the other side of the communal divide. This is Mohammad Jabir, a 31-year-old man from Rajasthan, a cousin of Junaid and Nasir, whose charred bodies were found in Feb in Haryana's Bhiwani. The two suspected to have been killed by cow vigilantes. Just days preceding the mayhem in Noo, Mohammad Jabir called for assault on police in Faridabad, accusing the cops of killing a Mewat-based cybercrime suspect in custody.
अगर CIA पुलिस किसी गांव में बिना इंफॉर्मेशन के घुसे, आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी कर दो.
His provocative speech went viral, triggering tit-for-tat reactions on social media. A perfect recipe for communal trouble. When confronted by India Today, Jabir resorted to the same tactic as other inciters, played victim of alleged aggression and defended his own actions as rightful.
उस वीडियो में आप ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी पुलिस वाला आए तो गांव में उसको मारना पीटना?
मैं जी इसलिए कह रहा हूँ उस वीडियो में कि फरीदाबाद के अंदर फरीदाबाद साइबर थाना जो यहाँ से सैकुल को उठा के ले जाता है, जो पुलिस की तैयारी करता है सैकुल, और एक पेपर उसने पास भी कर लिया और उसको ले जाके वहाँ जाके मार देते हैं. जब मार देते हैं तो हम यहाँ से जाते हैं और वहाँ वही तानाशाही वाला रौब देखते हैं उनको कि भाई पुलिस की वर्दी में चोर भी आते हैं, लोकल वर्दी पहन के चोर भी आते हैं. क्योंकि अगर हमारा स्थायी थाना है, पुलिस ओरिजिनल है, तो जनाब वो स्थायी थाने को इत्तला करके आएगा. तो इसलिए हमने कहा अगर स्थायी थाने की इत्तला करके नहीं आए, हो सकता है चोरी हूँ, डकैती हूँ, हो सकता है कोई लूट खसोट करने वाले हूँ सादा वर्दी में. अच्छा, इसलिए वो कहा.
लेकिन अगर कोई आपके यहाँ आता है, अनआइडेंटिफाइड आदमी भी है, मान लेते हैं, लेकिन उसको मारना पीटना क्या सही रहेगा?
देखो जी, मारना पीटना बिल्कुल भी सही नहीं है, लेकिन हम रोज़ रोज़ शिकार हो रहे हैं, रोज़ रोज़ हमारे साथ में वारदातें हो रही हैं, घटना हो रही हैं. तो हम इस हिसाब से कह रहे हैं कि भाई सावधान रहें, सतर्क रहें. और ये नहीं कि मेरा जो बयान है उसको कल मैंने टीवी पे देखा था, जोड़ा जा रहा है नूह वाली घटना से. मैं इसका खंडन करता हूँ बिल्कुल.
Trademark defense, denials and justifications of social media incendiaries. When prodded further, Mohammad Jabir revealed his personal grudges with Monu Manesar, the man under investigation for the murder of his cousins from Bharatpur in Rajasthan.
जो आपने बोला वो इस तरीके से था कि वो प्रोवोकेटिव था, भड़काऊ था, इंस्टिगेट कर रहा था, लोगों को उत्तेजित कर रहा था कि पुलिस के खिलाफ आपको लड़ना है. और आपकी शिकायत मोनू मानेसर से भी है.
उससे तो जी सबसे पहले शिकायत है. मेरे भाइयों का कातिल वही है, मेरे भाइयों को जिंदा उसी ने जलाया है. गोपालगढ़ से उठा के फिरोजपुर सियाई है उसके साथ में थी और वहाँ लोहारू के जंगल में जाके जलाया. तो मेरे भाइयों को किसने जलाया? मोनू मानेसर 302 का मुलजिम है, उससे तो सबसे पहले शिकायत है.
आप जाबिर, ऐसा लगता है कि आपका कानून से भरोसा उठ गया?
सर भरोसा इसलिए उठ गया, मेरे दो भाई जो जलाए थे, अगर कानून होता तो बजरंग दल वालों को किसने अनुमति दी है जलाने के लिए? आप बताइए मुझे.
नहीं, उसमें लोग पकड़े गए हैं.
नहीं सर, पकड़े गए 3 मुलजिम पकड़े गए. अभी कितने पकड़े गए? 3 मुलजिम पकड़े गए. मैन मुलजिम है जो मास्टरमाइंड है, मैन जो मारने वाला है, जलाने वाला है, वो अभी भी खुला घूम रहा है और फिर चैलेंज दे रहा है कि मैं आ रहा हूँ, तुम्हारा दामाद आ रहा है, तुम तैयार रहना. इस पर अंकुश लगता तो शायद आज मेरा मेवात बच जाता जलने से.
Social media turns into a battleground through the smokescreen of personal vendettas. Grudges fuel the fires of intolerance. With Nitin Jain, Bureau Report, India Today.
So what can India do? India can act against instigators like Jabir, like Bittu Bajrangi and the others who are all pouring social media poison for days together before the riots happened. But what does India have in terms of options to act against? Let's put those visuals on our screen as quickly as possible. Against people like Ehsan Mewati, Pakistani. What can the Indian government do against people like him who are sitting pretty in Pakistan? Jitin Jain, cybersecurity expert, Vikram Singh, former Director General of Police of Uttar Pradesh, both with me. Let's get a perspective. Jitin, first to you. This was not just some random YouTuber. This was a guy who had, alarmingly accurate ground inputs and information. He was live streaming information before, during the riots. He acted as an instigator, and then he was practically covering the riot live in terms of, capturing what was going on, revealing details about where the police were, etc. This is a man who was, more than just someone who was looking for likes and shares.
No, I mean, you're perfectly right. See, this is not the first time. This is what happened in Delhi riots. This is what was happening during the farmer riots. This is what is happening in Mewat now. I mean, thank God you have put out the IP address details and location details of this guy. Otherwise, I'm sure, some liberals on the show would have been claiming that the Modi government is shutting down some freelance journalist who has got 145,000 viewership. So this is what has been happening. I mean, we saw government trying to ban 1,300 odd accounts which are operated out of Pakistan, spreading venom propaganda and creating religious tensions in India during farmer protest. And out of 5 million people who were speaking against the government decided to ban 1,300 odd suspicious accounts. And the people say that, look, government is trying to stifle the free voice, free speech, banning some free journalists. I mean, every YouTuber sitting out of Pakistan working on the paid roles of ISPA today in terms of our liberal media has become a freelance journalist. I mean, if government tries to say that, okay, if you're running let's say, online news portal, please tell us who are you, who is the responsible person, please register the main administrator or the owner of this portal with the government. I mean, there's a hue and cry. I mean, tell me which mainstream media publication would want to hide the editor or owner of that publication?
Yeah.
I mean, anybody doing genuine, responsible journalism would always reveal their face. I mean, we have become a banana republic. Any attempt to curb fake news, any attempt to do fact check, any attempt to fight disinformation, any attempt to fight propaganda has been met with resistance from the liberal community or the political opposition parties. The problem is that we have failed to realize that India is at a perpetual war with ISPR.
Yeah.
It is not these 30, 50 odd terrorists Pakistan sends every month which get killed in the valley. It is thousands of people. ISPR is brainwashing every month, radicalizing every month. So
no, this is very true. Pakistan may be at a historic low right now, but that doesn't mean that its war with India is going to soften at any stretch. Dr. Singh, apart from the ISPR, the ISI, etc., there is reason to believe that there is more to meet, more that meets the eye than just some random Pakistani YouTuber in the wilderness trying to harm India, because he was using 11 phones, 2 phones, 11 email addresses, 3 different locations, unusually accurate sense of what's happening on the ground. This has all the telltale signs of being an organized attack, sir.
Absolutely. I totally agree with Mr. Jatin Jain, and whatever has been mentioned by him. It is too simple. His educational qualifications and his dialect and accent show that he is basically illiterate, but he has in the payroll of the ISI trained and doctrined and trained very well to move around. You have exposed his game plan by giving his IP address and his geographical locations, because he was being supplied by video footages real time. They were supplied. The $1 million question is who supplied and how, and they were again recast and broadcast on from his IP address to give the impression that he was actually moving around Mewat. This insidious movement, and also the attempt to slow poison and create an element of fear, disinformation, fake news and deep fake news goes to show that ISI is eyeball deep in all the disturbances that happened. This is an eye-opener. I must compliment you for exposing this Mewati who claims to be a Mewati, yet he's a Pakistani. And if he's a Pakistani, and I'm sure he is a Pakistani, this game has to be exposed. Now, the legal options are that we need to take it up by the IT Act, as also I know Pakistan is going to do nothing, because Pakistan is as much complicit as Mewati himself.
Correct.
But what we can do is to identify the foot soldiers, identify them, nail them, and of course, we have a job to perform, and that job is to prevent spread of rumors and expose the likes as you had of Mewati and others.
Jitin, is there anything more that can happen apart from the IT Act, blocking, making sure that these YouTube videos get taken down, or is the only solution counterattacks?
No, of course you must block this, fake accounts. Obviously, you must take action. But I think on one last point, I disagree with Vikram Singh, sir. You see, लातों के भूत बातों से नहीं मानते. For a country which calls Hafiz Saeed as a peace-loving NGO worker, which disowns Kasab, will never act against these hate mongers which are working on their own payrolls. I think the only action is that we must expose the larger designs, the complete groups which are working on the payrolls.
It's a bigger conspiracy for sure.
And and expose Pakistan as a factory of coordinated disinformation and a worldwide religious hatred and radicalization factory of the world. I think Pakistan today is standing on a crossroad where in one hand एक भीख का कटोरा है, दूसरे हाथ में एक रिलीजियस हेट्रेड का एक डंडा लेके ये लोग घूम रहे हैं. And let me tell you, I think somewhere down the line, it is inertia of our own system. We have completely failed to counter this Pakistan-based information warfare. We have completely failed to educate our own society, our own political parties, that we must speak in one unanimous voice when it comes to this Pakistan propaganda. It is not about Hindu versus Muslim. It is purely Pakistan versus a stable, peaceful, peace-loving Indian society. And I think last point I want to make, I think we must give Pakistan a taste of its own medicine.
No, I agree.
That is
I completely agree with that, and I wanted to go back to Dr. Singh for another point, but unfortunately I'm told by my producers I'm out of time. However, we will take this discussion forward another time, maybe today or tomorrow. But all I want to say is what these findings basically suggest is that the Mewat issue has gone from being a law and order situation into an internal security, a potentially internal security situation that we need to look at very, very carefully, handled by an external adversary. Those are some of the implications of what we're talking about here. We'll keep a track of that story. Many other media channels forced to pick up the Ehsan Mewati story today as a result of India Today's investigation. We welcome that. Everyone should be covering the big story of the day. Thanks for watching 5 Live. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita Nandagopal comes up next. The police swing into action against the new hate posts. 3 social media accounts under the scanner for posts that fanned the riots. All about it next.
Six years in the making, and you made points in terms of the concerns. In these 6 years, there must have been God knows how many number of data leaks. And I want to ask you, what does this mean for the average user, given the reality that some of the biggest data sets that exist in India are with the government? Aadhaar, driving licenses, the voter card base, services that we use from the government, apart from telecom, for example, railway ticketing. I could go on, and these data sets exist within the public sector domain. Explain to our viewers, does the exemption for government entities play out on such examples, and how will it work? Because, you know, the point also is that while there is a lot of social media usage, it is optional. You could switch off your social media accounts and live happily, but you can't get away from possessing all the various government IDs. That is with you from birth to death, Pratik.
Yeah, so I think, again, that's where the exemption bit comes in the sense that they still have to notify the instrumentalities which will be exempt. So at this point, it isn't clear which of these, will be exempt from, the conditions that are imposed on data fiduciaries. But that's where the concern remains, in the sense.
But Pratik, may I interrupt you? If all of this is to be exempt, and I take your point that the final word on that has not been said in terms of specific exemptions, but if all of this is exempt, then what is even sought to be protected?
Yeah, no, that's the point. So in the scenario where all of this is exempt, then you essentially have a bill that maybe only applies to the private entities, right? Which also with limitations, because again there's the ability to provide exemptions to them as well in certain scenarios, also not to be determined at this stage, right? So as you pointed out, in the Indian context, a lot of our data is already with the state, right? A lot of this information is already a part of a breach somewhere. Already, folks already have access to it, which is why you're seeing cybercrime campaigns are becoming more and more sophisticated. Their operations are becoming more and more sophisticated. They are potentially able to build richer profiles of people for social engineering kind of attacks as well, right? So that question remains. And the bill also broadly then says that look, you have to retain data for lawful purposes, and this varies based on different things, right? I believe in the banking sector, you have to keep transaction information for 10 years, right? Or if you go back to the certain directions from last year, which required retention of user logs for 6 months, and in some cases, customer information for 5 years,
Right.
until after subscribe this, after they stop
Right.
subscribing to the service. What happens to the right to erasure in that case, right? I may
Right.
exercise my right to delete this information, but neither the government nor the private entity will remove that, because they are required by other laws.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. We'll be running you through all the top stories. There's an interesting fight that's breaking out between the AAP and the Congress. And this comes just a day after Home Minister Amit Shah said that the India alliance would break apart and AAP would leave in lieu of the Delhi Ordinance Bill voting not going in their favour in Parliament. We'll get you details of exactly what's playing out between the AAP and Congress. The headlines first. Big win for Rahul Gandhi. Supreme Court puts Rahul's conviction in 2019 defamation case on hold. Rahul hails order, says truth always triumphs.
कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है, मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
All eyes now on Lok Sabha Speaker. Congress asks Om Birla to restore Rahul as MP immediately. Birla awaits Supreme Court order copy. Big win for Hindu side in Gyanvapi fight. Supreme Court allows ASI survey to go ahead, orders no excavation at the mosque complex. Cops swing into action against new hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for posts that fanned riots. Over 2,300 videos from July 31st under scanner. India Today grills hate-monger Bittu, exposed by India Today. Bajrangi Defiant defends his videos that triggered the riots. And after India Today tracked down the rioters' den in the Aravalli Mountains, cops probed the hills after our expose. There's a fight that's playing out between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress on Twitter, and this is between Karnataka Congress leader Dinesh Gundu Rao and his visit to the national capital. The India allies are now locked in an open fight. Gundu Rao took to social media to talk about his visit to a Mohalla clinic, and as you see on your screens there, he was escorted by the Aam Aadmi Party, he was escorted by the Delhi government, and yet took a taunt on social media saying these clinics are overhyped, they're overrated, we have better healthcare services in Karnataka. He then said also that he was very disappointed. And this came just about an hour after you had Arvind Kejriwal welcoming Dinesh Gundu Rao, saying that it's nice to see that so many states are taking lessons from our healthcare model. But now you have Gundu Rao taking to social media to openly criticize. Let's get your reactions coming in.
दिल्ली का जो मोहल्ला क्लिनिक है वो उसके बारे में हमको बहुत जानकारी पहले है, and I wanted to see for myself and also discuss how the Delhi government is implementing their health policies. जैसे हमारे मिनिस्टर साहब सौरभ जी ने बोले कि हर स्टेट में अलग-अलग होते हैं और even in the south, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, our health has always been a priority for all of us, the health sector, and every state has got something good to learn from, and I wanted to see the Mohalla clinic because we have also got something similar in Karnataka also. We call it Namma clinic, and I wanted to see how we can improve our system, learn from this system.
Okay, so Dinesh Gundu Rao has made a Namak clinic versus Mohalla clinic, but obviously there'll be questions about how the India alliance really stays intact with these kind of comments being put out on social media. Preeti Chaudhary is with us here in the newsroom. Preeti, good evening. Are you really surprised seeing this kind of a taunt from Dinesh Gundu Rao? Because you also were telling me earlier that the Congress constantly does this with the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, it's interesting because even though they're in alliance together where India is concerned, Akshata, the sniping is going to go on. And that primarily, goes on to reflect the fact that it's an inorganic alliance. The reason why their inception and where the Aam Aadmi Party is today is because it's taken the space ceded by the Congress. How did it come to power in the national capital? Well, it came to power in the capital by displacing the Sheila Dikshit government, by displacing the Congress. In Punjab, if the Congress has come to power, if the Aam Aadmi Party has come to power, it's displaced the Congress Party. It's looking to make forays into other states like Haryana, where the Congress is the primary opposition right now, and at one point of time the Congress had back-to-back governments in states like that. So this is well but expected, Akshata. I'll give you a little bit more context. With what we saw, the likes of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary make a spirited defense of what the Aam Aadmi Party stand was on the Delhi service bill. But on the sidelines of it, if you saw what happened where the Delhi unit was concerned, you had the likes of Ajay Markan making it very clear that the Congress should not be supporting the Aam Aadmi Party, especially where the Delhi Services Bill was concerned. So it's interesting because you'll have states unit playing out against the national ambitions of the alliance in either way. One can expect this to happen state on state. There are elections coming in the next 3 months. The Aam Aadmi Party hopes to make forays into Madhya Pradesh, into Rajasthan. Then what? Because you look at the Congress. The Aam Aadmi Party is going to eye the Congress's position. In Karnataka, what happened? Interesting. The Aam Aadmi Party, though, lost deposit in all of its seats which it contested on, but it did try and poach not just cadre but leadership of the Congress. You have a Brijesh Kadappa right now from the Congress who is with the Aam Aadmi Party.
The AAP space, essentially.
Yes, the AAP space in Karnataka. So it's bound to happen, and it will happen in days to come. But I don't see I don't see the alliance go anywhere, because it's an alliance not so much of ideology. Like I said, it's an inorganic alliance, but it's the hour of the need, and both parties understand that.
Well, interestingly, the optics definitely don't augur well right here. Thanks very much, Preeti, for joining us with that interesting perspective. The AAP has reacted now. I want to bring in Rahul Gautam on this. Rahul, tell me how the Aam Aadmi Party is reacting to Dinesh Gundu Rao's tweet there. They're highlighting a comment which we played out just earlier, where Dinesh Gundu Rao is seemingly praising the Mohalla clinic in front of Saurabh Bharadwaj, and then behind his back tweeted that. Okay, I'll reconnect with Rahul Gautam in just a bit. AAP MLA Naresh Balyan has also now hit back at Dinesh Gundu Rao. He's tweeted out a bit from Dinesh Gundu Rao's comment, which we played out for you earlier as well, where Gundu Rao was praising the Mohalla clinics, and this was right after his visit. And then it looks like a few hours later, he had a change of mind, decided that he's going to go ahead and speak what he truly felt about visiting the Mohalla clinics. And that's why Dinesh Gundu Rao went ahead and said that, he found it rather disappointing. And what's ironic and really, kind of sinks this in is the fact that you had Arvind Kejriwal just about an hour before that welcoming Dinesh Gundu Rao, saying it's great that we're able to, show our healthcare model and that states are able to learn from it. Rahul Gautam is back with me. Rahul, run us through AAP's reaction to Dinesh Gundu Rao's tweet there. It's extremely embarrassing for AAP.
Well, Aam Aadmi Party is certainly not impressed with the tweet of Karnataka Health Minister Mr. Dinesh Gundu Rao. In fact, one of the MLAs and leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Naresh Balyan, has now hit out at Congress leaders, saying that even the world leaders have already acknowledged the success story of Mohalla clinics. And in fact, Naresh Balyan also said that in coming days, you're going to see more and more facilities being added to Delhi Mohalla clinics. Now, obviously, this might start a war of words between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party, given the fact that both are trying to get more of a hold, as far as turf is concerned. We all know that Aam Aadmi Party had contested, assembly polls in Karnataka, that was recently over, and at that point of time, Congress Party was one of the main competitors as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. So obviously, you can say this is an attempt on the part of Karnataka state leadership to keep.
But then, Rahul, thanks for joining us with your input. The reality, however, is that whatever differences were there, Arvind Kejriwal made it a point to ensure that he sent one of his top ministers to accompany Dinesh Gundu Rao. Saurabh Bharadwaj, you see, is with Dinesh Gundu Rao in that particular visit, ensuring that he was there to show off the Mohalla clinic structure, only for Dinesh Gundu Rao then to turn around and say, hey, it was pretty disappointing. So we'll see how this plays out, but clearly at this point, AAP is not impressed. Will they put pressure on the Congress to tell Gundu Rao to back off, to delete that tweet? We'll have to wait and watch. And let's switch focus to the aftermath of the riots in Haryana. The administration promised that they would crack down on every single rioter. And what you're seeing is the UP's bulldozer model now playing out in Haryana as well. These are images that we're showing to you from Nuh, which was in the epicenter of the riot. Bulldozers are bringing down illegal encroachments and cracking down on many of the people, the rioters and infiltrators, remember, who were identified as being a part of that riot. Let's get you a report by Himanshu Mishra.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं नल्हड़ मंदिर के पास, पहाड़ी के ठीक एकदम बगल में, और आप ये देखिए यहाँ पर 1, 2, 3 बुलडोजर चल रहे हैं और जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उनको हटाया जा रहा है। एकदम पहाड़ी के पास ये कंस्ट्रक्शन बनाया गया था। आप देखिए यहाँ पर किस तरीके से ये पक्का कंस्ट्रक्शन था जिसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। आगे लेके चलता हूँ आपको दूसरा, ये देखिए बुलडोजर 1, अब ये बुलडोजर नंबर 2 दिखाता हूँ। ये देखिए ये अंदर घुसा हुआ है और वो पूरा इलाका जो है, जो पूरा इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन था उसे यहाँ पर तोड़ा जा रहा है। आप ये देखिए पूरी तरीके से, दरअसल ये पूरा एक छोटा गांव यहाँ पर बसा दिया गया था और पूरा जो छोटा गांव था वो सरकारी ज़मीन पे बना हुआ था। अब आपको हम दिखाते हैं, ये देखिए ये तीसरा, आप देखिए पूरी झुग्गियाँ बनी हुई थी, कुछ पक्के मकान बने हुए थे और देखिए पूरा यहाँ पे आपको गृहस्थी का सामान दिखेगा पूरी तरीके से। आप देखिए और आसपास वो देखिए दूर वहाँ पर पुलिस की मौजूदगी है। दूसरी तरफ हम दिखाते हैं, यहाँ पर आप देखिए पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवानों की तैनाती है। दरअसल पूरी सुरक्षा के साथ इसे यहाँ पर जो ये कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। पुलिस अब यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से एक्शन में है। पुलिस का कहना है कि जो भी अनाधिकृत कब्जे हैं उसे खाली कराया जा रहा है और इसकी रिपोर्ट पहले से ही पुलिस के पास मौजूद थी, प्रशासन के पास मौजूद था। आप देखिए जो पक्के कंस्ट्रक्शन है उन्हें भी पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पर तोड़ा जा रहा है। लगातार ये कार्रवाई चल रही है। कल तावड़ू में हमने देखा था कि बुलडोजर, प्रशासन का बुलडोजर चला था। कैमरामैन लोकेंद्र पांडे के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, नूह आज तक।
And here on India Today, besides those ground reports, we've been getting you investigation after investigation exposing how this riot actually took place and who the guilty are. Now, in the latest investigative report that we put out, which showed you how many of these infiltrators and rioters were hiding in the Aravalli range, the cops and the administration has promised tough action. Now they're sifting through all of these hills to find where these rioters are and to crack down.
बैठे भाई फायरिंग कर रहे थे। ये देखो भाई फायरिंग।
Gunshots pierce through.
चारों तरफ से पहाड़ों से फायरिंग हो रही है, बहुत बुरा हाल है भाई।
Hails of stones came down like missiles from the hills in Nuh. India Today took the arduous journey to find out who seized the towering peaks to rain down bullets and stones on the July 31st Shobha Yatra by the VHP and Bajrang Dal. Now the surrounding Aravalli range is serving as the mountain refuge for residents of Nuh. They admitted that suspected rioters have mingled with innocent civilians, taking shelter in the hills over fears of mass arrest.
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी जो ना गए वो भी सब अपने इधर उधर है।
पुलिस आती है, उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछते तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
Rafiq is president of Noos Sarpanch Association, also admitted that young men from his village did participate in looting and rioting, and that they have all fled.
5-6-7 बच्चे हैं मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के, नहीं है मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के बच्चे, पूरे बच्चे हैं, एक ही बच्चे थे। मैं ऐसा नहीं तुमको रोकूंगा, तुम कहूँगा नहीं, मैं पैर भी करूँगा, आगे चल के दूंगा उनको। ये 5-7 बच्चे लूटपाट में या दंगे हैं? लूटपाट में या दंगे? नहीं, इसमें झगड़े में हैं। वो लोग अभी हैं, मुलाकात किसी से हो सकती है ऐसे ही नाम में? नहीं हो सकती, वो तो निकल लिए सब। किस उम्र के बच्चे हैं? वो तो उनकी उम्र 25-25, 20-20 साल की, 18 साल की, 22 साल की, इस तरीके से। बाइक के जो लूट खिलाई गई, हाँ उनमें मेरे गाँव के 2-3 बच्चे, जो चीज़ है 2-3 बच्चे बाइकों में हैं, बाकी दंगे में 5-6-7 बच्चे हैं जो मेरे गांव में।
Exclusive report revealed a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravali Hills.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ, ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
India today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery, stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights, a hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown, and a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. As the drone soared, it captured the scale of this makeshift exodus. Among these, elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
आपकी गाड़ी देखी, लोग छुप गए पहाड़ में, पुलिस आ गई। 3 दिन से इसी तरह बिल्कुल अलर्ट कर देते हैं और दुबक जाते हैं, छिप जाते हैं, खाना भी नहीं खाते पुलिस के डर से।
India Today's enterprising team of reporters reached the hideouts even before the police did. The investigators have taken note and assured a probe into those hiding in the hills. The police say they are gathering scientific evidence to nail the criminals. With suspects mingling with villagers, it will be a challenge for the Haryana police to sift out the guilty from the mass of villagers sheltering in the Aravali peaks. Bureau Report, India Today.
We'll continue getting you more such reports on who is responsible and who's to blame for the Haryana violence. I'm slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, a news break from Andhra Pradesh of violence that's broken out as clashes were reported between TDP and YSRCP workers. Those images coming your way in just a bit.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में। कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the Noor nightmare, live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ, ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई ग्वालन हम तो प्राण लो
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए
हाँ
क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे
हाँ
अच्छा, और भी लोग हैं ऊपर?
हाँ।
We deploy a drone. India today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery, stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers. Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Oja in Noor, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's get you breaking news that's coming in from Andhra's Puganuru, where you had, in fact, Chandrababu Naidu, former Chief Minister, TDP chief, holding a rally that turned quickly violent because of clashes that broke out between TDP and YSRCP workers. This happened in Puganuru, and you can see also that Chandrababu Naidu was there when suddenly the violence broke out. Largely incidents of stone pelting that were reported, but because of these clashes, it's suspected that there were multiple casualties as well. The police immediately stepped in, but really struggled to control the crowd. What triggered this kind of violence remains a big question, but you see on the left of your screens Chandrababu Naidu standing atop a vehicle, and people gathered there trying to, in fact, control the violence. The security also trying to protect him to ensure that none of the stones being pelted actually hits him. Apurva Jayachandran is joining us with more details on this. Apurva, tell us what really happened. Do we have any details right now with casualties?
Well, Akshita, what we do know is Chandrababu Naidu was on his tour today, and he was in fact in Punganuru when this incident happened. What we can ascertained from this incident is that there was a clash that erupted between TDP and YCP supporters, in which there was stone pelting also reported. This came at the time when Chandrababu Naidu was in fact making his speech addressing the public that had gathered there, in Pugaluru, and this is when this massive clash took place. Heavy police deployment right now in Pugaluru, even as these stone pelting and clashes have been reported. Several people have also been injured, is what we are getting to know. After speaking with, the SP there, what we are hearing is that this happened after there had been speeches made by Chandrababu Naidu, and allegedly TDP volunteers and YCP volunteers had got in, word of words with each other, which then caused the stone pelting incident to take place. This is the preliminary information that we have so far. Several of them have also been reported injured previously in this accident and the stone pelting that occurred in Pugaluru as well. We're still awaiting more information on this accident.
Okay, we understand Chandrababu Naidu was unhurt in these clashes, but there are several other workers from both sides who've been hurt. You see the kind of vandalism, the stone pelting that was reported as violence broke out. Thanks, Apurva, for joining us with those details. We'll, of course, keep a track on all the updates that come in on that big story from Andhra Pradesh. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll be joining you same time come Monday.
Power star Pawan Kalyan's latest film Bro hasn't had the best run at the box office. But it's created a huge buzz in political circles. The Tollywood superstar, who has been juggling his films and political career, is now in a soup as his political rivals have used his latest film to fire a political taunt. The YSRCP has levelled a sensational black money allegation against the power star, claiming Pawan Kalyan's film has been funded with black money collected by none other than Kalyan's good friend Chandrababu Naidu.
Vishwaprasad TJ garu ee rakanga black money ni white money ga chesi సినిమాల ద్వారా తీసుకొచ్చి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్కి ప్యాకేజీల రూపంలో ఇచ్చేటటువంటి ఒక కుట్రపూరితమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితులు కూడా కనిపిస్తా ఉన్నాయి. దీని మీద కూడా
The YSRCP minister Ambati Rambabu's comments has set off a political storm in Andhra Pradesh with his twin attack on the Janasena chief and the TDP. Seeing red over Chandrababu Naidu's name being dragged into the row, TDP has demanded answers from the YSRCP on the basis of these allegations.
Stop making these baseless allegations and stop making such funny comments on movies. Answer our questions, answer about the corruption that is happening in your department in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
YSRCP has been levelling corruption allegations repeatedly against Naidu and Kalyan, both of whom have been extremely vocal about their friendship, with images repeatedly showing their closeness. This latest attack is sure to heat up the political tussle between Chief Minister Jagan and Pawan Kalyan, who have been resorted to personal, below-the-belt comments to target one another. While power star Pawan Kalyan has been mum on the allegations levelled by YSRCP, this latest charge is sure to heat up the Andhra poll battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to our special program, Road to the World Cup with me, Nikhil Naz. Now, the big event in cricket is, of course, the 50-over World Cup. We're still 2 months away from that, but in the series of program that we're doing here on India Today, we're building up in terms of the team combination. Where does the Indian team stand right now? That is what we try and assess ahead of that big cricket World Cup. That, of course, is the 50-over World Cup. What India was playing yesterday was a T20 game. That's the game that we'll analyze. But at the end of the day, this is a white ball format, and performances in T20 will also play a major role when it comes to selecting the ODI team. Vimal Kumar, a senior cricket journalist, will also join us live from Trinidad. That's where that T20 game was played. He will tell us about what was the thought process of the team combination that India went in with resulted in a loss. But let's first look at the highlights. Now, after losing the ODI series, West Indies made a strong start to the 5-match T20I series against India. The hosts put up a brilliant overall performance to brush aside Hardik Pandya's new-look Indian side in the first T20 international. Now, India fell short by 4 runs in a chase of 150 as their batting order failed to negotiate with some smart bowling from the host. Here's how the match played out.
Rahul Pal had no hesitation in opting to bat first after winning the toss at the Brian Lara Stadium in Tarouba. The Windies started aggressively. Brandon King was the aggressor between the two openers as he scored boundaries at will.
Wonderful strike. Chance to operate.
India were facing the music and Yuzi Chahal was brought into the attack for damage control. Yuzi struck on the very first ball as Kyle Mayers missed the sweep.
Goes up with confidence.
Yuzi struck again in the same over and his victim this time was Brandon King.
Confident appeal. There he goes.
Nicholas Pooran ensured that the Windies did not lose momentum. He pummeled the Indian bowlers and raced to 41. But he found the fielder in the deep and India had the wicket they needed. The visitors had the chance to get rid of Rahul Pal, but Yuzi Chahal dropped the catch at extra cover. Pal made the most of the reprieve and tonged a few big ones.
49.
The Windies couldn't get the late flourish they hoped for and finished with 149 on the board. There wasn't much scoreboard pressure, but Shubman Gill lost his wicket while trying to take the attack to Akil Hussain. Surya Kumar Yadav came to the middle and settled the nerves with some fine strokes. India lost their second opener when Ishan Kishan tried to clear the man at mid-on. India's pushback was led by Tilak Verma, who was impressive with some of his strokes on debut. The hosts, though, weren't going to let India settle as both Surya and Tilak were dismissed in quick succession. The visitors were further pegged back when they lost the captain. A ball later, there was confusion in the middle, which led to a Sanju Samson run-out.
सीधा स्टंप पर निशाना.
India needed 10 of the final over, but they fell short of the target. The Windies are now 1-0 up in the 5-match series. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Now, if you take a look at that match very closely, you'll realize that India dominated that game. Out of the 40 overs that were played, for majority of the time, the Indian team were the dominant team. At a situation where you needed just 37 runs of 29 balls, your captain still on the crease, you thought India would win. From there on, it reached to 10 needed of the final over, still a position where most teams would win. It didn't happen for India. And those are the questions that were asked of the Indian captain Hardik Pandya. This is what he had to say at the end of the game.
Not really. I think we were right in the chase, and to be very honest, quite comfortable there. Obviously, we made some errors, and which kind of costed us the game, but which is fine. You know, a young team will make mistakes, and you know, all will grow together. And if you see throughout the game, we were quite in control of the game, and which is something which was a positive in this game. And you know, good 4 games coming ahead.
Okay, you heard it from the Indian captain Hardik Pandya. Let's take you across live to Trinidad. Vimal Kumar, cricket journalist, joins us live from there. He kept a very close watch on the entire proceedings. Listening to Hardik Pandya, Vimal, after that loss, doesn't seem like he is very worried. But most fans would say this is that young, new look Indian team that will be playing the T20 World Cup in a few months' time from now. And that World Cup, interestingly, will be played in the US of A as well as West Indies. Similar conditions you're going to get. Slow pitches as we saw in this game. Should the Indian team be worried, or do you think, no, after this loss, they're looking at the rest of the series, rest assured that they're going to bounce back?
Thanks, Nikhil, once again for having me on India Today television. Yeah, I won't say panic. In fact, rather I was really surprised. It was a close match, and when Team India lost, I thought Hardik Pandya, the new captain, might be upset. But contrary to that, once Hardik addressed the customary post-match presentation, after that he was, you know, indulged in some fun moments with the local crowd. A lot of Gujarati fans were there in the stands, and he obliged them with autographs, photographs, you know, joking around. He was just being Hardik Pandya, normal cricketer, not you know, behaving like a captain of an Indian team or something like he has just lost a match and very disappointed. Yes, he must have been disappointed. Everyone wants to take a 1-0 lead in a 5-match series, but he knows that. It was close, despite not playing their best cricket, despite perhaps not having the best combination. They still you know, managed to almost, it could have gone either way, the last ball 6. So I think the mood in the camp is not that of panic. Perhaps there is a realization they need to play even better, you know, because West Indies is certainly a better T20 team than they are a test team or ODI team. So maybe some lessons must have been learned, and we can see a quick turnaround in a just day's time.
Right. You make a valid point there, Vimal. The West Indies T20 team are no pushovers. You know that in this format, they can be quite competitive. So the Indian team had their task cut out. But stay on with us. We'll come back to you with a couple more questions. Meanwhile, India now are a team in transition when it comes to the shortest format of the game. The result did not go India's way when they tried a new look playing 11. Here are some of the things that went wrong for the men in blue, which resulted in them trailing in this series 1-0.
India's playing 11 caught everyone's attention because India did the odd thing by going with 3 spinners, meaning that India's last recognized batter came in at number 7. The team fell short by a margin of just 4 runs. An extra batter in the lineup could perhaps have changed the result.
Just one again. No, they'll come back for 2. There'll be a run out.
चीज़ हमेशा मैच के बाद आती है कि क्या टीम में कुछ चेंज हो सकता था कि नहीं, लेकिन जिस 11 से हम खेले हैं, हमें पूरा भरोसा था कि हम ये मैच जीत सकते हैं और हम एनी डे अपनी टीम को बैक करते हैं. जो भी टीम वो 11 जो बनती है उसको बैक करते हैं, चाहे उसमें 6 बॉलर हो, चाहे उसमें 9 बॉलर हो, वो मैटर नहीं करता. जिस 11 को हमने फील्ड पे खिलाया है वो एक दूसरे को बैक कर देंगे, वो कहीं से भी वो मैच को जिता सकते हैं.
Dropped catches often cost a team dearly, and that's exactly what happened on the day. Team India dropped not one, but 2 catches. Rovman Pal was given a reprieve when Shubman Gill could not hang on to the catch. A tough chance, but a missed opportunity nonetheless. The easier chance went to Yuzi Chahal, who dropped a straight one while fielding at extra cover. A regulation catch which should have been taken. Team India were also guilty of poor shot selection. Both the Indian openers gave away their wicket while going for attacking shots, even when there was no scoreboard pressure. The Indian captain also missed a trick by not bowling out Yuzi Chahal's full quota of overs. This after Yuzi had already given India 2 wickets in his first over. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Right, plenty of questions after India's loss to West Indies in that first T20. I will take you back to Trinidad. Vimal Kumar is still with us. Vimal, our program as such, Road to the World Cup, we are focusing on, of course, the 50-over World Cup. But we here believe that the performances in this T20 format might influence the selection in the ODI World Cup too. What do you reckon the team management is thinking? Is the team management also taking a closer look at T20 performances? Some players are being tested, the likes of Surya Kumar Yadav, Sanju Samson, Ishan Kishan. Will these performances in T20, in that sense, be looked at when you're selecting the ODI World Cup team? Is the management seeing it this way?
Generally we don't see like the T20 teams are different, ODI teams are different, different personnel. But I think in this particular series, especially the team which is playing in West Indies, the reason is that, there are not too many months away from ODI World Cup. And since the likes of KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer being injured, and that the likes of Surya Kumar Yadav and Sanju Samson, they are in contention. And even maybe, who knows, someone like Arshdeep Singh, who has done well in T20 format and is being seen as a good test bowler. So you never know, with so much injury happening, so much cricket is going to be played in the over next few months. These are T20 players who have a good body of work, good fitness. They can push their case.
Okay, Vimal, stay on with us. Still a little bit more to come with Vimal from Trinidad. Meanwhile, it was a landmark moment for the Indian team, that last game. Yes, the result didn't quite turn the way that they would have wanted, but this was also India's 200th T20I game. And this is how their record stands overall. They've won 127 of the 200 played. They've lost 64, they've tied 4, and you've had 4 no results, 5 no results, I beg your pardon. So overall, if you take a look at that record, it's a pretty impressive record when it comes to T20Is. Now, going back to when they played their first T20I, that was 1st of December in 2006 versus South Africa. I was lucky enough to be there at the ground witnessing that historical game. India ended up winning that game. Then their 50th was versus Australia on March the 3rd in 2014. That also India won. 100th was versus Ireland on June the 27th, 2018. That also India won. 150th versus Namibia. That was on November the 11th, which India won once again. So this is the first loss as such when it comes to these landmark games. The 200 game that India played versus West Indies, they ended up on the losing side. Now, what has the performance been like of individual players? Highest runs for India in that period, no surprise, Virat Kohli with 4,008 runs. Highest wicket taker is Yuzi Chahal. He picked up 2 wickets yesterday as well. Most 50s, no surprise, once again, goes to Virat Kohli. 37 50s is what he's got at that time. Most 100s, Rohit Sharma, he's got 400s in T20 internationals. Okay, final question to you, Vimal, before we let you go. There were a few questions about India's playing 11 in this game, primarily because your batting order finished at number 7. From 8, you have the tail. Many think that in this sort of a format, you need enough batters, even at number 8 and 9. You need a lot of all-rounders. That wasn't the case for India. Do you foresee a few changes in the playing 11 for the next T20?
Well, I think India will not panic just after one loss. I think that there will not be too many changes. But yes, they must have realized there were too many bowlers. Obviously, there were a lot of bowling options, but at the same time, because lack of experience in this T20 lineup, I think they would like to bolster the batting lineup as well. So that is one thing I see, one change, at least one batsman coming in, and probably I think since as we are talking, Team India is about to check out from the hotel in just few minutes time, and they will be reaching airport, and maybe in 3 hours time they will be in Guyana. Today is the traveling day, they will not be going to the stadium or have a look at the pitch, but tomorrow I'm sure once they go to the Guyana's the stadium Providence, and then they will have a look at it, because in these islands all the pitches are different, weather is different, so sometimes depending on the pitches, the dimensions, especially more so in T20 cricket, the team combination changes. So maybe not just necessarily because of this loss, maybe because of the dimension of the ground, maybe because of the pitch, the nature of the pitch. So we might see some changes, Nikhila. At least one change I can see that, because we all know that if India loses the second game, it will be very tough to make a comeback against this West Indian side in their home conditions.
All right, Vimal, thank you so much for joining us with those latest updates from Trinidad. As he said, conditions will be very, very different going forward as well. We saw a very slow pitch in Trinidad. That may not be the case going forward in the other games. There is still a little bit more from the world of sports that is happening at the moment. One of that is with regards to KL Rahul in a big boost for the Indian cricket team. KL Rahul is likely to be fit and available for selection for upcoming Asia Cup. Now, this is via a report published in the Times of India that suggests that KL has been training well and his sessions focused both on batting and wicket keeping. KL's return to the Indian cricket team could end the team management's pursuit of finding a replacement for him. Meanwhile, the Indian players have been fined by the ICC for maintaining a slow over rate in the first T20I. India were fined 5% of their match fee for failing 1 over short of the minimum over rate. The opposition players also had to give up to 10% of their match fees, as both sides could not complete the overs in stipulated time. The Royal Challengers Bangalore have appointed a new head coach, Andy Flower. The man who was last seen coaching the Lucknow Super Giants will now be with the Royal Challengers Bangalore. His appointment effectively means that the franchise have officially parted ways with Mike Hesson and Sanjay Bangar. Flower has a proven record as a coach, and he said that he's looking forward to taking RCB to new heights. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have on our special Road to the World Cup, but news updates continue on India Today after a short break.
India's Millennium City, with the third highest per capita income in India, is feeling the heat from the communal flames lit in noon. Gurugram, one of India's richest cities, is facing an exodus of its working class. Security guards, food delivery boys, cooks, maids in high-rise residential societies, migrant workers are leaving in droves. Litan Ali and his family are returning to West Bengal, from where he came to work as a driver here.
मैं तो एक खुद ड्राइवर हूँ मैम। मैं अपनी मैडम साहब को दिल्ली छोड़ने जाता हूँ, फिर आता हूँ। अब मैं अगर गांव चला गया तो मैडम साहब की बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी। मेरी साहब है हाई कोर्ट का वकील है, उसकी दिक्कत हो जाएगी। जब तक माहौल ठंडा ना हो तब तक कोई नहीं आने वाला है। सब कोई अपना अपना कुछ भी नहीं लेके गया मैम, इधर धमकी दे रहा है कि हम जला देंगे, ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे।
Many of them claim they were assaulted and now they fear for their lives.
ऐसे आ रहा था तो आदमी पकड़ के मारा, क्या करेंगे?
The fear is not limited to Muslims. Hindus are also packing their bags.
ये दिक्कत है कि माने सब लोग निकल गए, हम क्या करेंगे? पानी मिलेगा नहीं, लाइट मिलेगी नहीं, हम क्या करेंगे?
अच्छा,
हाँ,
इसलिए आप रूम चेंज कर?
जी जी।
तो यहाँ पे रहना सुरक्षित भी है इस वक्त?
नहीं, यहाँ तो कोई सुरक्षित नहीं है, हम बताए। कोई घटना हो जाए क्या होगी सुरक्षित, हम बताइए आप।
और परिवार आपका?
मेरा परिवार, मैं झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ, मैं प्रॉपर झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ, परिवार मेरा गांव में है।
Close to 200 to 300 people who lived in this 1,000-strong colony in Sector 70 have now fled for safety. Most of them going back to West Bengal, where they came from, fearing violence in the entire area. This is the aftermath of the violence in Nu and Mewat, where communities such as these are facing the brunt of whatever transpired in Mewat.
The family that used to live in this locked home has now moved to Aligarh, according to neighbors. Muslim businessmen in Sheetla colony in Sector 5 have also fled. The police are on alert in Gurugram. The Gurugram administration assures citizens situation is under control and there is no need to fear.
There are no major incident in Gurgaon except the Sector 57 incident. तो उनको बिल्कुल डरने की जरूरत नहीं है. प्रशासन अपना काम सख्ती से कर रहा है. नॉर्मलसी रिस्टोर हो रही है. जो लोग छोड़ के चले गए हैं, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट देम कि वो वापस आएं और वो सिचुएशन जैसी इन दंगों से पहले थी वैसे की वैसी जो है हो भी गई है, जल्दी हो भी जाएगी.
The violence that spread from Nu has hit the Gurugram's image. There are no winners in the cycle of hate. The Millennium City is learning the lesson the hard way. Or is it?
Ahead of Friday, of course, there is a palpable sense of fear within the Muslim community as well. And such colonies, they are not gated. So they require additional police protection in case something goes wrong. And which is why a lot of people have now decided to leave this particular area for safer zones, because unless that happens, the people are not going to feel safe enough. With Shailendra from Gurugram, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
This is a rare oasis of peace in Manipur. The orphanage run by Donjalal Haukip, a Kuki, and his wife Rebati Devi Haukip, a Methi, is in the foothills of Khetal Banbi. Here an imaginary line divides the Methi-dominated West Imphal and Kuki-dominated Kangpokpi. A line so far nobody has breached. The orphanage run by Emma Foundation is home to 18 children, and they come from all communities. The children haven't been to school since the ethnic clashes started.
How many of them have not been going to schools?
They all go to school.
No, the small younger one.
Yeah, they all go. Before the conflict, they all go.
Before the conflict?
Yeah.
And since the conflict?
Since the conflict, only the higher classes.
Only the higher classes.
They now learn the occasional lessons from Rebati Devi Haukip and spend time in their dormitory among their books. Initially, they are wary of the guests in their dorm.
पोएम आता है? जिंगल आता है? पोएम आता है कोई? पोएम किसने याद किया है?
Attempts at friendly chit-chat yield shy smiles. Then they opened up, like only kids can do. And when kids do that, how does one hold back? How Kip and Rebati don't have kids of their own. These children mean the world to them.
They love with peace and harmony.
Yeah, they love peace and harmony. We are trying our best to be a good citizens in the future.
By the time we got ready to leave, the children obliged us with a song.
While people are at war against each other in Manipur, there are few stories that could be a living example and motivation for the entire state that love can bring peace and harmony. Love can bring you together, and this is what is need of the hour in this state which is in conflict and which has become literally a war zone. In Manipur's this part, bringing this dispatch with Sanjay Kumar, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Warm welcome, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. A development happened today for the Congress Party and Rahul Gandhi that might change their Mission 2024. We're going to get you the details. Let me first take you through the headlines. Big win for Rahul Gandhi. Supreme Court puts Rahul's conviction in 2019 defamation case on hold. Rahul hails order, says truth always triumphs.
आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है, मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
All eyes now on Lok Sabha Speaker. Congress asks Om Birla to restore Rahul as MP immediately. Birla awaits Supreme Court order copy. Big win for Hindu side in the Gyanwapi fight. Supreme Court allows ASI survey to go ahead, orders no excavation at mosque complex. Bulldozers action begins in Haryana's new district. Writers' homes razed down. 3 social media accounts under scanner over posts that fanned riots. India Today grills hate monger Bittu. Exposed by India Today, Bajrangi is defiant, defends his videos that triggered the riot. After India Today tracks down writer's den in Aravalli Mountains, cops probe Aravalli Hills after India Today expose. All right, the big story that we are tracking today, decks have been cleared for the return of Rahul Gandhi to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Not just that, make his entry back into the parliament as well. All of this after the Supreme Court today stayed his conviction in the 2019 defamation case. Supreme Court verdict will allow offset Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as the Wayanad MP in a big boost for the opposition's alliance. Here's the full report.
Massive relief for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The Supreme Court on Friday stayed his conviction in the 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. A three-member bench of Justice B.R. Gavai, Justice Sanjay Kumar and Justice P.S. Narasimha noted that the Surat court did not specify the reason for awarding Rahul the maximum punishment in the defamation case. The top court observed that the ramifications of the lower court's verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting not just his rights but rights of his electorate too. The court, however, added that Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should use caution while making public speeches.
इसमें एक बड़ा रोचक वाक्य है एविडेंस वाले का कि मुझे राहुल गांधी के बद इरादे के बारे में कोई ज्ञान नहीं है, कोई संज्ञान नहीं है। ये लिखा है उन्होंने कंप्लेनेंट ने। तो हमने ये कहा कि जब ये है सिचुएशन तो आपको किसी रूप से ये कन्विक्शन स्टैंड नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारी दलील मानी गई, पूरी तरह से बहस दूसरी तरफ से भी हुई थी, इसलिए ये बहुत ही संतुलित ऑर्डर है। जैसा मैंने कहा, ये विजय है लोकतंत्र गणतंत्र की।
Celebrations erupted at Congress party offices across India soon after Rahul's conviction was stayed. The Supreme Court's decision now enables Rahul Gandhi to return as an MP. The Congress will petition the Speaker to reverse his disqualification. Rahul is now free to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
आज बड़ा खुशी का दिन हमको लगा कि डेमोक्रेसी की जीत हो गई, संविधान की जीत हो गई, सत्यमेव जयते जो हमारा नेशनल सिंबल के नीचे लिखा हुआ रहता है वो उसका जीत आज हुआ है।
The Congress leader hailed the verdict as the victory of truth.
आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मगर जो भी हो, मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
The Supreme Court's stay on Rahul's conviction will be in place till the disposal of the main appeal in the case, which is currently pending before the Surat Sessions Court.
इस कानूनी प्रक्रिया में हम इस सम्मानीय फैसले का स्वागत करते हैं और आने वाले दिन में जब अब सेशंस कोर्ट में ये मुकदमा हम चलने वाला है, वहाँ हमारी ओर से, समाज की ओर से कानूनी जंग जो है वो लड़ी जाएगी।
Rahul Gandhi! Congress leaders and workers across the country erupted in celebrations after the Supreme Court delivered its verdict.
While the Congress is celebrating the return of their Neta into the parliament, the BJP has seized upon the observation made by the Supreme Court that Gandhi, as a public functionary, as a senior leader, should have spoken with caution. Politics on the matter continues, but for now, legally, big relief for Rahul Gandhi as his appeal against his conviction continues in the Surat court. With Srishti Ojha and Kanu Sharda in New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
All right, let's get some political perspective on this. Joining me in the studio is our consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, has pure political analysis of what has really gone down today. Short-term wise, do you see Rahul Gandhi come in? Will we expect him to speak during the trust vote? Because the government will also be in a catch-22 situation of sorts. It took less than 24 hours to disqualify him. How quickly will we have him back?
Look, if you go by precedent, Mohammad Fazal, the Lakshadweep MP, was complaining that it took weeks, if not months, for him to be finally reinstated. He had to put a lot of pressure on the Lok Sabha Speaker's office before he was reinstated. Of course, he's not as prominent an MP as Rahul Gandhi was. So you would expect Rahul Gandhi to get reinstated. Whether he speaks in the confidence vote, one is unclear on. He may not speak. But I think let's be very clear about this, Preeti. This entire issue, which erupted in sometime in the month of March, now we are in August, has been to the benefit of Rahul Gandhi. It has projected him on the political center stage, given him the opportunity to almost suggest that he's been victimized, targeted, hounded, on a case which prima facie appeared a bit strange, that you sentence someone for 2 years for criminal defamation when you've never done it for over 100 years. So Rahul Gandhi was able to take on this case the moral high ground and give up his bungalow and say, look, I'm not into the trappings of power. Even today, if you read his tweet, it's about how I'm going to continue to fight for the idea of India. So I think it's given Rahul Gandhi a political cachet, no doubt. Having said that, now in the months ahead, I don't think disqualification is going to be a dominant issue anymore. Now it is what you're already into the run-up for 2024. So Rahul Gandhi will now have to really come up with an agenda that goes beyond victimization in any way and really focus on what can he offer the people of India in 2024. But for now, I would say, given also what the Supreme Court said, this has been a round for Rahul Gandhi and the Congress.
But I want to draw in from what you just said, Rajdeep. Do you see this as a double-edged sword for the Congress and Rahul Gandhi? Because we spoke of, ever since Rahul Gandhi was disqualified, there was a perception which he's never had earlier, also coming in from his Bharat Jodo Yatra, which was of sympathy. That this was a man who was possibly wronged, disqualified, given the harshest punishment, which we've never seen given before. And, with him going out, meeting traders, going on these little sojourns of his own, the photo opportunity of all of that. Do you think maybe the Congress could have done better to continue with that sympathy and perception?
No, honestly, I don't. Honestly, I think, look, at the end of the day, if you believe you've been wrongly disqualified, you've got to go to the courts. Or you've got to say, I'm renouncing parliamentary politics. If he chose to do that path, that I'm not going to get involved in parliamentary politics, that's an entirely different ball game. But otherwise, Preeti, I don't think he had much of an option. He had to go and challenge what the Surat court did. And having done that, it was almost inevitable that he would get a stay from the Supreme Court. Every lawyer you spoke to said that the case really didn't have that kind of strength in it for him to get 2 years sentencing. So, from all indications, the Congress has certainly benefited. Rahul Gandhi has benefited from this disqualification.
But what next? Rajdeep, may I just interrupt you? And I'm going to do it because we're just getting into news break that's just coming in now. That's the inside scoop on Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha membership. What we are given to understand from the Lok Sabha Secretariat, because right now his reinstatement lies with the Secretariat, and sources tell us that Rahul Gandhi can be part of the no-confidence debate. In all probability, Rahul Gandhi could lead the no-confidence motion next week. Do you see him leading? There's a question mark on that, I feel, but being a part of it, possibly yes, because now questions would be asked. It took you 24 hours to disqualify him. Will you reinstate him with the same alacrity and the time?
You probably will. Look, you probably will. I don't think the Speaker, Om Birla's office, loses anything by reinstating Rahul Gandhi right away. Will he lead the no confidence motion is another matter altogether. Remember, Preeti, in 2018, when a similar no confidence motion took place. In the monsoon session, Rahul Gandhi eventually lost that opportunity, the hug and the wink, and really that round went firmly to Prime Minister Modi. Rahul Gandhi is not at his best in a parliamentary joust. Let's be clear. If the parliamentary joust is to be Rahul versus Modi, I'm not so sure Mr. Rahul Gandhi can take on Narendra Modi and win the battle in a battle of oratory. I think Rahul Gandhi is much better off when he's with the people, reaching out to people with Bharat Jodo Yatra, these various encounters that he has with different groups of people. No confidence motion on Manipur and other issues. Maybe the Congress feels that this is Rahul Gandhi's comeback in Parliament, so he must lead rather than a Gaurav Gogoi who's otherwise slated to lead. Remember, the Congress has a real paucity of talent in the Lok Sabha, and they need everyone they can get, all hands on deck. Will a Shashi Tharoor be allowed to speak? Manish Tiwari be allowed to speak? Some of their better speakers. So I think that is a political decision the Congress has to take. I'm not so sure that they want to pit Rahul Gandhi against Mr. Modi, and if they do, then Mr. Rahul Gandhi has to be well prepared this time.
Last question, Rajdeep. It's a catch-22 right now, where Rahul Gandhi is concerned, because somewhere down the line, there is an assumption that it's going to be a Rahul versus Modi pitched battle, which could play to the strength of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Congress wouldn't want that just yet. But if Rahul Gandhi doesn't speak, there's a loss of perception on who Rahul Gandhi really is at this point of time. But interesting in that, but there's a difference of what the last trust vote was. That was on possibly Rafale. This time it's on Manipur, and possibly a Gaurav Gogoi leading it could be better for the Congress.
More than that, I think what has changed, let's be fair to Rahul Gandhi. I think in the last year, Bharat Jodo Yatra, September, October last year, now leading up to then his disqualification, then the victory in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi comes into this monsoon session of Parliament, no confidence motion, if he does speak, far more confident than he was 5 years ago. I think 5 years ago he was far more vulnerable. Today you sense a certain sense of confidence in Rahul Gandhi. There are many more issues on which you can perhaps take on the Modi government. But as I said, you will have to be well prepared, because like it or not, Mr. Modi and the BJP will come into this no confidence motion very well prepared. So if Rahul Gandhi wants to lead the Congress, and there is no reason why he should not. One of the things, as a final point, I think one thing Rahul Gandhi has successfully managed in the last couple of years, last year in particular, is become the focal point for anti-Modi forces. And I think even other opposition leaders now are slowly beginning to realize that Rahul Gandhi is a magnet for all those who espouse an anti-Modi viewpoint. And in the context of this India alliance that is being forged, even while I don't think he will be projected as a prime minister and the Congress is at best a first among equals, I think Rahul Gandhi will have a special place now in the opposition in the manner that he perhaps didn't have even 5 years ago.
Appreciate you joining us, Rajdeep. Thank you. They're interesting times, especially the week ahead where the no confidence motion comes in for discussion and then eventually to a pass and a vote. Thank you, Rajdeep, for joining us. Joining me right now is Senior Congress Leader, Rajasthan, Mr. Sachin Pilot. Mr. Sachin Pilot, it's a big win coming in for Rahul Gandhi, with the Supreme Court putting the stay on something that has been drawn out for months.
Well, we all welcome the decision that Supreme Court has passed today. The conviction of Mr. Gandhi in a criminal defamation case, a conviction of 2 years, it has never happened in 160 years. So the court is right in asking that there is justification why he should be convicted in that case. So we all welcome that. I think the Supreme Court has stood tall in terms of having our faith in the judiciary. It's a welcome step.
Mr. Pilot, something that was spoken of in the press conference that your party hosted just about an hour ago, that it took less than 24 hours to disqualify him. How long will it take to reinstate him? Do you see him speak during the trust motion? Word coming in that he could possibly lead the trust vote.
Reason why the Honourable Speaker will not act quite as quickly as he did in disqualifying Mr. Gandhi as he should in reinstating him as Member of Parliament. The highest court of the land has spoken. And I see no reason why the Honourable Speaker will not allow Mr. Gandhi to become yet again the Member of the House and take part.
In midst of all of this, Mr. Pilot, you have the Bharatiya Janata Party, which says, how does this matter? Mr. Gandhi, when he was in Parliament, had no more than 52% attendance. Will it really help this time? This is the charge of the opposition, which is, the government, which is the BJP.
No, I think the opposition can say what it wants, but there is no higher court in our country than the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said that the disqualification is wrong. And they've stated that. And that's important.
All right, Mr. Pilot, we're having a bit of a problem with your link there. You're in Bharatpur. There's been a bit of a problem with the network, but thank you for joining us for that quick reaction. Mr. Sachin Pilot, very happy that Rahul Gandhi is in all probability going to be back in Parliament, and he hopes that the Speaker and the Lok Sabha Secretariat quickly reinstates the membership of Parliament of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us, news and updates continue on the other side.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
It's celebration time for Alia and Shane. The next generation Kashyap has now begun a new chapter in her life officially. That's right, Anurag Kashyap's daughter from his first marriage with Aarti Bajaj, Alia, got engaged to her longtime beau, Shane Gregoire, in May. And to celebrate the union, the couple hosted an engagement party for their family members and close friends in the industry. To not much surprise, like any other Bollywood celebrations, this too was one starlet affair, with everyone decked up in their ethnic best. Starting from the star of the night, Alia and Shane, the duo wore matching outfits, while the lady donned raw silk ivory-coloured floral print lehenga from the shelves of ace designer Anita Dongre. The groom, on the other hand, looked handsome in his sherwani. Attending their bash was also Suhana Khan, who looked drop-dead gorgeous in her dark blue sari and blouse. Khushi Kapoor too dazzled in her pink mirror-work ready-to-wear sari as she arrived for Alia and Shane's big night. Now making all the heads turn were also rumoured couple Ibrahim Ali Khan and Palak Tiwari, who made a noticeable appearance to the party, even though the two arrived separately. Speaking of marking appearances, Anurag Kashyap's former wife Kalki Kekla too made her presence felt along with her daughter Sappo and boyfriend Guy Harshbag. Alaya Furniture Wala, Agastya Nanda and Imtiaz Ali were among the list of other attendees. For the unversed, Alia had announced her engagement through social media post after Shane had popped the question. Her caption read, and we quote, "So, this happened to my best friend, my partner, my soulmate, and now my fiancé. You are the love of my life. Thank you for showering me what real and unconditional love feels like. Saying yes to you was the easiest thing I've ever done, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you, my love. I love you forever and always, fiancé. Still can't believe I get to call you that." Well, the couple can't wait to get married, and this engagement party was certainly all things love. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Tirumala Tirupati temple famous for the divine darshan of Lord Venkateshwara, and equally famous for the sumptuous blessed laddu. These laddus are painstakingly made with the best quality ghee, also known as Nandini ghee, sourced from Karnataka for the last 50 years. But no more. The Tirupati Tirumala Trust has announced they will no longer buy ghee from the Karnataka Milk Federation. Why? Because Nandini ghee and all related products prices have shot up. The Karnataka cabinet approved a price increase for Nandini milk of 3 rupees per litre. The result of this is a war of words between the TTD and the Karnataka Milk Federation. The KMF even claimed that the contract ended 1.5 years ago with the Tirupati Trust.
Sir, I need your few basic information
Yeah,
about your contract with Tirupati, sir. Why they have backed out from buying Nandini ghee, sir? What is the reason behind
Because of the rate. Because when the tender is called, everybody participates in the tender.
Okay.
Whoever comes the lowest price, they are procuring from them. That's all the issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much was that, sir, when you quoted the tender?
No, we quote almost more than 400 rupees per kg.
Okay.
So in that, even 1 rupees, 2 rupees also, if somebody quotes lesser, they will go with the buyer bidder who quotes a lesser price.
Now the TDD has refuted all of these claims, maintaining they follow a fair process via e-tender on choosing who will win the contract for providing ghee and all other products for the making of the famous laddu.
TTD procures all the items required for the TTD, including ghee, through e-tender process by floating the tenders, inviting the eligible suppliers all over India. TTD is also a government organization. We have to award a contract to L1, that is the lowest offered rate only.
Amid the uproar, Karnataka Milk Federation has written to the TTD saying it would be happy to be part of Laddu Prasadam. In a letter to TTD, the KMF MD said we do not participate in tenders. However, we firmly believe in building fruitful partnerships and delivering top-notch products to our customers. The KMF has sought a meeting with the TTD to discuss ghee supply to the temple. Politics has also broken out in Karnataka over the ghee war as the BJP accused the Congress government of ignoring the sentiments of Hindus.
This government has got no regards for the Hindu sentiments as well as for the relationship or the seva what was happening through the Nandini. It was a very, very good for us, and it was very important even for Nandini's marketing, our credibility, to show the purity of Nandini.
Now, the next time you go to Tirupati, if you feel the laddus taste different from how they did before, you know why. With Sagai Raj in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-powered by New Hero Zoom. Go big, go Zoom. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. Har family hogi insured. Jeep, there's only one.
Big win for Rahul Gandhi.
आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है.
Supreme Court stays Rahul Gandhi's conviction in criminal defamation case. How soon will Raga be back in Parliament?
अब देखेंगे अब कितने घंटे में उनको रीइंस्टेट करते हैं.
Congress urges Speaker to restore Rahul's membership. will Rahul Gandhi speak during the trust vote? What changes for Rahul Gandhi, the Congress Party and the India Alliance? Top focus to the point this evening. So what changes for Rahul Gandhi, what changes for the Congress, what changes for the Alliance India with the possible reinstatement, because now the way has been paved for the reinstatement of Rahul Gandhi as an MP. Will it happen soon? That's the big question. What we are given to understand right now from the Lok Sabha Secretariat, that it could very well happen very soon. There's also word coming in that the trust vote up for discussion on the 8th of August, will Rahul Gandhi lead it? Till now, Gaurav Gogoi from the Congress was going to be leading the no trust vote or the no confidence motion against the government. Mind you, viewers, it had happened all the way back in 2018 as well. 2018, right before 2019 elections, quite the same in the monsoon session. There was a no confidence motion against the government then. At that point of time, Rahul Gandhi had led it, but the core issue was Rafale. He lost that round. But this time around, perception-wise, it's a very different battle that the India Alliance will play. Numbers-wise, clearly the numbers lie with the NDA, which is also the government, the BJP. So what from here on? Let's take the question to our panelists this evening. Joining me, Jyoti Mani, Lok Sabha MP Congress, Charu Pragya, Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson. We'll also be joined by Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor, to break it down in terms of perspective. Ms. Jyoti Mani, first up, congratulations, ma'am. It's been a while and a long fight for you, your party, for Rahul Gandhi. He's a big ruling from the Supreme Court. Do you see him being reinstated soon?
Yeah, thank you so much. Satyameve Jayate. Truth alone triumphs. That's what we believe. Rahulji continuously saying the same thing. When his membership is disqualified, he was unfairly convicted for 2 years. He was thrown out of the house. Despite all the odds, we the Congress Party and Mr. Rahul Gandhi on the India Alliance and the people of this nation strongly believe we will win this battle. And also why the Rahul Gandhi is thrown out of the parliament is everybody knows, because he's a lone voice with a lot of commitment and aggression, a lot of truth attacking the anti-people Modi government. He exposed the corruption of the Adani and Modi in the floor of the parliament, and his Bharat Jodo Yatra attracted millions of people across the country. So they obviously feared for Rahul Gandhi. That is why this injustice done to him. Finally, as I said, truth prevailed. It's a really very big day for us, big day for the Indian democracy, big day for people of India. It's not only Congress Party.
Okay, but you know, Ms. Jyoti Mani, I want to ask you the question. Do you see him come back to Parliament very quickly? Because the press conference that was held by your own political party 2 hours ago, your party president, Mr. Kharge, did say, and he seemed skeptical, where he suggested that it took less than 24 hours to disqualify him as an MP at the back of what the High Court said. It remains to be seen how quickly he's going to be reinstated at the back of what the Supreme Court has said.
See, given this Narendra Modi's government past track record, they don't believe in any rules, they don't believe in any convention, they don't believe in any fair practices. Going by that, actually, my party president, Honorable Kharge has all reason to be skeptical. But I don't, they cannot make it more obvious than this, because unfortunately, what is the point is that they don't want Rahul Gandhi coming to the parliament and speak against his government. But the Prime Minister of this country, who still has the membership, he still is the Prime Minister of this country, couldn't come to parliament. He's hiding from the parliament. Now with the opposition party in the history of Indian parliament has to move a no confidence motion to bring the Prime Minister into parliament. In such a scenario, I don't think this Narendra Modi government and BJP can go to that extent by blocking Mr. Gandhi coming into the parliament, even after the Supreme Court has stayed the Gujarat High Court and lower court judgment. this entire country will see what they are going to do on Monday. In my view, this government can do anything, but we will not be quiet to whatever the government is doing. The injustice done to him already. Now Supreme Court made it correct. Now it's a government, it's a secretariat to immediately reinstate him. That's a fair thing to do. Anybody can expect the same thing.
Jyotimani, just stay on with me. I'm going to just come right back because I just want to bring in Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, into this conversation. Rahul, the time away from Parliament has worked for Rahul Gandhi perception-wise. Possibly it would be a different image-wise, Rahul Gandhi coming into Parliament as and when he does. It's a catch-22 for the government as well, Rahul, don't you think? Because less than 24 hours, he was disqualified. They need to show, at least perception-wise, the same alacrity of reintroducing him back in Parliament.
Preeti, we should look at this what I call supreme relief from the Supreme Court in a wider context. If you look at the last 6 months, the opposition's narrative has been dominated by Rahul Gandhi. If we have a strong narrative, if we find the opposition, the government on the back foot, we can say certainly the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul Gandhi's challenges from foreign nations, and also the kind of effort he has put in. I think in that scenario, this is a big step forward for the Congress party. Why I say that, it's not just Rahul Gandhi can be back in Parliament, but each moment or each hour of delay in reinstating his membership of the lower house is a negative for the government, for the BJP. The second very important element is that the Supreme Court order just doesn't talk about the fact that how the maximum sentence of 2 years was given because that's the matching condition for disqualifying a member of parliament. It also says it was detrimental to the interests of the electorate, the voters. And that's got a political sound to it. The Congress party can build something out of this as a meal and attack the government. It also creates a very positive energy for the India coalition, in which Rahul Gandhi and Lalu Prasad Yadav, two of the main top leaders or who have a national footprint, were not in a position to contest elections and steer or become some kind of generals as far as the 2024 elections are concerned. This comes as a major positive for this coalition. Also, in terms of Rahul Gandhi's imagery, in terms of branding, for the Congress party, it's a plus. You already have leaders like Mr. Kheda, Pawan Khera saying that he will turn out to be a Bazigar. Supriya Srinath saying that Sher Dahadega. So you can see that positive energy as far as the Congress cadres are concerned. But I have two very slight problems in terms of some negative which can happen. One, a very buoyant Congress with the return of Congress, Rahul Gandhi in Parliament, in the electoral fray as somebody who can contest elections, will, I think, create a sentiment in the Congress parties that can he be the face of the India coalition or the larger opposition?
And that's possibly, Rahul, what the Alliance India wouldn't want now, or rather the Congress also wouldn't want right now. To pitch a battle against Rahul Gandhi versus Modi is detrimental for the Congress and works for the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is now, I would reckon, common sense, politically speaking. But I just want to bring in Charu Pragya into this conversation before we go back to Ms. Jyotimani. Charu Pragya, the question now lies, I was going back to the explanation given by your own party spokesperson, the explanation given by then Speaker on why Rahul Gandhi was disqualified in less than 24 hours. And that time it was said very clearly it was the court's order and we acted on it. Will the same amount of alacrity be shown to reinstate him? Because this time it's the Supreme Court order, ma'am.
Good evening, and I apologize for my bad throat, Preeti. See, it was neither the Speaker which disqualified Mr. Gandhi, and it will not be the Speaker who will reinstate him, because this was done constitutionally. There is a provision in our Constitution which automatically makes him ineligible to attend Parliament if he's been convicted, and he was. And this conviction was done by an Honourable High Court of our country. We need to remember this. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say
what stalled, if it was the Constitution, what stalled the reinstatement for months of the Lakshadweep MP, ma'am? Because the Lakshadweep MP does say that the Lok Sabha Secretariat, the Speaker sat on it for weeks after he was reinstated.
Yes, absolutely. And that is
So
because
then
maybe some examination needed to be done. Can I just first finish my
please,
statement
madam,
and then
go
you can
ahead.
come back?
Yes.
The second thing is the Supreme Court today has not given Mr. Gandhi a clean chit, and the Congress will do well to remember that. This is temporary, this is interim, and the Supreme Court has also made very clear observations. It does not suit a public leader to speak like this, to generalize, to speak with such extreme arrogance. Okay, arrogance is not a crime, but is generalization fair? And wouldn't humility be for anybody to say that I did not mean this to be a generic statement and I only meant a few specific people, and I take it back. He did not choose to do that.
Ms. Charu Pragya, you know, what's interesting here is because I can get Ms. Jyoti Mani, because she can quote you back the observations of the Supreme Court, which can be very damning for the government as well for the High Court. Because at somewhere down the line, the observation, if you read them, seems to be mocking what the High Court had said, where the learned judge, the leader of the bench, said very clearly that they're very interesting kinds of observations that come in from High Court sometimes. So let's not get in there, because it's none the richer to quote half of the judgment or the observation of the Supreme Court, madam. It wouldn't serve anyone well. I'll ask you back the same question. Will we see the same amount of alacrity for the reinstatement of Mr. Rahul Gandhi that we saw in his disqualification?
Okay, absolutely. And we come back to that, but I will also do, I want to remind you that the High Court and the Supreme Court have a relationship which is entirely their own. And sly smiles are not going to mean that you can connect them all to the government. We should remember that. And the reason why the Constitution has a provision like this is thanks to Mr. Gandhi himself. He is a victim of tearing up the very ordinance that could have saved him today. So we should remember that. Also, it's not like there has been any kind of an interest shown. This is more a move from the Congress to play the victim card. Do you remember the time Mr. Khera had a case and then a lawyer was at the court's door within 2 hours? Why did it take the Congress party so long to even go knocking on the court's door? Are you trying to tell me that the Congress party does not have enough sufficient able lawyers who could do that? They wanted to stretch it out. And also today, even though you are translating the court's words...
Madam, I'm not translating, I am verbatim quoting.
Sarcasm.
Verbatim quoting, madam, not translating. I don't want to get into territory which I am charged with translating what the court said, quoting. But having said that, let me ask a question to Ms. Jyoti Mani. I'll come back to you, madam. Give me a minute. Let me ask a question. Madam, just hold that thought. Coming right back to you. Let me ask a question to Ms. Jyoti Mani that possibly Charu Pragya should have asked, and that is, Ms. Jyoti Mani, that before Mr. Rahul Gandhi was disqualified in Parliament, he had no more than 52% attendance, madam, in Parliament. Now, him coming back, does it really rectify or change things for the Congress? What does he really bring to the table now?
No, what about the attendance? Do you know the Prime Minister of the country, whoever it may be, has to come to Parliament, Lok Sabha every Wednesday 1 hour, every Thursday to Rajya Sabha 1 hour. Have you ever seen Mr. Prime Minister or Mr. Narendra Modi has come to Parliament and follow this convention? Have you ever seen the Prime Minister of this country stand up and talking on any bills? You have seen only once, that mostly the President address, you get to see Prime Minister coming address the Parliament. Why those kind of questions never addressed to the Prime Minister? Why didn't nobody ask Prime Minister how much attendance he has? On the other hand, we could see Rahul Gandhi, where he is among the people, he is among the farmers who are fighting against this brutal government, he is among the common people, he is among the women who are affected by the rape and other sexual crimes, he is among the laborers, he is walking in the streets of this country against the brutal government.
One second, madam, I'll come back. One second, let's not interrupt, there's no point, I'll come back to you, Charu Pragya.
He's not hiding like Prime Minister, no?
But okay, Ms. Jyoti Mani, the fact is, it's something that the Congress does all the time and say, let's not indulge in whataboutery. The fact that the Prime Minister should speak about Manipur, of course he should speak about Manipur, but that's a matter of another debate. How does that somewhere down the line justify poor attendance by your own Rahul Gandhi?
So this is not whataboutery. What we are saying is, you see what he is doing other than if he is not coming to parliament, what else he is doing. It's for all of us to see what he is doing, where he is going, what kind of people he is meeting. He is a leader of the party, he is a leader of opposition. This entire country is affected by this brutal government of Narendra Modi and the BJP. There should be a leader, have to go to every nook and corner of the society and tell people, actually, don't lose hope, don't lose trust. We are here as a leader, as a from opposition party, opposition alliance. We are here. We are not disowning you. We will be protect you. That kind of assurance has to be given to the people. That's what Rahul Gandhi ji is doing all the time. What else he is doing?
All right. Charu Pragya, you wanted to respond? Go ahead.
See, it's responsible. Like, I'll put it in a precisely. You are asking a sub-editor why he is not going to field and covering all issues. There is a role, there is a different role for different leaders in the party.
Okay. Madam, let me cut across to Charu Pragya. Charu Pragya, you wanted to respond to Ms. Jyoti Mani? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And while I appreciate the passion with which you are having to defend Mr. Gandhi, the fact is the whole country...
Madam, who's defending Mr. Gandhi? One second. Are you talking to Ms. Jyoti Mani or are you talking to me? Because if you're talking to me, then Ms. Charu Pragya, I asked a question for you of the Congress. A question that possibly you should have asked, I have asked. So let's not get into who's defending who. Get your facts right, madam. Go ahead.
You know what? I decide what I want to say and I decide my statement. You do not dictate it.
Sure, right? Go ahead, madam. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What she wants, but I do see that you love interrupting me while you do not do that with any of your other guests. So I'll appreciate it if you show the same level of respect to me and let me finish what I have to say.
Madam, you please finish what you have to say.
But I will choose what I want to say in my statement and you do not dictate.
Go ahead, madam. I have every right to rebut you, Jyoti Mani, or whoever is on my panel, ma'am. Having said that, respectfully continue.
It is not respectful to tell me I am saying what you should have said. It's up to me, right? Yes, but I am continuing. So if Jyoti Mani ji is saying that Mr. Gandhi is always amongst the people, he's always doing the right thing, did he go and visit the family in Rajasthan recently where a 14-year-old child was burnt alive after being gang raped? No. So your presence amongst people is very selective and it continues to be so. Whereas nobody ever doubts the hard work and the dedication put in by our Honorable Prime Minister. So what you are comparing today is comparing an apple to a Karela. You should not do that because it just shows Mr. Gandhi in a worse light than he already is in. Mr. Gandhi also has a track record of multiple defamation cases. He also has a track record of making a statement, arrogantly not taking it back and then apologizing when he's been asked to do so by a court. It happened in the Rafale case. He's got a defamation case pending in Mazgaon. He's got a defamation case pending in Jharkhand, Ranchi. It continues. So, coming from a party which says that you're all about love and affection, I don't see much of that coming from your leader. So a few photo ops here and there do not take away the horrible statements which have come from his mouth, and all of these horrible statements, when examined together or individually, are not something that are befitting any public leader in any position, let alone someone who wants to see himself in the position of leader of opposition, which he is not, by the way. Your party has not received enough seats in the last elections to even qualify to be the leader of opposition.
Ma'am, but he doesn't, the leader of opposition was never him. In Lok Sabha, it's not Rahul Gandhi, even while he was a part of...
She's the one who called him the leader of opposition.
Okay. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav back into this conversation. Rahul Srivastav, the fact is... from here on, where you move ahead? 2018, there was a trust motion. It was no trust motion. Very, very different from what we are seeing right now. Of course, that paved the way for 2019 elections, and possibly the no confidence motion now will pave the way for the 2024 elections. At that time, there was a very different Rahul Gandhi, and the pitch of Rahul versus Modi clearly worked in favor of the Prime Minister. This time around, there might be a perception that is different where Rahul Gandhi is concerned, but if it is a battle of Rahul versus Modi, you and I both know better who's going to take it. How does the Congress and the India alliance not let that happen?
Pretty a perception of unity. Got together
Rahul,
and
we've seemed to... Okay, go ahead.
And seem to have created India, the coalition, one thing is very clearly emerging, that they are going in for low-hanging fruits, not those tricky questions initially. What they are trying to do is create a wider footprint with greater amplification as far as the opposition narrative is concerned. Now, Rahul Gandhi's reinstatement will eventually mean that he could be speaking even during the no confidence motion, taking the lead, perhaps, establishing himself, that equity he has within the Congress, within the coalition alliance. It definitely does good for the opposition, because I don't think they will be getting at all into the who will be the face of the party. I think they may even keep deferring the convener issue. That's what is not. That's why Nitish Kumar is not very happy, because initially he had thought that meetings will start and he will be made the convener, and that's why after the Bangalore meeting he went straight away to Nalanda. That's the place where he usually goes for his political sulk. Now, in that scenario, somewhere, yes, definitely it helps the opposition matrix. They can create that better resonance. But in that battle, Modi versus Rahul Gandhi, Preeti, it is a tough battle for Rahul Gandhi. But remember, in Indian politics, 5 years is a very long time. I think a lot of things were very similar in 2018 also. There was Rafale, Chor, Chaukidar, Chor, and a lot of those elements. But then the BJP was able to turn them. I think a splintered opposition and a good narrative post Pulwama and Balakot, the BJP could pull it off. I think there is still a lot of time. Lot will depend how the opposition stays united, continues on the amplification it is receiving right now, and then hope for the best. That the factor of how experienced Modi is, how Hindu he is, how nationalist he is versus Rahul Gandhi does not become the question. If they can obfuscate the picture, I think maybe the opposition can hope for better results.
All right, Jyoti Mani and Charu Pragya, I'm going to give you 1 minute each. Jyoti Mani, the fact is, Gaurav Gogoi is going to be leading the trust motion from the Congress. Will things change if Rahul Gandhi is allowed back into the Congress? Into the Parliament, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, of course, we will decide that on Monday. Obviously, Rahul ji coming to the Parliament, everybody expect him to speak. Definitely, he will, as usual, he will, with this uncompromising and aggressive attitude, go against this anti-people Narendra Modi government. That's what we are expecting. Everybody's waiting for that only. That's happening. We are happy about it.
All right, okay. Charu Pragya, the fact is, in a way, shouldn't the BJP and the and your party be glad, because Rahul Gandhi possibly out of the Parliament, in perception-wise, impacted you more than having him in Parliament?
Well, if he's been out of the Parliament and the opposition has ensured that the Parliament doesn't continue to function in his absence, I'm actually glad he's going to be back if the opposition will allow the Parliament to function, if they disrupted it for that reason. Excuse after excuse was used for every single Parliament session, which was continually disrupted, and that's crores and crores of taxpayers' money spent. That being said, even earlier, it's not like Mr. Gandhi was a very avid attendee of the Parliament. His level of participating in debates was just 5 debates last term, and the national average crowd was 40. So this is a democracy. I am happy he's going to be back, and if his being back means that the opposition finally learns to let the Parliament do its
All right,
business.
Jyoti Mani wants to come in for a rebuttal. Jyoti Mani, 10 seconds, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not the opposition who stalled the Parliament. The government, especially the Prime Minister, refused to have a meaningful discussion on especially what happening in Manipur and other issues. We always wanted to have a discussion. A ruling party does not wanted to have a discussion. They does not want to run a Parliament because they get scared of opposition. We will expose them.
All
That's
right.
the problem. It's not we who stalled the
Prime Minister has held up.
It's a ruling party shamefully.
A statement against the incident that happened in Rajasthan yesterday. Being a woman leader from the Congress party at that, please let me know. But anyways, I know you don't have an answer to that, but let me remind you, the government has repeatedly asked for a discussion. It's a critical topic.
We don't believe in whatever wherever it happened, wrong is wrong. We don't defend things which is indefensible.
Come up with technicalities.
With that, ladies, may I please bow out of this debate. Rahul Srivastava, appreciate you joining us. We'll only know in days to come. Interesting as it gets. Will Rahul Gandhi be reinstated as quickly as he was disqualified? Possibly. That's what we are given to understand. Will he lead the no confidence motion? We don't quite know. Maybe. With that, a quick wrap. Stay with us. On the other side, Rahul Kanwal takes the conversation further.
6 years in the making, and you made points in terms of the concerns. In these 6 years, there must have been God knows how many number of data leaks. And I want to ask you, what does this mean for the average user, given the reality that some of the biggest data sets that exist in India are with the government? Aadhaar, driving licenses, the voter card base, services that we use from the government, apart from telecom, for example, railway ticketing. I could go on, and these data sets exist within the public sector domain. Explain to our viewers, does the exemption for government entities play out on such examples, and how will it work? Because, you know, the point also is that while there is a lot of social media usage, it is optional. You could switch off your social media accounts and live happily, but you can't get away from possessing all the various government IDs. That is with you from birth to death, Prateek.
Yeah, so I think, again, that's where the exemption bit comes in the sense that they still have to notify the instrumentalities which will be exempt. So at this point, it isn't clear which of these, will be exempt from, the conditions that are imposed on data fiduciaries. But that's where the concern remains in the sense.
But Prateek, may I interrupt you? If all of this is to be exempt, and I take your point that the final word on that has not been said in terms of specific exemptions, but if all of this is exempt, then what is even sought to be protected?
Yeah, no, that's the point. So in the scenario where all of this is exempt, then you essentially have a bill that maybe only applies to the private entities, right? Which also with limitations, because again there's the ability to provide exemptions to them as well in certain scenarios, also not to be determined at this stage, right? So as you pointed out, in the Indian context, a lot of our data is already with the state, right? A lot of this information is already a part of a breach somewhere. Already, folks already have access to it, which is why you're seeing cybercrime campaigns are becoming more and more sophisticated. Their operations are becoming more and more sophisticated. They're potentially able to build richer profiles of people for social engineering kind of attacks as well, right? So that question remains. And the bill also broadly then says that, look, you have to retain data for lawful purposes, and this varies based on different things, right? I believe in the banking sector, you have to keep transaction information for 10 years, right? Or if you go back to the certain directions from last year, which required retention of user logs for 6 months, and in some cases, customer information for 5 years, right, until after subscribe this, after they stop right. subscribing to the service. What happens to the right to erasure in that case, right? I may right. exercise my right to delete this information, but neither the government nor the private entity will remove that because they are required by other laws.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The Fashion Week was one true blue tribute to the art, craft, designs, and most importantly, the artisans of India. And our couturiers made sure to do justice to their roots. As bridal was the core theme of FDCI India Couture Week 2023, the closing show of the finale night saw Shraddha Kapoor dropping some major bridal goals. Yes, the actress walked the ramp for Rahul Mishra Couture for his latest collection, We the People, again representing the artisans who work to master those intricate detailing. Shraddha was seen donning a shimmery lehenga with silver patches and floral embroidery on the pastel base. She paired the stunning piece with low-cut blouse and a cape. With this, the curtain has fallen for India Couture Week 2023 and fans couldn't have asked for a better closure for this glamorous fashion extravaganza. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Net employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, Fashion for your furniture. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Bade Aaram Se. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, Har family hogi insured. Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Rahul Gandhi is back in the Lok Sabha. How does RG's re-entry into electoral politics impact the big battle of 2024? Is this a boost to the Congress, or will this actually end up helping Prime Minister Modi's re-election chances in 2024? Because the BJP wants nothing apart from a Modi versus Rahul showdown. The more it becomes Modi versus Rahul, is it advantage BJP as it has been since 2024, since 2014? Or could the tide finally be turning for Mr. Gandhi? We'll look at all of that and more on the news track.
Supreme Gandhigiri for Rahul. 134 days later, Rahul returns.
आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है, मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
Can Rahul plug into India now? Decks cleared for big 2024 war. Will 2024 be Modi versus Rahul again? That is a big focus on Newstrack.
Here's a quick look at the headlines I'm tracking today. Congress asks the Lok Sabha Speaker to reinstate Rahul Gandhi as MP immediately. Speaker's office says it is still waiting for the copy of the Supreme Court order. Will RG be part of the no confidence motion debate next week? Supreme Court allows non-invasive survey of the Gyan Vyapi Mosque. ASI will submit its report to the trial court and its findings will not be in a sealed cover. After India Today tracked down the Haryana rioters' hill hideout, police investigate the Aravalli mountains. This is a massive India Today impact. Bulldozers roll on rioters' homes in Haryana. 3 more social media accounts under scanner for fanning tensions. Hate-monger Bittu Bajrangi, who was exposed by India Today, is finally booked. Chandrayaan 3 nearing the moon. It will attempt to enter the lunar orbit tomorrow. Soft landing expected by the 23rd of August. A 134 days after he was convicted in a defamation case over his Modi surname remark, the Supreme Court today gave a big relief to Rahul Gandhi. The verdict paves the way for the Congress leader to be reinstated as a member of parliament. The biggest question, though, is how soon will that be? Will Rahul Gandhi get to be a part of the no confidence motion discussion in parliament next week, or will he have to wait longer to be back in the Lok Sabha? Remember, there was less than a day between the court announcing his disqualification and his suspension in parliament. Will the speaker show the same speed in bringing him back?
Massive relief for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The Supreme Court on Friday stayed his conviction in the 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. A 3-member bench of Justice B.R. Gavai, Justice Sanjay Kumar and Justice P.S. Narasimha noted that the Surat court did not specify the reason for awarding Rahul the maximum punishment in the defamation case. The top court observed that the ramifications of the lower court's verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting not just his rights but rights of his electorate too. The court, however, added that Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should use caution while making public speeches.
इसमें एक बड़ा रोचक वाक्य है एविडेंस वाले का कि मुझे राहुल गांधी के बद इरादे के बारे में कोई ज्ञान नहीं है, कोई संज्ञान नहीं है। ये लिखा है उन्होंने कंप्लेनेंट ने। तो हमने ये कहा कि जब ये है सिचुएशन तो आपको किसी रूप से ये कन्विक्शन स्टैंड नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारी दलील मानी गई, पूरी तरह से बहस दूसरी तरफ से भी हुई थी, इसलिए ये बहुत ही संतुलित ऑर्डर है। जैसा मैंने कहा, ये विजय है लोकतंत्र गणतंत्र की।
Celebrations erupted at Congress party offices across India soon after Rahul's conviction was stayed. The Supreme Court's decision now enables Rahul Gandhi to return as an MP. The Congress will petition the Speaker to reverse his disqualification. Rahul is now free to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
आज बड़ा खुशी का दिन हमको लगा कि डेमोक्रेसी की जीत हो गई, संविधान की जीत हो गई, सत्यमेव जयते जो हमारा नेशनल सिंबल के नीचे लिखा हुआ रहता है, वो उसका जीत आज हुआ है।
The Congress leader hailed the verdict as the victory of truth.
आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मगर जो भी हो, मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
The Supreme Court's stay on Rahul's conviction will be in place till the disposal of the main appeal in the case, which is currently pending before the Surat Sessions Court.
इस कानूनी प्रक्रिया में हम इस सम्मानीय फैसले का स्वागत करते हैं और आने वाले दिन में जब अब सेशंस कोर्ट में ये मुकदमा हम चलने वाला है, वह हमारी ओर से, समाज की ओर से कानूनी जंग जो है वो लड़ी जाएगी।
राहुल गांधी!
Congress leaders and workers across the country erupted in celebrations after the Supreme Court delivered its verdict.
While the Congress is celebrating the return of their Neta into the parliament, the BJP has seized upon the observation made by the Supreme Court that Gandhi, as a public functionary, as a senior leader, should have spoken with caution. Politics on the matter continues, but for now, legally, big relief for Rahul Gandhi as his appeal against his conviction continues in the Surat court. With Srishti Ojha and Kanu Sharda in New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Congress leaders clearly enthused that Rahul Gandhi will be back in the Lok Sabha. Does this though run the risk of this becoming more and more Modi versus Rahul? The more it becomes Modi versus Rahul, the more the BJP says bring it on, because that's exactly what they want. But the fact also is that so far he was disqualified. Now he's not. Will he get to speak in Parliament next week during the no confidence motion? Remember, in the case of the reinstatement of Lakshadweep MP Mohammad Faisal, it took 62 days, 23 hours and 19 minutes from the time the verdict came out in a Kerala High Court, which suspended the conviction of the Lakshadweep MP, and between the Speaker reinstating him. So it's taken more than 2 months in the case of Mohammad Faisal. The Congress, of course, thinks on Monday Rahul Gandhi should be back. He was disqualified. I did some calculation. 1 day, 3 hours and 1 minute. The verdict by the Surat court came around 11:15 on the 23rd of March. The disqualification from the Lok Sabha happened at 2:16 on the 24th of March. So 1 day, 3 hours and 1 minute. That's the time between the order and Rahul's disqualification. The Congress expects the same for his reinstatement. How does this impact the battle for 2024? Rajdeep Sardesai joins me in the studio. Rajdeep, welcome. With us on the studio is the feisty BJP spokesperson Sanju Verma, squaring off against him. Dr. Ajay Kumar, he's been with this on the show, sometimes as a cop, sometimes as a Congress spokesperson. So he's been in circulation on the news track this week. And for a perspective on what this means from legal and a constitutional lens, I have PDT Achari, former Secretary General of the 14th Lok Sabha, understands the commas and full stops of running a Lok Sabha. Rajdeep, to you first. The Congress mighty enthused. They think our man is back. The BJP happy as well. The more it becomes Modi versus BJP, Modi versus Rahul, the more BJP supporters say bring it on, because the Prime Minister's big calculation is people will see Rahul Gandhi's face, they will see the Prime Minister's face, and no matter how it ends, they think that is to the advantage of Prime Minister Modi.
So it is, you could call it a double-edged sword, but let's be clear. Today is a victory for Rahul Gandhi. What the Supreme Court said gives Rahul Gandhi reason, or his supporters reason, to say that he was targeted, harshly convicted and sentenced in particular for 2 years, and thereby they can take the moral high ground, at least for today, going into the...
And they can get carried away and start projecting Rahul Gandhi for the next PM's position and turn 2024 into Modi versus Rahul. We saw how the last 2 elections ended.
So Rahul, it is about how they now play it. They can, for today, they have every reason to claim victory. Come tomorrow, they have to decide how far are they going to push brand Rahul ahead of 2024. Are they going to do what they did in 2014 and particularly in 2019? Or are they going to say, look, Rahul Gandhi has won this major victory. Rahul Gandhi is already a magnet for anti-Modi forces. We are not going to consciously project him. Our goal is to localize the 2024 elections. We don't want to make this election a presidential leadership contest between Modi and Rahul Gandhi.
No, but those around Rahul do. They think because of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, his popularity has increased, and that because of 9 years of being in power, Prime Minister Modi's popularity is down, and they are itching to want to turn this once again into Modi versus Rahul.
What I gather, particularly from the allies of the Congress in the India alliance,
no, I'm talking about Team Rahul.
Team Rahul is not necessarily Team Congress or Team India in particular. So while Team Rahul will always consciously project Rahul Gandhi as the man who's sort of saving the nation from the BJP, RSS, I think there are enough others this time who've recognized that we've got to make that distinction between Rahul Gandhi's image makeover and projecting Rahul Gandhi as the challenger to Prime Minister Modi. Everyone I've spoken to in this India alliance tells me we will not project any individual as our prime ministerial candidate. That's a decision to be taken post the 2024 election. It's not an easy position at times because every party leader, you're right, gets carried away and says, no, we want Rahul to challenge Mr. Modi. But I think Mr. Gandhi himself recognizes that may not necessarily be the way to play 2024. He seems more than willing, from what I have seen and heard, to take a bit of a backseat, be at best first among equals.
Let me put that question to Ajay Kumar, because if he's one amongst 11 in Team India, then it's a different matter. If now the Congress says RG is back, go RG, let's go get Modi, then the complexion of the battle changes. And the BJP would be clapping their hands and saying, bring it on, let's make this Modi versus Rahul again.
Look, Rahul, what's interesting is, you are making all the assumptions which
I'm asking questions. I'm not making any assumption. I'm just asking you a question.
Okay.
You respond as you please.
No. Okay, so cool. So the first thing is, I don't know if you've seen the way Mr. Gandhi has been doing his politics. He's repeatedly been saying that he's fighting a bigger battle. We are fighting a battle which we think that if these 2024, the BJP will try to finish off reservations. They will try to change the constitution. We are fighting that battle. And Mr. Gandhi understands that battle. The battle to destroy the social fabric of the country. So the India alliance or India will decide who is the leader and what will be our strategy. We are in no desire. Our only objective is to save the constitution, save the various sections of the society. And I'm telling you, the fact is that even you take an example of this case, a speech given in Karnataka, a member of parliament from Kerala, court in Gujarat, gives the maximum sentence for a case which is such a ridiculous case. The Modi community, I don't want to get into details, but it's 13 crore, which has got Brahmins to scheduled castes to OBCs to forwards to everybody.
Okay.
So one sec. So the question again is, BJP understands the arithmetic of India, the alliance, our opposition against, and that's why they're just going nuts saying we are coming back.
Okay, let Sanju Verma respond to this. The Congress being calibrated, no one in the Congress saying we're making 2024 a Modi versus Rahul fight. Rahul Gandhi knows his place at this moment, and that's where he intends to be. It's rather the BJP, by constantly picking on Rahul Gandhi, by constantly attacking him. You would like Rahul Gandhi to be the prime contender because you think that suits you.
You know, Rahul, there is a famous saying, being a management student, I'm reminded of a famous saying by marketing guru Philip Kotler, who said that the art of marketing is all about building a brand. And if you're not a brand, then you're simply a commodity. And I just want to say one thing, that today on the political landscape, you may hate Narendra Modi, you might adore him, but the fact is you cannot ignore him. And I want to tell everybody who's pitching Rahul Gandhi against Narendra Modi.
But who is?
You know, it is like,
if you hear the commentary of some of the BJP leaders, it seems they are more keen on pitching it Modi versus Rahul. Ajay Kumar is saying that's not the case. That's not how he sees it. That's not how the Congress sees it.
Rahul,
then you will say that I am playing victim card. Ajay Kumar had an uninterrupted run. I barely started speaking and you interrupted me and you broke my chain of thought. Is FOE not meant for BJP spokespersons on your show? Since when have you become so intolerant, Rahul Kanwal? Or is it Rajdeep Sardesai sitting next to you which has rubbed off on you?
Arre Babre, that is a very low blow. That's a low blow. No, ma'am, that's
why we introduced as five
say a word. I have kept silent listening to you.
No one's saying anything, you make your point.
Apologize to me for this.
Okay. Rajdeep, come on, have a sense of humor for a change. Please, it was a light-hearted comment. Thank you.
Done. Thank you.
Now let me tell you, this entire narrative about Rahul Gandhi versus Narendra Modi, I think this is, just hallucination on the part of the opposition, left-leaning media, and people who love to launch Rahul Gandhi again and again and again. I'm not even talking about a failed product, etc. That is such a cliche narrative. I will come to the brass tacks. Let us talk about some hard facts. On your show, I have seen both of you on various, MOTN surveys, and you both have categorically said that the road to Delhi is via Lucknow. Now, the Congress party got 2 seats from Uttar Pradesh in Lok Sabha 2014. It got 1 seat in Lok Sabha 2019 from Uttar Pradesh after Rahul Gandhi was booted out of Amethi. Pray tell me, out of 80 Lok Sabha seats, if the BJP gets 62 or 63, and Congress...
No, but that's not the point. That's not the point here. Sanjuji, that's not the point here. The point here is that Rahul Gandhi gets to play victim card, martyr card. He gets to tell the people that he was wrongly disqualified. Look at the manner in which his conviction happened. Look at the manner in which the lower court, then the high court accepted the conviction. So he gets to show that institutions in India are under duress, which is why only the Supreme Court stayed this order. So he gets to build on the narrative he's been trying to create.
Rahul, now since you've asked a pointed question, let me be very honest with you. As we speak, and I've done my homework before coming on your show, as we speak, there are at least 11 to 12 cases pending against Rahul Gandhi, be it in Thane, be it in Mumbai, be it in Bhiwandi, be it in Ranchi, be it in Guwahati, be it in Ahmedabad. And all these cases pertain to defamation. Either he has said RSS has killed Mahatma Gandhi, or he has made defamatory comments against Veer Savarkar, or he says RSS has killed Gauri Lankesh, or he continues to address Amit Shah as murder accused, or he says Amit Shah has links with Ahmedabad cooperative banks in a manner that is not kosher. So this is a man who continues to lie, and you will not like what I say, but I don't want my fader to be lowered. There is a classic definition of who a sociopath is. A sociopath is somebody who lies recklessly, lies repeatedly, and lies without reason. So I want to ask you, Rahul Kanwal, please, 20 seconds. There is a famous judgment given by a 3-judge bench led by Ranjan Gogoi in 2019, which let off Rahul Gandhi with simply a warning after he actually had the audacity to attribute Chaukidar Chor Hai Jai to the Supreme Court. Meenakshi Lekhi had filed a criminal defamation against him. Tell me, is this a man who should be let off with just a warning?
Ma'am, but that's for the courts to decide, and as far as he should be voted for or not, is for the voters of India to decide. Ajay wants to make a very quick interjection. I am not giving him any clean sheet. Who am I to give him a clean sheet? I would never give anybody a clean sheet. No, I know what you mean. You've spoken enough now. Let Ajay speak. Ajay, go on.
So, Rahul, it's interesting. One is Sanjay Verma ji is saying 13 cases filed by BJP. So filing a case by the right wingers is you become convicted. Today's judgment has clearly shown it. And what about her leader who says 50 crore girlfriend? She's a lady. Jersey cow, Congress ki vidwa. I didn't interrupt you, please, man. Sanju Verma ji, don't interrupt me. I don't interrupt you.
Okay, Sanju, let him speak. Sanju, you didn't want to be interrupted. Freedom of expression should extend equally. Allow Ajay to speak.
I refuse to get into a slang.
Okay, Ajay, go on.
I am quoting the Prime Minister of India and the word he uses, and you compare to what Rahul Gandhi said. Congress ke vidwa, Jersey cow, 50 crore girlfriend, being a lady, I would at least expect you to say. And the travesty of justice in this country is Brij Bhushan Singh is a member of parliament who is charge sheeted, Delhi police says he is molested, everything, etc., etc., but he still remains in the parliament.
Okay.
And then you use everything. No, so second issue. The third issue is they forget that this fight is for the soul of India, and the India alliance is fighting together.
No,
So
but that's
please
something the
start looking at
voters will
total
decide.
voter
Who's fighting for the soul of India? Something I'll leave for an election discussion. The bigger question,
Yeah,
Rajdeep,
but
now
the
is,
India
will
alliance
Rajdeep
is
get to
fighting.
speak? Will Rahul Gandhi get to speak in Parliament next week?
Rajdeep may not get to speak when Sanju
You will.
Verma is on the show and Ajoy Kumar is on the show, but will Rahul Gandhi get to speak? Look, I think it is pretty... I would be very surprised if Rahul Gandhi is not reinstated early next week.
No, but in the case of the Lok Sabha MP from Lakshadweep, Mohammad Faisal, it took 62 days. There's a precedent.
It took 62 days. I think there is a distinction between Rahul Gandhi and Mohammad Faisal. There will be a lot of pressure on the speaker because you disqualified him straight away.
In 1 day.
In 1 day. So you would expect him to be reinstated. I don't think the BJP loses anything by reinstating Rahul Gandhi. That way they bury the issue once and for all. Then it's for the Congress to decide, do you want to front Rahul Gandhi versus Mr. Modi in that vote of no confidence? You remember what happened?
He will speak as one of the speakers.
You remember what happened in 2018, Rahul? 2018, that entire no confidence motion ended in the hug and the wink, and everything in a way got diluted. This whole targeting of Prime Minister Modi on Rafale. Now, does Rahul Gandhi believe that he's in a better position today to take on Mr. Modi on a variety of issues, from Manipur to the economy, and in a position to be well prepared and take him on? If he is reinstated, he should, in my view, be speaking out on the no confidence motion, because he has been the most aggressive, open voice against Prime
which is
Minister
why
Modi.
that if becomes the biggest question. Will he be reinstated? What is the process? We have PDT Achari, we have R.M.R. Sundaram, leading Supreme Court lawyer, and just want to spend a moment away from the politics on the legal aspect of this. I want to go across to R.M.R. Sundaram first. Mr. Sundaram, it took 62 days, 23 hours, 19 minutes for Mohammad Faisal to be reinstated after the Kerala High Court suspended his conviction, and between the Speaker reinstating him. Rahul Gandhi was disqualified in 1 day. From the time the Surat court gave the order to the Speaker announcing his disqualification, how fast will it be before he's reinstated? Is it up to the Speaker's prerogative to decide? Will this happen by Monday? Will he be part of the no confidence motion debate?
Look, the fact of the matter is his entitlement for reinstatement is immediate. Once the conviction has been stayed, he immediately becomes entitled. In other words, that let me say that cloud of disqualification goes away, in which case he should be reinstated forthwith, right away. Procedurally, they would try to see that it would take as quick a time as is possible in the normal course. And I believe that in a matter like this, his reinstatement ought to be done within a couple of days, at the most 2 or 3 working days, not more. And
no, but this is a very time-sensitive matter. It's the 4th of August. The next working day is the 7th and the 8th. 8th, 9th and 10th are the no confidence motion. So this is extremely time-sensitive.
Exactly. So on the 7th, he ought to be reinstated. He ought to be reinstated on the 7th. If he's not, it's going to look exceedingly shabby. It's going to look like a deliberate attempt to keep him away from Parliament, which is going to be very unfortunate, because it's going to give an impression almost as though one party is afraid of him, which I think is the last impression they ever want to create. But,
no, but
legally,
can they cite the precedent
yes,
that the last MP under reasonably similar circumstances was reinstated after 62 days? So Rahul should just wait till the winter session.
Well, I don't think you can compare the two, because just one illegality or one irregularity doesn't justify another. It was done there, ought not to have taken so long at all. Of course, the voices behind that delay were not, will not be as loud as the voices now will be, nor will the reaction be as vehement as it now will be, nor will your media cover this the way the other one was covered. This will be every day's headline news. And I don't think the ruling party wants to give an impression, and I'm certain they don't want to give an impression as though they're scared of Rahul Gandhi being back in Parliament before the no confidence motion. Well, his entitlement legally is immediate. And if procedurally it takes a few days, one would assume they would act with the same alacrity as they did when they disqualified him. If they don't, people will talk, there will be comments, and it will also be that, oh, they are frightened to have Rahul Gandhi in Parliament, which I think is ridiculous because I don't think there's anything to be frightened about. So I don't think this political discussion about will they delay it, will they not delay it, will really happen. I think they'll reinstate him immediately.
Interesting.
As he's legally entitled to.
Legal ace Arema Sundaram mixing his legal perspective with his political perspective. Thank you very much for joining us. You're saying there's nothing to be worried about. But the question then is, and I want to put that question to Sanju Verma, will he be allowed to speak in the Lok Sabha during the no confidence motion? Will the BJP ensure that the speaker reinstates him with the same sense of urgency as with which he was disqualified?
You know, Rahul, let's be very clear. While we can sit here and wax eloquent about, you know, the greatness of Rahul Gandhi, which is what the Congress leaders are cheerleading since the last few hours, शेर वापस आ गया, शेर वापस आ गया. अरे भाई साहब, यदि आप गधे को शेर की खाल भी पहना दो, गधा ढेंचू ही करेगा. Okay, now let me come to the key issue that you've raised, but not before rebutting what Ajay Kumar said. Ajay Kumar, you have the audacity to sit here and talk about 50 crore ki girlfriend, Jersey cow. Those comments were not made when Narendra Modi was the Prime Minister. But more importantly, you should apologize for saying Draupadi Murmu represents the very evil philosophy of India. On national television, do you have the maturity? Do you have the sagacity to apologize? And you are sitting here and talking about women empowerment. Sharam karo. Apologize about your reckless comments on Draupadi Murmu. Otherwise, just zip it and don't give me a bhashan on women empowerment because it's like the pot calling the kettle black. Now, Rahul Kanwal, I will tell you one thing. It is entirely the Speaker's prerogative, right from Article 93, 94, 95, right up till 96. It is the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Mr. Om Birla, who will take a call. Point number 2, he has given an indication that first let him go through the Supreme Court verdict in its entirety. Point number 3, you know, as you have also said, but we are all aware that TP Mohammad Faisal of the NCP, even after the Kerala High Court suspended his conviction, he was convicted for 10 years in an attempt to murder case. Thereafter, it took a long time for the Lok Sabha to set in motion.
No, but if he was suspended in one day, if he was disqualified in one day, he must be reinstated with the same speed. Because people are watching. You heard what Arema Sundaram said. If he doesn't speak in the no confidence motion and if he's not allowed back into Parliament, people will say the BJP got scared. Respond to that.
Rahul, please. I heard what Arema Sundaram said. Why do you have to repeat it? If BJP is getting scared of Rahul Gandhi, then Rahul Kanwal is Elvis Presley and, Sanju Verma is Queen Victoria. But that is not the case. So let us come to the hard facts. You know, because you have been
going on. So what is Ajay Kumar? If you are Queen Victoria, what's Ajay Kumar then?
Ajay Kumar is a no-gooder. He needs to first apologize about his reckless comments on Draupadi Murmu, the Honorable President of India.
Okay, now once again, you've spoken enough. Let Ajay speak. Ajay, Sanju says she's Queen Victoria. Who are you then? Okay, on that, you made your point. Let Ajay speak, please. Ajay.
Yeah. So first of all, the Bharatiya Janata Party spokespeople have a problem with any sentence more than 10 words. So they're understanding. I said for their clarification and they need to apologize.
What you said is there.
Madam, I don't
YouTube.
Why are you so
what you said is there in every single newspaper. What you said is there in every single magazine.
Let him speak. Ajay, please.
I can't attend a debate with this kind of people.
Ajay.
Let me complete. I don't interrupt. Have some manners, madam. Okay. Now, I said she's a good person. They didn't put the whole video. Miss Draupadi Murmu is a decent person. There is an evil philosophy of the RSS, which we Congress and we all continue to hold that the BJP, which is an evil philosophy, has put up her as a candidate. She's a decent person. That was my tweet. But they can't understand they might bite. And even India Today ran it. And they can't understand any English sentence beyond 10 words. But let Mr. Modi, as a woman, can she support what Mr. Modi said? God bless them all. The second issue is, if the Gujarat judgment took one day to reach 1,200, 1,300 kilometers and for the speaker to take a call in one day, The Supreme Court of India is at a distance of less than a few kilometers. So everybody is watching how this Bharatiya Janata Party behaves, the way they continue to destroy all norms of decency.
You
They
should be the
continue
last person to lecture on democracy. You should be the last person
Let me get a word in from PDT Achari. PDT Achari is the former Secretary General of the Lok Sabha, and from the perspective of someone who's run the Lok Sabha, I want to understand from you, from what you've seen in the past and all the experience that you have, how soon is it likely to be before Rahul Gandhi is reinstated as a member of parliament? Mr. Achari, welcome.
See, when Rahul Gandhi was convicted last time, the Lok Sabha Secretariat issued a notification saying that consequent upon his conviction, he stands disqualified. That notification was issued on 24th March. So now, that when the conviction has been stayed by the Supreme Court, so naturally they should issue another notification saying that consequent on the Supreme Court staying the conviction of Sri Rahul Gandhi, his membership stands restored. Something like that. There should be a communication or there should be a notification coming from the Lok Sabha Secretary.
No, so I understand that there has to be a notification reinstating him, but is that something that could take a matter of hours? Could it take days? In the case of a Lok Sabha MP from Lakshadweep, it took 62 days. So how soon is it likely to be before he gets reinstated?
No, it needs to be quick, because, the disqualification takes effect on the date of conviction. So, therefore, the restoration of the membership also should happen immediately after the conviction has been stayed. That is the thing. So, whenever the notification is issued by the Lok Sabha Secretariat, it should take effect from the day the conviction has been stayed by the Supreme Court.
No, because 8th, 9th and 10th is when the no confidence motion happens in Parliament. Will Rahul Gandhi be allowed to speak there, or is there still uncertainty? Because in the issuance of this notification, in the reading of the Supreme Court order, it could still take some time. Or do you think it will be highly inappropriate from what you've seen if Rahul's not allowed to speak during the no confidence motion on the 8th and the 9th and the 10th?
Well, I cannot answer that question, but I will say that he, naturally, because his conviction has been stayed today. So from today onwards, technically speaking, or constitutionally speaking, he is the member. So naturally, he must be able to participate. Being a member, he has all the freedom and he has all the liberty to participate in the meetings, in the proceedings of the House.
PDT Achari, for joining us, thank you very much. I think you're being very clear that Rahul Gandhi has to be back at the soonest. Like, there is no reason why that notification should be delayed. Sanju Verma was talking about, the prerogative of the speaker, this being at his discretion. PDT Achari has actually run the Lok Sabha. He says this has to happen at the earliest. He's very clear about that.
Rahul, let's be very clear. With due respect to Mr. Achari, I know he was the Secretary General of the 14th and 15th Lok Sabha. Having said that, I am only stating to you what the Constitution says. The powers of the Speaker are sweeping as far as Article 93, 94, 95, 96 go in terms of reinstating somebody who's disqualified. And this has been evident in some of the very high-profile cases, be it in the case of, somebody like Lalu Prasad Yadav, who was convicted in September 2013, be it in the case of, Abdullah Azam, who was convicted in February 2023, be it in the case of RJD MLA Anand Singh, who was convicted in July 2022, be it in the case of Anil Sahni, another RJD MLA, who was convicted in October 2022, be it even, somebody like Pradeep Chaudhary of the Congress, who was convicted in 2021. So the Speaker has sweeping powers, period, but I want to just make one very limited point. You all have been saying Rahul Gandhi ko turant reinstate karo. Have you once, and I respect you a lot, Rahul, though you share your first name with somebody else who doesn't inspire confidence, have you even once said that the Supreme Court said there can be no doubt that his as in Rahul Gandhi, there can be no doubt that his utterances are in very poor taste and somebody in public life should use his words with care and discretion. This is what the Supreme Court had even said about Rahul Gandhi in November 2019 in a criminal contempt case filed by Meenakshi Lekhi. Rahul Gandhi was let off with a warning. Even a small kid, the first time he commits a mistake, we say, "Acha, theek hai, sorry, bol diya." Second time, it's a mild rap on the knuckles. But the third time, you give punishment. और यहाँ पर आप तो उसको फूल की माला पहनाने के लिए तैयार हो.
Ajay Kumar, final words before I wrap up. Rahul Gandhi, indications are likely to be back the 8th and the 9th and the 10th. What kind of a role do you think he'll have in the Congress's lineup in that no confidence motion?
So for the BJP spokesperson said on your name and Rahul's name, at least it's both of you have decent names. It's not Nirav Modi and Lalit Modi and Narendra Modi, so that's a good part.
You first apologize to Draupadi Murmu. Stop giving me a bhashan.
I didn't interrupt you.
Okay.
You used shameless analogy for Draupadi Murmu. Stop giving me a lecture on morality.
By the kind of no.
Apologize to Draupadi Murmu.
You better apologize.
And the guts to do so.
Okay, just silence her. My question, Rahul, is
silence her. Who the hell are you? Are you the anchor?
Look at the conversation, please. You don't let the other person speak. I didn't interrupt with you. Please have some manners. Okay, so Rahul, the issue is very simple. I think the India Alliance has got a big boost. Mr. Gandhi should be reinstated for sure. He'll play a significant role in the no confidence motion. That's what we would expect. And we continue a fight, and he's been saying it. He's got no lust for office. When he was a member of parliament in UPA 1 and UPA 2, he never did. He had the option to become take a senior responsibility. I think the idea today is that we find the challenges to the country very serious in terms of constitution, in terms of the communal harmony, separation of rights, Manipur, everything, joblessness, and China. So we continue this fight, and we are not no lust for power. Rahul, please don't think the India Alliance will decide the next ongoing strategy for the coming 24 elections.
I'll leave it there. Is this a big boon to the India Alliance? Does this bolster the Congress's fortunes, or is this actually in the end advantage BJP and advantage Modi? Time will tell. The voters of India will decide, and we will track that fight very closely without taking any side, without fear or favor. I'm slipping into a quick break because I want to spend some time on India Today's big Mewat investigations and all the follow-ups on the ground. After we track down the Haryana rioters' hill hideout, the police say they will investigate the Aravalli Mountains. This is a big India Today impact, and I'll get you all the details when we come back on the other side.
Flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports. 100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Quality today. In Delhi, 161. In Mumbai, 64. In Kolkata, 62. In Bangalore, 36. In Chennai, 112. In Hyderabad, 91.
India today has been at the forefront of the Mewat Mayhem investigation, exposing lapses, social media influencers who fanned hate and even reaching those who were part of the clashes. Our reporters tracked down the hideout of the rioters, and a full day later all the TV news channels are there, and finally the police are investigating the Aravalli Hills.
Gunshots pierce through.
चारों तरफ से पहाड़ों से फायरिंग हो रही है, बहुत बुरा हाल है भाई।
Hails of stones came down like missiles from the hills in Noor. India today took the arduous journey to find out who seized the towering peaks to rain down bullets and stones on the July 31st Shobha Yatra by the VHP and Bajrang Dal. Now the surrounding Aravalli range is serving as the mountain refuge for residents of Noor. They admitted that suspected rioters have mingled with innocent civilians, taking shelter in the hills over fears of mass arrest.
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी जो ना गए वो भी सब अपने इधर उधर हैं। पुलिस आती है उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछते तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
Rafiq is president of Noor's Sarpanch Association, also admitted that young men from his village did participate in looting and rioting, and that they have all fled.
5 से 7 बच्चे हैं मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के, नहीं है मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के बच्चे, और एक अच्छी नहीं है बच्चे थे। मैं ऐसा नहीं तुमको रोकूंगा, तुम कहूँगा नहीं, मैं पैर भी करूँगा, आगे चल के दूंगा उनको। ये 5-7 बच्चे
लूटपाट में या दंगे हैं? लूटपाट में या दंगे?
नहीं इसमें झगड़े में हैं।
वो लोग अभी हैं, मुलाकात किसी हो सकती है ऐसे ही गाँव में?
नहीं हो सकती, वो तो निकल दिए सब।
किस उम्र के बच्चे हैं?
वो तो उनकी उम्र 25-25, 20-20 साल की, 18 साल की, 22 साल की, इस तरीके से।
बाइक के जो मुश्किल आई हुई है?
हाँ उनमें मेरे गाँव के 2-3 बच्चे, जो चीज़ है 2-3 बच्चे बाइक में हैं। बाकी दंगे में 5 से 6-7 बच्चे हैं जो मेरे गांव में।
Exclusive report revealed a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ, ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
India today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery, stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights, a hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown, and a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. As the drone soared, it captured the scale of this makeshift exodus. Among these, elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
आपकी गाड़ी देखी, लोग छुप गए पहाड़ में, पुलिस आ गई। 3 दिन से इसी तरह बिल्कुल अलर्ट कर देते हैं और दुबक जाते हैं, छिप जाते हैं, खाना भी नहीं खाते पुलिस के डर से।
India Today's enterprising team of reporters reached the hideouts even before the police did. The investigators have taken note and assured a probe into those hiding in the hills. The police say they are gathering scientific evidence to nail the criminals. With suspects mingling with villagers, it will be a challenge for the Haryana police to sift out the guilty from the mass of villagers sheltering in the Aravalli peaks. Bureau Report, India Today.
From Bittu Bajrangi to Ehsan Mewati, Pakistani calls for violence were given from both sides before and during the no clashes. India Today's special investigation team has hunted down another hate-monger whose aggression during the riots went unchecked.
तो गाइस कल नूह में फिर दोबारा प्रोटेस्ट है और सारे मेवात वहाँ पहुँच रही है।
आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
A troubling sequence of unchecked aggression propagated through social media. India Today hunts down the provocators. We reached Monu Manesar, the 30-year-old cow vigilante whose initial announcement about attending the VHP Yatra on Monday in Nu stirred passions.
जो भी गो तस्कर है, जो वहाँ पे क्राइम करते हैं, ये सब उनका करा धरा है। साइबर क्राइम थाना फूंक दिया उन्होंने, सब उनकी बदौलत है।
We tracked down another instigator, Bittu Bajrangi, who had issued inflammatory videos on his way to Nu to attend the yatra.
हम कोई हाव लड़ करते तो हम जिम्मेवार होते कि हमने कोई वहाँ जाके गलत हवाबाजी करी है या कोई तलवार लहराई है या कुछ करा है। हम शांति से गए हैं।
अगर CIA पुलिस किसी गांव में बिना इंफॉर्मेशन के घुसे, आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
We go after the rabble-rousers on the other side of the communal divide. This is Mohammad Jabir, a 31-year-old man from Rajasthan, a cousin of Junaid and Nasir, whose charred bodies were found in Feb in Haryana's Bhiwani. The two suspected to have been killed by cow vigilantes. Just days preceding the mayhem in Nu, Mohammad Jabir called for assault on police in Faridabad, accusing the cops of killing a Mewat-based cybercrime suspect in custody.
अगर CIA पुलिस किसी गांव में बिना इंफॉर्मेशन के घुसे, आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
His provocative speech went viral, triggering tit-for-tat reactions on social media. A perfect recipe for communal trouble. When confronted by India Today, Jabir resorted to the same tactic as other inciters, played victim of alleged aggression and defended his own actions as rightful.
उस वीडियो में आप ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी पुलिस वाला आए तो गांव में उसको मारना पीटना?
मैं जी इसलिए कह रहा हूँ उस वीडियो में कि फरीदाबाद के अंदर फरीदाबाद साइबर थाना जो यहाँ से साइकिल को उठा के ले जाता है, जो पुलिस की तैयारी करता है साइकिल, और एक पेपर उसने पास भी कर लिया और उसको ले जाके वहाँ जाके मार देते हैं। जब मार देते हैं तो हम यहाँ से जाते हैं और वहाँ वही तानाशाही वाला रौब देखते हैं उनको कि भाई पुलिस की वर्दी में चोर भी आते हैं, लोकल वर्दी पहन के चोर भी आते हैं, क्योंकि अगर हमारा स्थायी थाना है, पुलिस ओरिजिनल है, तो जनाब वो स्थायी थाने को इत्तला करके आएगा। तो इसलिए हमने कहा अगर स्थायी थाने को इत्तला करके नहीं आए, हो सकता है चोरी हूँ, डकैती हूँ, हो सकता है कोई लूट खसोट करने वाले हूँ सादा वर्दी में, तो अच्छा, इसलिए वो कहा।
लेकिन अगर कोई आपके यहाँ आता है, अनआइडेंटिफाइड आदमी भी है, मान लेते हैं, लेकिन उसको मारना पीटना क्या सही रहेगा?
देखो जी, मारना पीटना बिल्कुल भी सही नहीं है, लेकिन हम रोज़ रोज़ शिकार हो रहे हैं, रोज़ रोज़ हमारे साथ में वारदातें हो रही हैं, घटना हो रही हैं, तो हम इस हिसाब से कह रहे हैं कि भाई सावधान रहें, सतर्क रहें। और ये नहीं कि मेरा जो बयान है उसको कल मैंने टीवी पे देखा था, जोड़ा जा रहा है नूह वाली घटना से, मैं इसका खंडन करता हूँ बिल्कुल।
Trademark defense, denials and justifications of social media incendiaries. When prodded further, Mohammad Jabir revealed his personal grudges with Monu Manesar, the man under investigation for the murder of his cousins from Bharatpur in Rajasthan.
जो आपने बोला वो इस तरीके से था कि वो प्रोवोकेटिव था, भड़काऊ था, इंस्टिगेट कर रहा था, लोगों को उत्तेजित कर रहा था कि पुलिस के खिलाफ आपको लड़ना है, और आपकी शिकायत मोनू मानेसर से भी है।
उससे तो जी सबसे पहले शिकायत है, मेरे भाइयों का कातिल वही है, मेरे भाइयों को जिंदा उसी ने जलाया है। गोपालगढ़ से उठा के फिरोजपुर सियाई है उसके साथ में थी और वहाँ लोहारू के जंगल में जाके जलाया, तो मेरे भाइयों को किसने जलाया? मोनू माने से 302 का मुलजिम है, उससे तो सबसे पहले शिकायत है।
आप जाबिर, ऐसा लगता है कि आपका कानून से भरोसा उठ गया?
सर भरोसा इसलिए उठ गया, मेरे दो भाई जो जलाए थे, अगर कानून होता तो बजरंग दल वालों को किसने अनुमति दी है जलाने के लिए, आप बताइए मुझे।
नहीं, उसमें लोग पकड़े गए हैं।
नहीं सर, पकड़े गए 3 मुलजिम पकड़े गए। अभी कितने पकड़े गए? 3 मुलजिम पकड़े गए। मैन मुलजिम है जो मास्टरमाइंड है, मैन जो मारने वाला है, जलाने वाला है, वो अभी भी खुला घूम रहा है और फिर चैलेंज दे रहा है कि मैं आ रहा हूँ, तुम्हारा दामाद आ रहा है, तुम तैयार रहना। इस पे अंकुश लगता तो शायद आज मेरा मेवात बच जाता जलने से।
Social media turns into a battleground through the smokescreen of personal vendettas. Grudges fuel the fires of intolerance.
क्योंकि सेल्फ डिफेंस के लिए धारा है।
This is Atullah, Sarpanch of Dhimri village in Rajasthan's Bharatpur village that shares border with Haryana's Noor. He too had issued an inflammatory video, a counter challenge to Monu Manesar in the run-up to Monday's mayhem. The clip has since been deleted. But Atullah defended the video he removed after the Noor rioting.
आपने बात की थी कि अगर तूने मेवात में कदम रखा तो अच्छा
नहीं, आप अब ऐसे कर कदम रख के बता देना मेवात।
हाँ, कदम
रख देना, ठीक है ना? अब रख देना, आओगे तुम करा दिया अधिकारी को, हाँ कदम रख देना।
वीडियो क्यों इशू कर रहे हो?
वीडियो करेंगे हम, वो भी कर रहे हैं वीडियो, वो उसके साले थोड़ी।
हाँ, आप अपनी राजनीति कर रहे हैं, वो लोग अपनी राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
मान सम्मान लड़ाई, अगर वो हत्यारा अल्टीमेटम दे के आएगा और वो इस मेवात को बिल्कुल घास फूस समझेगा तो देखो इज्जत तो आप भी रखते हो, हम भी रखते हैं। ये तो हम कहेंगे भाई तू आ जाना, पाम धर के बताओ, ठीक है? हिंसा फैलाने की पहल वो करता है, पहल इधर से नहीं हो रही, पहल वहाँ से हो रही है। उनका कौन है? बिल्टू क्या है? बिल्टू कहाँ है? वो कर रहा है गड़बड़, वो कह रहा है ससुराल आ रहे हैं, कभी ये मत कहना, ये ना कर। ये कौन सा तरीका है? शोभा यात्रा का मतलब समझते हैं क्या वो?
अच्छा, जो आपके वीडियो आए उसने तो लोगों को भड़काया।
एक वीडियो भड़काते हैं, उनके 1000 वीडियो ना भड़काए कोई।
Unchecked power of provocative messaging on social media. Isolated tensions transformed into a harrowing storm of communal violence at Noor in Haryana. With Nitin Jain, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. Have a great weekend. I look forward to seeing you in what will be an action-packed week full of politics, ups and downs. If you're a political junkie like I am, India Today is where you need to be all through next week. Our team will be at the top of its game, and I look forward to seeing you in our journey.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
From the miracle of 1983 to becoming the first-time host in 1987.
The More versus Miadad of 1992 to the Prasad versus Amir Sohail of 1996.
And then, of course, the high of 2011 with Mahendra Singh Dhoni finishing it off in style.
He finishes off in style. A magnificent strike into the crowd. India lift the World Cup after 28 years.
Relive India's journey at the Cricket World Cup from 1983 to the last edition in 2019 with me, Rajdeep Sardesai.
And me, Nikhil Nas. World Cup Rewind at these times on India Today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, her family hogi insured.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Friday night, ahead of the weekend. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points, and we have some big newsmakers. Conviction stayed. What next for Rahul Gandhi? The two lawyers who fought that battle in the court, Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Mahesh Jetmalani, both will be with us on the show tonight. We'll tell you more on the other side, but first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. Supreme Court paves the way for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's return to Parliament, stays conviction in his 2019 defamation case, questions why the sentencing was done without non-application of mind. Rahul Gandhi hails the order, says truth always triumphs. Congress asks Lok Sabha Speaker to reinstate Rahul Gandhi as a Member of Parliament immediately. Speaker's office says awaiting Supreme Court order. Sources say Rahul may be part of a no-confidence debate motion next week. Supreme Court allows a non-invasive survey of Gyanvapi Mosque. ASI will submit its report to the trial court. Findings will not be in a sealed cover. Bulldozers roll on rioters' homes in Haryana's New. 3 more social media accounts under scanner for fanning tensions. Hate-monger Bittu Bajrangi, exposed by India Today, is also booked. Freebie showdown continues in Karnataka. Erstwhile Chief Minister Bommai leads the BJP protest, claims SC/ST welfare funds diverted for Congress guarantees. Siddaramaiah government calls the allegations baseless. A tribal youth in Madhya Pradesh allegedly shot at by the son of a BJP MLA, injured